ABC Sport.
This is AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass.
Hand pass to Ngoe, the Collingwood superstar. Ngoe, the destroyer.
AFL coaching record holder.
Mr. Mick Mulhouse.
The man's about to coach a team for the 715th occasion.
Premiership player.
Number 12, Luke Ball.
Finals pressure. Luke Ball from 45 metres out directly from goal. Score the level.
AFL Saturday with Corbin, Mick and Bally. AFL Saturday on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
Another Good Friday beatdown for the host. The same old question, should North Melbourne be more advanced than this? And are they keeping up their end of the bargain to host the Good Friday blockbuster at Docklands? Should Noah Bolter really be playing today for Richmond? How high have you got the Pies in the premiership pecking order? And what did we learn from Luke Beveridge's midweek presser? Plus, the Demons on our air this afternoon, still winless through 5 games. They host the Dockers, all in front of us on AFL Saturday.
The Navy train is gaining momentum. Well, for North, it's far from a Good Friday. Carlton, winners by 82 points.
Saturday of the Easter weekend, the Blues and Bombers fans will wake up a winner. Probably feeling a little different about their team's fortunes last night. We'll pull that all apart. 6 of the 18 teams in the competition in action today, Saturday of the Easter weekend. It's great to have you with us on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside the Premiership Pie, Luke Ball, on a Saturday afternoon. As always, hello, Bally.
Corby, I'm still in the shorts. Hagwood's autumn footy.
I like it.
Yeah, nice walk up. Yeah,
27 degrees.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, some players down there, out there. It'll suit the Dockers, actually, won't it? Bare feet on, getting a feel of the grass between their toes before today's, hopefully, big game. But it's actually great to be here.
It's actually the first game the Dockers will play not under the heat policy. So every game so far they've had this year have been extended quarter breaks. So
it feels like it's funny. Like the season hasn't settled yet, has it? You know, we had gather round just sensational last week. They came straight here, you know. So and I think who was it that spent the week in Adelaide last week, West Coast. So. It probably happens every year, really after Anzac Day, and everyone's played the same amount of games where the season actually just settles a little bit. It still feels a little bit like summer footy, doesn't it? Yeah, which is great.
I think you're right. It's post-Anzac Day, but sort of gather round into Easter, into Anzac Day. It's big main event footy. There's short weeks with the Monday fixtures and everything else, and Anzac Day this year fall in on the Friday, but often if that's on a Wednesday or a Tuesday or Thursday, it feels like there's games just about every single day. So once we get into May, the weather turns, and then to the back end of the month, and then we're into June, July, and we know we're in the slug of the footy season, where the real teams start to sort of show who the leading candidates are. Mick Moldhouse has already got it down to 4, which we'll get into some of that. The coaching icons here, the man who's coached more games in VFL, AFL footy than anyone else. Hello, Mick.
G'day, Corby, Bally, and to all our listeners. Hope you have a very happy Easter, but most of all, a really safe one. I'm looking forward to get out. That's what I am looking forward to. Running at the Stall Gift. So that's, I guess he does...
heats today.
The heats, and Monday's the big...
Monday's the final. Yep.
Yeah, I look forward to that. I think Stall's such a wonderful place this time of the year. Football, I'm still trying to come to grips with the weather, Bally. I'm coming from Ballarat. I like a little bit of rain this time of the year, autumn for the farmers and everyone else. But, talk about raining goals.
Man.
Carlton yesterday, it was quite sad in the end. It was really just to see how quickly a game can deteriorate, and for Carlton's point of view, one that they'll look back and go, look, we kicked 20 plus goals and how fantastic, but I'm not sure it's great for the comp.
We've got so much to get into. Let's jump straight into it. North really abysmal yesterday on what was promised so much. They'd had 3 poor weeks. They spoke about improving defensively and everything else and what went into it. And yet Alistair Clarkson, when he fronted the press conference last night, gave his initial diagnosis as to what happened.
Oh, wow. We just got smashed in the contest. I think clearances were 5-15 at quarter time. And that is a spanking, and the unfortunate part for us is that's probably the strength of our game, and we just got absolutely hammered at a part of our game that usually we fare pretty well in.
Joining the conversation at any time, 1300 558 222 is the talkback number, 1300 558 222. Whichever way you chop it up, Bally, 15 goals to 5 after half-time. Carlton had 12 goal kickers, and the final quarter was just crazy. 7 of the first 8 entries inside 50, they kicked goals, so they were 7 straight from 8 entries. They ended up kicking 9 goals in that final quarter from only 12 forward 50 thrusts. The numbers were mind-boggling as to how it got that bad last night, and 82 points in the finish.
Yeah, and a lot of those goals were inside 20, weren't they? Like really easy goals. You don't see a heap of these days.
No, you don't.
We certainly don't see the better teams concede. I mean, it was such a stark contrast, to Collingwood on Thursday night and how hard they are to score against at the moment, wasn't it? So that's why. And he's right. If you concede at clearance and at stoppage, if you concede field position, the best defences are going to struggle a bit. But it's beyond that for this group, isn't it? It's a personnel thing. We're watching the highlights before, Mick. Just some horror mistakes, drop marks, panicked handballs, that invite the pressure, and Carlton got a sniff, and credit to them. They were good enough to capitalise on that and keep a little bit of momentum. We did the Carlton West Coast game last week, and you could just see, I mean, for starters, their work around the contest hasn't been the issue this year. We know that's a big strength of Carlton. George Stewart's having a career best year, and Cripps and Walsh is starting to come into some form, Chera. But they, as bad as West Coast were last week, Carlton struggled to score, and that's what's the concerning thing last night, Mick. And you were there, and you saw it firsthand.
I really do. Look, I've got mixed messages today, and I'll talk about what I'm going to talk about later on. But just a side like North, that I guess a couple of years ago there was a little bit of promise. You're getting one of the great coaches. They were going to have early picks. They probably won a game they didn't want to win, which cost them Reid. Not that Reid's dominating at the moment, but probably over here where he's at home, he may play better. I hope he doesn't move, because you've got to once you put yourself in the draft, you've got to accept that. There just doesn't seem to be an improvement. I watched Simpkin last night, captain, or yesterday afternoon. He made 3 blunders in a row with the ball. He was clear by 3 or 4 metres. In today's football, that's quite clear. First kick, grub. Second kick, found a Carlton player. And his last one, a hand pass, found a Carlton player. He's a good player. He's not a great player, but that showed a lot of what I'm going to talk about later on. And I'm looking at Clarkson thinking, I'm not necessarily in that capacity down so far, but I've been in games where you've lost the game and you just go, well, what's happening? We've discussed the contest, we've discussed the stoppage work. It's not happening. Players are dropping their heads. It's so frustrating for a coach.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number, 1300 558 222. Alistair Clarkson was asked just that last night. Is his team improving?
We feel like we're making progress. It doesn't feel like that today. Our first 4 games of the year were really, really competitive. We were pretty good against the Swans in the first half, but then in a dreadful third quarter. Last quarter was pretty even. And last week we were a goal in front, 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. So there's patches of our games where we're going okay, but today was really disappointing because we built ourselves up for a big contest. It was a big day for our footy club and big day for the footy community, really. I'm pleased that we still got to celebrate the kids and the cause, and these 2 clubs, their proximity to the hospital is really important, that we can support this cause in a really, really good way. So the off-field side of that has been really, really strong, but we're just disappointed that we couldn't put on a better effort on the on-field side of things.
And I agree with him there too, Mick. A lot of the talk has jumped straight to, well, they don't deserve this day anymore. And I don't disagree. I think we've got to be better to separate the occasion and even his point there, I hadn't thought of that, the geographical situation between those 2 clubs. I've got no problem with them owning that day, and they do it so well. And some days are bigger than, a bit like Collingwood and Essendon. Doesn't matter how both teams are going.
Yeah, exactly.
They'll come back.
So I agree with you, Bally, on
I think we separate what's happening on the field with the impact which continues to grow off the field.
Yep. No, I totally agree with that. I think if we start to mix our apples and oranges, we're going to end up with something that's not what we designed for. And geographically, that's exactly what they want. It's the cause is outstanding. They still full stadium, close to full stadium.
Yeah, sell out.
I know a lot of them left by half time or thereabouts, but it's not going to happen. Hopefully, it's not going to happen every year.
So 23 times in 29 games they've conceded 100 points, including 5 of the 6 games that they've played so far this year. So the question about whether they're improving, that's something they haven't been able to knock down the points against ball.
Yeah, we're just not used to Alistair Clarkson coach teams being that easy to play against too. So there's a mechanics part of that too. I think, and Mick, you mentioned Jai Simkin, and maybe it's unfair to rule that, but broadly speaking, it's a leadership thing at North Melbourne. So the good teams at the moment, again, I'll go back to Collingwood Thursday night, because we know that in AFL footy, there's going to be momentum swings. There's going to be times where the opposition is on top and has momentum. So what do you do when that happens? And at the moment, North Melbourne, and look, that's where it's maybe a bit disappointing. They bring in Luke Parker and they bring in Jack Darling, Caleb Daniel, clearly for this reason, I think, because there is still a bit of a gap in leadership.
Can be judged on leadership.
Yeah.
Don't knock yourself out thinking about Jack Darling as a leader.
No, I know
Caleb Daniel's a nice little player that played on a half-back flank, and probably the Dogs really probably moved him on because his kicking was neat but not penetrating. So, and I think that's it's a reality that Caleb Daniel's not going to be the leader that.
No, that's fair.
But Parker, yes, I get that because he plays in the middle of the ground. I know this is probably not the time to talk about it, but Jack Darling, I was amazed when you said, Corby, last night that he's got another 2 years after this. He was gone a year ago, and I only say that because he needed Kennedy to play well for him to play well. When Kennedy was out of the side, he couldn't handle the pressure of being the principal forward at West Coast when he was in his prime, and he's slower than treacle at the moment, and no leadership qualities whatsoever, and that's just him. That's not bagging him. He's a bloke that he's a really nice person, a young family. He's got all those attributes of a decent person, but he's not a leader.
No.
And for North Melbourne, if that's what they were after, to get him to leave West Coast for 3 years to offer that contract, they've put themselves in a hole for a player who by the end of this year will not be playing senior football.
Well, and I think we've got to take. I agree with you to an extent. Certainly on the field at the moment, he struggled yesterday. We don't understand the impact that he's having Monday to Friday on a Paul Curtis or some of these younger players, and that's the reality as well. So that's an element. That's part of the reason. This is a premiership player, 300 games. So that is part of the reason why they go to. I'm talking like when the whips are cracking. So in the middle of the ground yesterday, players like Davies Uniacke, who just signs a big contract now, Zerha, big contract, all that. You mentioned Simkin. I think he gives pretty sort of wholehearted effort most weeks.
Absolutely.
Wardlaw's the one. Wardlaw hasn't played all year. I mean, he's the one, isn't he? He's the one that's going to drive it. The others, though, the ability to, we're 16-5 down. We've got to do something about this. That's what's not happening at the moment.
No, it's not. No, and you can't just go to Wardlaw because he's the youngest player and go, well, you're better. He was simply outstanding for a young player that hasn't played. This is his first game for the year, I think.
It is. Yep.
And some of the stuff that he did was just extraordinary. How he just, I use the example. He was a Rowell, but a dark-haired Rowell.
Yeah.
And he's only going to get better when he gets his fitness up. And he has got leadership qualities in how he demonstrates how to go about it, like his tackling and his chasing. I don't know if he says a word out there. It doesn't matter. Some leaders, John Worsfold was a great leader by doing things. Nick Maxwell doing, but also talking. So they come in different forms, Bawley.
Off the SMS, Liv from Marupna. Carlton hasn't quite left the tunnel, but there is some light ahead on the back of wins over West Coast and North Melbourne, so they got themselves back in the season. Helen says, do North have too many old-timers? They had 4 30-year-olds playing yesterday, and they obviously went shopping for some experience. They're really missing guys in that sort of 25 to 30 bracket, aren't they, on their list? They've got a lot of quality young kids, and they've gone and shopped after a few of them. And this from Jason in Geelong. The Bulldogs played 3 Good Friday clashes as the away team, won them all, filled the stadium each time, yet lost the games to club that get all the good slots from the AFL. How does this happen? From Jason. So I just quickly went through a bit of the records here, Jason. So the first time we saw it was 2017. We hadn't had Good Friday footy until then. 42,814. So 42,000 was the attendance.
And who was that? Bulldogs North.
Bulldogs North. And I think everyone agreed at the time. Yep. Great. 2 teams that don't get a lot of primetime slots, get a marquee game. The issue is they played 2 more games after that. They played one in 2021. They got 28,000. And then they played again the following year. They got 32,000. So basically they said, look, we don't have the drawing power here. They need a dance partner that can bring a whole lot of people and some eyeballs with them. And unfortunately, again, that's the big, powerful Victorian teams. And so whether it's Essendon, Collingwood, Richmond, whoever, it turned out in this case to be Carlton. And the Blues have done a nice job with it. So unfortunately, they didn't get the crowd that they were hoping for in those last couple of years against the Bulldogs. They've got their own little slot that they're trying to create, which is the Sunday night of Easter into the public holiday.
I like it.
I like it too.
And 2 Marvel tenants, Saints, and it's a big game tomorrow night.
Yeah,
doing good form.
So, there's something that I don't think we've done a lot of in the past here in Victoria is maximise the Sunday night into the public holiday. I know Carlton and Essendon have made the King's Birthday Eve game their own as a proper nighttime slot. So hopefully it catches on.
Anzac Day Eve. There's one we're missing, aren't we, with the earlier start to the season now, the Labor Day Monday. Yeah, it feels like we missed one there.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. That's 1300 558 222. Just last one, Todd Viney. Ben was in commentary with us yesterday, Ben Cameron, and asked him about the question that Alistair Clarkson got during the week on Fox Footy around whether he's sort of still up with the modern game and whether he's still got it to tactically compete in 2025.
Todd, Alistair Clarkson was very much a story of this week. You know him as well as anybody. I know he was put in a little bit of an awkward situation on AFL 360 when asked about whether he was the right man for the job. But why do you believe he is?
Well, I thought it was a cheap shot. Really, he's a 4-time premiership coach. He's not one to blow his bags. Of course, he understands the game. He knows it better than most. Working with all my team, they're always staggered at the attention to detail, the understanding of the game that he's got. So, we're fully confident that he's obviously had some distractions over the last couple of years, but he understands the game as good as anyone. And, as I said, we've just got to get on game day to execute it a bit better.
Is it a fair question, Mick?
Well, it is a fair question. Yes, it is. And you've just got to answer it the way you feel. Like, you study the game. The game hasn't changed dramatically. For all those that say, the modern game. When did the modern game take place? Is it this year? Is it 2000? Is it 1990? When was the so-called modern game the modern? So it has shuffled since I've been a coach from 1984, when we were part-timers. The game has shuffled around the premiers. How good, what they do you emulate them or do you try to find a way through them? And Clarkson had fantastic, as I've said last night, had fantastic results at Hawthorn with a lot of left-footers, brilliant forward line, work the ball down into your front, into your middle of the ground, and then go deep into your forward line, and then they just cream size. I reckon he tried to do that at North Melbourne, found out it wasn't working. He's subtly made changes. I've seen it. Even last night I saw subtle changes to that. He wasn't sort of locked into that. He's adjusting like any good coach would to the team that's in front of you. Can I just say something about the North Melbourne, though? Yeah.
Would you be insulted, though, if someone asked you that question?
Oh, no, you just got to. And that's just the way it works out. No, you wouldn't be insulted. North Melbourne's draw. I was under the impression that you play the bottom six should play the bottom six very early in the season, right? So I'm wondering why it's round 10 before North Melbourne plays Richmond, who are on the bottom. It's round 10. It's round 13 before they play West Coast, who are second bottom. Why is it? If we're going to give these sides a bit of a leg up just to see how they perform and get a couple of wins on, you've got to make it early in the season. You can't just wait until round 10 and round 13 and go, well, you're now playing the bottom sides. It's so orchestrated, this draw around money. It's got to be around giving the supporters the opportunity to see their side. And
that's been the murmuring around Gold Coast start of the season. Yeah, it has. The other clubs saying
I understand that.
So they should be going well. They've played the bottom.
I understand that. I understand that.
But that's I'm agreeing with you, celebrating your point.
Yeah. So I don't understand why we why it's taken so long. Round 10, we're talking about May and in June, before that side is playing company of last year.
And they don't play West Coast twice.
And they don't play them twice. So we've already got such a compromised draw. You've got to give the bottom sides, the top side should play in the first 6 weeks, orchestrated that they play each other that 5 times. You know, the top 6, 5 games should be against the top sides.
Mixed messages coming up. Jake Lever's going to join us from the D's. Your calls on 1300 558 222. Michael from Fish Creek is the first of our callers. Hello, Michael.
Hello. Yeah.
What have you got for us?
Yeah, I just want to, like Gary Lyon, I just want Mick's opinion on how he gets a game in the All-Australian side with, he wasn't nowhere near the best centre forward in the league with Brereton and Kernahan and then getting around. You got Lockett and Dunstall and that. Like, how does he get to question Clarkson?
So you didn't think it was a fair question?
Well, I don't think he's a fair footballer. I don't rate him as a footballer. So I really don't rate him as a commentator.
It's interesting because he's a very good mate of Alistair, I think. Well,
Yeah.
They're quite close. So
Yeah,
I didn't hear that. I know, but I had sort of second-hand heard that he came in and reiterated the question.
I kind of felt like it was a talking point that everyone in the footy world was discussing, and if anything, he gave Clarkson the chance to say his piece on it. Yeah. What's the point of having the conversation, and then when the guy comes and sits down, you don't speak to him about what everybody's questioning in the industry?
But particularly given the way they're playing.
So he basically serves one up for him to say, hey, this is your chance to answer it, and he chose not to for whatever reason, which I would have thought was a perfect opportunity to say, absolutely, I do. I feel like I'm the right man for the job. I'm up for the fight. Let's go. You'll see a response from us on the weekend.
And I'm trying to start. I mean, what he did going way back, he got ahead of the game too. And you listen to his successor. Interestingly enough, Sam Mitchell at Hawthorn, he talks about designing a game plan that the AFL, that the game wants to see in 12 months' time, not now or yesterday. So I think that's sort of more the question, whether you have the energy to be able to do that. I think at the moment the issue, like. You think about what Lee Matthews and Mick used to say, when were you coaching your best? Well, when you had your cattle at your disposal. I mean, that helps. So at the moment, he's in the weeds trying to find out which of his cattle are going to be able to play that way in 12 months' time.
Yeah, good place, Fish Creek too, by the way.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it is. I agree with that. It comes a time when you look at your team and you've got to go, how do I make this team play the way it's going to compete against the top sides? And it's not a matter of being... And sometimes you have to shuffle those players around, but your hands are tied behind your back if your side is underachieving and it's just not good enough. Because I get asked this: who's the best coach you've coached against? The best coach is the coach that's got the best side. They are so hard to beat.
Well, McWalter, we saw the Eagles last week. He's got that challenge at the moment, doesn't he? I mean, he'd be thinking about coaching a team for longer term success. How's the game going to be played in 12 months' time? Where he just doesn't have the... And we saw it last week. They just couldn't defend. The players are still learning, so they're all at sea. And there's breakdowns everywhere, and then they get embarrassed.
Yeah.
A bit like North, last night in the second half. So that's the challenge of the coaches of those bottom 4-6 teams at the moment.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. Back with more of your calls next. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport.
Hello, Patrick Stack here. Do you like sport and good conversation? Then we've got a great podcast for you. One cracking story, in depth, every day, in under 15 minutes. It's called ABC Sport Daily, and you can find it on the ABC Listen app.
You're listening to AFL Saturday with Corbin Middlemass, Mick Malthouse and Luke Ball on your radio, ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
As a footy club, we've already punished him. We don't want to keep punishing him. So if we decide to play him this weekend, well then that's everyone else's opinion, not ours. As I said, we've punished him enough. And right now, as I said, it's around performance. And if he trains well enough, he'll be available for the selection this weekend, and we'll make that decision later today.
They made the decision all right, and they were pretty solid on their stance too. The Richmond Football Club saying that Noah Bolter has been punished enough days before the verdict comes down in the court in his case there. And, of course, one in which he pleaded guilty to for assault, and yet he's going to run out for the Richmond Football Club tonight, named to play against the Gold Coast Suns. The AFL say, look, we don't have any issue with it. And Richmond have said, right, we'll pick him then after one practice match in the VFL last week. How do we feel about it that Noah Bolter is playing just days before his sentencing?
Well, I'm of the opinion, I believe that until someone's proven guilty, that you've got to give them the opportunity. We know what's taking place here. I would be, in Richmond's case, I would be holding off until the courts have their judgment and see what if there is any penalty. And once that's been done, play 1 week. You're really stubbing. You're putting your thumb up by not you're jumping in front of the courts. I think it's not a good look. I'm all for guilt has to be proven, but I think he's proven. He's
pled guilty.
He's pled guilty. Yeah. So he should wait.
It would be completely different if he pled not guilty, and I understand that it becomes a little bit more difficult in that scenario.
Yep. No, I'd wait. Wait for 1 week.
That's the other thing. It's not as if it's going to be. It's not like it's November or something like that. It just seems like a no-brainer, and yet Richmond have kind of dragged their brand through the mud a little bit while this has all been going on, all to playing for 4 quarters of footy for a team that's going to finish towards the bottom of the table.
Should headquarters have made it easier for them and taken it out of their hands?
Well, they've got a first-year CEO, Shane Dunn, has just come on board as a young guy. This was really the
AFL headquarters.
Right, well...
Should they have said, no, he's not to play?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think at the end of the day...
They've got to make decisions, Paulie. That's what the whole idea about. In that position, you have got to make decisions that's made. You know what I'm like with EPL. I watch the decisions made on sides, and they are categoric. Bang, there it is. They have an opinion. They form it. They give it a direction. American football, you just know that the top office is going to make an opinion, make a decision. You stick with that decision. We are so wishy-washy over this one. This one should have been wait until next week. Bad luck, you're not playing him.
So I think they feel like we've already put down a punishment, which was
so that's it.
2 practice games.
The AFL said he's right. He's ready to be.
So the thing that changed at that time is that they thought the court proceedings would have been done by then. Instead, it's been kicked down the can's been kicked down the road 2 weeks, but it's only 2 weeks. So I think they're worried about, do we penalise him again, and then the Players Association gets involved and whatever. But surely, if you're the AFL, you get the last say. This is our competition. And I put it like this sort of last week, talking about the situation where it's almost like, when a player gets found to have taken illicit drugs, right? So we've got a system that deals with that. It's a 3-strike policy or whatever it is, and it happens behind the scenes. But the minute there's a photo or somehow it gets made public, 2 weeks. So it's 2 weeks for Bailey Smith, for Jack Ginnivan or whatever, and it's almost like this brand damage, inverted commas. So here's a 2-week penalty, even though there are other cases where players test positive and they're treated with separately because it's private and it's behind the scenes. You could have easily said in the Noah Bolter case, hey, the video wasn't made public in the past. The video's come to light. Everybody's seen it. Looks terrible for the league. So here's another 2 weeks on top of
we're just going to wait until you go through.
Yep, that's it. You're not saying, here's another 2 weeks. No, we're going to wait for the courts to form a judgment, and we'll live with that judgment.
Your thoughts, 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. He is named and he's playing tonight for Richmond against Gold Coast. And, of course, you'll hear all the games all weekend long through the ABC Listen app here on ABC Sport. Paul from Ringwood is the next of our callers. Hello, Paul.
Yeah, good day. Look, Nick, am I imagining things, or does McGovern seem to leave the field a lot after physical contact?
You're talking to the wrong bloke.
Hang on, which one? Which one, Mitch or
Jeremy?
Jeremy.
Oh, sorry, Jeremy.
Jeremy from West Coast.
No, it'd be Mitch, wouldn't it? You're talking about
Carlton or West Coast?
No, the Carlton guy.
Mitch. No, it's not a bad... Are you a Carlton supporter?
I am, yes.
Yeah, I think there's something in that a little bit. I think last week he came off as well. I mean, there's 2 parts to that. He sort of plays in a way where because he sort of launches himself in the air a lot and all that, where he opens himself up to a lot of hits, but that's not a bad... that's from a supporter who clearly watches him week in, week out, which I don't, Mick, but did he do that last night? Did he come off?
We made the observation that he hurt himself and comes off the ground pretty regularly. I think that there's going to be a time when when you've cried wolf too often, and he's going to be told to stay out there, and it may not be the right time to stay out there. So
he had a right shoulder.
You've got to be careful.
Yeah, he had a right shoulder looked at last night. So he came off.
It turned out his right shoulder was looked at, and he had his bicep taped up. So worked that one out.
That's right. He did. He'd come back on the ground though, which is good news for Mitch. Patrick from Port Fairy is the next of our callers on 1300 558 222. Hello, Patrick.
G'day. Yeah, just a quick one on the Noah Bolter one, and I want to quickly chat about North. Just on Bolter, I mean, he's already pleaded guilty. He could do some time. I mean, what's going to happen on the event that occurs for the AFL? And then secondly, just on North, they were unwatchable yesterday. I don't know what's going on down there, and I'd be interested in your thoughts.
Yeah, well, there's the two things there. You're right. If he gets time, well, the AFL are going to, and so will Richmond, have egg on their face. Make no mistake about it. Richmond have also made the decision. And two is North Melbourne. Yes, we come to the conclusion yesterday, particularly the last quarter when it was just so easy to score. It was like schoolboy stuff. It's not good for the game.
Yep,
simple as that.
1300 558 222 is the talkback number. We did chat a little bit about North off the top of the program. Yeah, it's been a tough patch of road for them. So 23 times in the last 29 games they've conceded over 100 points. Of course, every episode is uploaded through the podcast store, or the ABC Listen app under ABC AFL Daily. So you'll get your AFL Saturday and AFL Sunday drops there, plus all your programming during the week, something new every day through ABC AFL Daily. John from Donald is the next of our callers. Hello, John.
Hi, how are you, Mick? Question to you, mate. I'm about your vintage, maybe a couple of years younger, but when I was 18, I went and played in the Diamond Valley League, and I spent every second week knocked out through ex-AFL or VFL footballers in those days, like Adamson and Montgomery and O'Callaghan and Clifton and all those sort of blokes.
Yep.
I'm really worried about Dacos because, in all seriousness, he is that good now, and Collingwood have worked out how to protect him and get the minder off him. He goes and plays in the grand final. Like, seriously, it'd be like, I just wonder if what Geelong did in 89 tried to do, actually, to Brereton could occur in these days of football, because he is the difference between winning and losing a grand final.
Yeah, I agree. He is that good. Yes, he is one of the best footballers I've seen run around for a long, long time. In fact, he's as good as anyone I've seen.
Well, you know what? G. Ablett Jr. is the comp for me. He's heading in that direction. Well, sorry to interrupt, but that's who he reminds me.
Yeah, well, I think, forget about the contact there. That sometimes will happen and sometimes won't happen. I think what clubs are going to have to try to work out between now and then when they're going to play against Collingwood is to have a legitimate tagger, find out what sort of tagger. I am bemused when I listen to... I even listened to, I won't say who from Brisbane, say, no, we'll stand next to him and we'll block him and do this or stuff. There's a thing called the net, and the one is that's where you face the player. Yes, you have someone come up near him. I've got to say that I employed that quite frequently against Chris Judd because his explosive speed meant that the bloke next to him had no hope. So you're better off netting him, pushing him into a position where he had to go to his left, and then you may not have stopped him getting a lot of the football, but what you did do is you made sure that the effectiveness of that football wasn't as neat. So I think that the worry for Collingwood would be that someone actually hits upon a good method to stop him. He is fundamentally he keeps in the game by give and get and uses explosive speed. It's a great lesson for players. Stay in the game because he stays in the game all the time. As far as getting knocked out, you hope that doesn't happen.
How high up have you got the Pies in your premiership pecking order?
Top four. Yep.
Top 1 or 2.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. Well, I had that.
Yeah, you had them there at the start?
Yeah.
I had a Geelong Hawthorn grand final at the start, which sort of holding to.
I think the Giants are probably entitled to be considered the one seed at the moment. Now, I think Collingwood.
As long as they don't get injuries.
Yeah. Well, injuries is the caveat for every team. I think, Mick, to an extent.
Yep.
The top teams have got more depth, and I think that's what we're seeing with Collingwood. I mean, Houston comes back next week. Hogan goes out this week. How they're going to go without him? Stringer has to step up.
Got the Giants on the top line?
I think so. Now, the scoreboard looked dominant against Collingwood. We know that I think it was a bit at round one. There was some crazy weird results. There was heat, all that sort of stuff. But I think the Giants' ceiling might be higher than anyone.
Yep. So then we got the Pies.
Yep.
Cats and the Hawks.
The Cats. We talk about the infrastructure. You just trust their infrastructure more than anyone.
Chances are they're going to be there on prelim night, and then if you get a little lucky, you're in a grand final.
And Brisbane still. They were due a mulligan. They had 5-day break. They've been just going in second and third gear, getting the win, so they'll be okay.
They missed Danaher, so you can't rely on Hipwood to be their dominant forward. The other thing is too, I just suspect that Hawthorn need Day back. Now I don't know. A navicular is a very strange piece of equipment on your foot. So I mean, if that doesn't come back,
it's a worry.
It is. Navicular is a real worry, not only for this year but for his career.
That was the James Hurd issue, wasn't it? Now he overcame it.
Yes,
but he had a lot of trouble.
If he comes back though, I wouldn't discount the Hawks. I think they've got all the fundamentals in the right spot.
Well, yeah, it's interesting. It really stood out. Now Port had a night out, didn't they? But without Day, and I remember they threw their hat in the ring heavily for Bailey Smith, and I remember at the time thinking, what would they go? You see why. Without Day, they're a mid, or even with Day, they're probably still a midfielder short for that top level, top four sort of.
I reckon they'll beat Geelong. No.
Okay. Well, I'll be picking Geelong.
Okay, well, I'll go for the Hawks.
Mixed messages coming up in just a moment. The Dons won last night, but they lost Sam Draper in the process. Here's their coach, Brad Scott, post-game.
Yeah, it looks like an Achilles. Yeah, the severity of it, we're concerned about it. I'm sort of reluctant to sort of make big statements about it because we don't know for sure. But at three-quarter time, he had some calf tightness on the other side, of which I was, rightly concerned about, and we were concerned about. But he felt a tight calf in the third quarter. He played out the quarter, felt fine, it was right to go. And he went down. I just assumed it was that calf, but it was actually the Achilles on his other leg. So, completely out of the blue because we didn't have any tightness in that side. So, but it sounds like one of those classic Achilles injuries where he thought he was kicked, but no one kicked him, unfortunately.
Geez, you can imagine the storyline if it was the same leg, but it's
then again, even if it was the same leg, if you've got a mild irritation on your calf and you're feeling okay, and the medical staff say you're okay, unless they examine it and say, "Oh, no, look, this is more your Achilles," I don't think he has to justify by saying it's the other leg. No medical staff will put you out there if there's a chance, particularly a ruptured Achilles. It's such a rare animal. Anthony Rocker right in front of me, running along, and he looked around to see who kicked him.
Yeah. Yep. And then it was the same sort of case last night where he took off and then looked back, and sure enough, he was all alone.
It's a big blow, isn't it?
It's a shock, especially when you've lost two of them.
I know. Yeah, and the way he plays too, coming back from that, I think he's got time on his side, but. Gee, that's
he won't come
huge
back
blow.
This year,
well, not this year. I'm just saying time, the way he plays.
Has it been confirmed as a ruptured?
Hasn't yet, but
that's what they're suspecting. And I was listening to our coverage last night on ABC Sport, and the mood in the rooms. And Dylan Shield mentioned this that. Yeah, look, it's pretty sombre, and the reason for that is Sam Draper's hurt and everything. So it almost felt like they'd lost, even though they'd won. They're on a 3-game winning streak heading into Anzac Day next Friday, and yet it feels like a mismatch. It feels like, how the Bombers going to compete and keep up with Collingwood, despite the fact one's on a 5-game win streak, one's on a 3-game win streak. You'd think it would be the biggest build-up since Ben Hur. And
I think I actually watched the second half closely, that game last night. That showed a bit of maturity to steady and win that game. That was there to be lost. The Bombers of Corbett, the Bombers of a couple of years ago. You sort of throw your hands up in the air and wonder what sort of response you're going to get. So I think that aside, the ruckman situation aside, it's been a really good 3 weeks from the Bombers. They've actually been pretty solid all year, save for a bad half, I think. So they should still go into next week's game confident that they compete around the middle of the ground, which we know Collingwood's strength is at the moment, plus their team defence. If Big Goldie can stand up and just play a role, and they might have to shuffle a few other things around.
2 metre Peterson.
Yeah, and he's the other one. He kicked 6 last night, so that was a real positive to come out of the game.
But everyone's kicking goals against the young fella at West Coast at the moment.
Yeah.
Big win for the Bombers. So, as I said, they head into Anzac Day on a 3-game winning sequence. Sam Draper's off contract as well. So we talk about, player agents in particular at the moment, and we work with a couple of them, and how it feels like the deck's stacked in their favour and trying to extract as much as they can out of the clubs and hold it over them about, potentially he'll leave and what'll happen. Well, Draper's probably cost himself 150,000 last night by the fact he does his Achilles, and all of a sudden now that contract, I'm sure, would look completely different even if he does stay at the Bombers. So 1300 558 222 is the talkback number. It's now time for Mixed Messages
on AFL Saturday.
What do they reckon? They come to play marbles or football, or think they sat in their cars waiting for the game to start and go out there?
This is Mixed Messages.
Well, this is not an easy message. This is one that, having watched North Melbourne play last night, I'm watching a team that has accepted being beaten. Not being close, but being beaten. They have little hope the way they're playing, and I'm going to be strong here and say it's certainly not Alistair Clarkson. It's just simply that North Melbourne over the last few years do not know how to win. There's one of the things about leadership, you generally put, if I can go back to coaching times myself, that if you played against a side, they didn't have any good players in it, but they didn't know how to win, and that young coach or a coach took over, you knew if it got close, you were going to hold up if you'd been a winner in yourself or with your team and your teammates knew how to win. Winning is we know this is a cliche. Winning is a habit. Unfortunately, so is losing. When it starts to go against you and you need players to stand up, I'm watching now hunched shoulders, hands on knees, a total acceptance of what's going on. It is unhealthy. How you arrest it is it's probably one of the lifelong things that all sportsmen try to chase. How do you arrest a slump, and a long-term slump, at a football club that is the poor relation? So this is going to be no easy case of getting over.
It's a strong Mixed Messages on ABC Sport. And what do you make of all that,
Well, we covered it earlier, didn't we? To me, that speaks to leadership. That at some stage, that's the players' responsibility as well. And hopefully it's Wardlaw, it's Sheasel, it's Davies Uniacke now. He's committed to the club long term. These are the players that as they get over that 100-game mark and into those mid-20, late 20s.
That's they're the ones.
There it is. Well, they've got to drive it though. They're the ones that have to recognise that it's going to be off the back of their standards and their behaviours that turn that around.
Yeah, Paulie, you've changed clubs, and it was more not the case of chasing the dollar or because of free agency or anything. But have a look at the calibre they've picked up. Parker, who was struggling to get a game at Sydney at the end, or early on. He got a couple of games near the end. He's 30 plus. I like the way he goes. Yeah, Jack Darling is not the answer. Caleb Daniels, a lovely little player, lovely little bloke, not the answer. This gets back to Corby. I spoke about this some time ago, that free agency's got to be a draft, because and it still gives the player a chance to play with the club he's with, all been picked up. And if you're chasing a ruck, you only get one pick at it. So if you're a ruckman and they don't need ruckman, well, you don't get picked. You're picked by the second best side or third weakest side. We're not going to overcome this by seeing free agency go to the top sides every time and North Melbourne pick up what they've picked up, who quite frankly are going to make no difference to that football season.
It's interesting, isn't it? The free agency piece. It's the chick. I heard Chris Scott interviewed during the week, and I think he was asked that, how they've managed to avoid bottoming out, going down to the bottom of the ladder, how they've been able to attract the likes of Dangerfield and Cameron. But his answer was quite simple and practical, and we've spoken about it here as well. How do you attract players in? Well, by winning, by a winning culture. But
we know that.
Yep.
And continual winning sees us continual clubs at the top. Continual losing sees the same clubs at the bottom.
So the model of bringing in free agency completely sort of contradicts why the draft existed.
Exactly.
It sort of gives the players a bit of power, and it's easier to stay up than it is to get up.
But it's to a certain. They still have to have spent a certain amount of time at the club. So you can't completely abdicate responsibility from clubs who don't create this culture, and then in 8 years' time, they've had a player for 8 years. They go, oh, now he wants to leave. Help us. I'm not sure. And look, the competition, the way it's structured, is quite unique, and we know that those sort of clubs are going to struggle in terms of big games and big attendance and all that sort of stuff. But their responsibility's still got to sit with the club too, Mick.
Andrew from Gippsland, the next of our callers. Hello, Andrew.
G'day, guys. Quick question for you. The Richmond player who belted the bloke who's getting sentenced this week, my question is, if he'd done that on the field, how long would he have got suspended for? Because I can't believe he's already allowed back to play.
15, 16 weeks.
If he pushed him over like that and punched him a few times in the head, which we saw in the video, I got a feeling he might have be going on long-term holidays.
Well, when you think about someone like Ryan Mansell, a little shove into a marking contest, he misses three premiership matches, and then his teammate Noah Bolter misses 4.
Yeah, but see the league aren't punishing him; it's the courts that will punish him.
Yep.
So it's a valid question, but it's invalid in terms of reference to the AFL giving him weeks because of that incident.
Yeah. But then you can ask the question to the league, is it a hypocritical stance about what they want to intervene on and what they don't want to intervene on when it comes to issues outside the game and everything else? Greg from Buninyong, the next of our callers. Hello, Greg.
Another good
G'day, guys. How are you?
Well, thanks.
That's good. On the Sam Draper thing, I'm an Essendon supporter, and what I think they should do, because this would be good for all the spectators, the Essendon barrackers, whatever, is pay him what he would have got if he didn't get injured, like a rise, so that no one else can get him. He's beloved by the Essendon faithful, and he's good for the game. He's a bit of a character, and they should do everything. He got injured playing for Essendon. Don't penalise him for that.
It's a really, really interesting and good call, I think. Now, we don't know the details of... I think he's a SA boy, so we know that he was probably going to get overtures to come back home, and when that happens, there has to be overs in terms of years and money. Usually, that's the case. So I think I agree. It's interesting. I got him a knee at the start of 2012, and I was out of contract that year, and I think I was late 20s, so I was a little bit older than Sam. But the club were fantastic, and they did the same thing. What was going to happen at the end of that year anyway? They honoured that, and so. In a way, it engenders that culture and that sort of sense of loyalty. Not that I was ever going to go anywhere, obviously, but
that's the other thing.
For a player to go back. So I think
we don't know where his contract situation
exactly
is, how far down the path they were.
That's right. So I think to the caller's point, it's a really good opportunity for the club to in a way engender that loyalty or make Sam feel that way.
Essendon will, Paulie.
I think they will too. It's a good call.
Luke Beveridge was at his midweek press conference during the week. He had a couple of fascinating things to say, in particular about Jamara Ugle-Hagan, of course, who's at the club sometimes, other times he's not. As the number one pick, he certainly hasn't played at all this year and doesn't look like he's going to anytime soon. This is what Luke Beveridge had to say.
Yeah, try not to think about the social media side of things too much, Shane, and at the moment, the decision making in regards to Jamara's future and what that entails is significantly in the AFL's hands. So we're waiting on them to do certain things, and we're continually interacting with them and working through it to work out what's best for Mara.
Well, I think it's what's best for the Dogs. Really, they've been very patient to a player, particularly when he first arrived. He arrived with all sorts of how great he is, and they've kept and full credit to Luke Beveridge, who wasn't tempted to listen to public opinion and have to play him. They put him in the seconds until he was able to do the things that that Luke Beveridge wanted to do, as far as the chasing, the defending, and got better with his body. They got some good football out of him. I think they're going to get one cracker out of him from now on in. He could be a lost cause.
It sounds like that.
I'm intrigued that the AFL or someone doesn't come out and say, "Tell us exactly what's going on," because we're all over this. Where there's so much speculation, and some seems to be right and some seems to be wrong. Clear it up. Get it out there.
It doesn't feel like. It feels like that relationship's ending, doesn't it, between the Bulldogs and Jamara? I'd be shocked if he plays another game in their jumper from here. This is AFL Saturday on ABC Sport. We're counting down to the start of Melbourne and Fremantle. There is a late change. Heath Chapman is out, so he misses with illness, and in comes James Aish. Isaiah Dudley is the sub for Freo, and for Melbourne, Harry Sharp is their sub. Unfortunately, the injured premiership defender, it's not unfortunate he joins us, unfortunately he's injured. Jake Lever joins us on ABC Sport. Appreciate your time, Jake.
Thanks for having me.
How are you, firstly? How's the foot?
Yeah, going okay. Better than I first thought, to be honest. I thought I'd still be scooting around on my little scooter that lifts my leg up, but I'm in a moon boot and walking around with no pain, and I've been telling the doctors and the physios that I could take this moon boot off and stop looking like a little bit of an idiot. I'm going really well. So surgeon said it went well. I would have been worried if he'd come out and he said he butchered my ankle, but he didn't. So going well.
Take us inside the club. We heard about it over the summer. Love, play, celebrate, the new themes, and it was well documented, obviously, the culture issues, and I guess the broad environment inside the club last year was really tested. Is it tested again at 0 and 5 and everything that you worked towards over the summer?
Oh, look, you'd probably look from an outside and think so, but, we're as close as ever. I think that, adversity, it grows people as both individually and as a team, and that's what the opportunity that we're looking at right now. We spoke in leaders meeting during this week that it's bloody easy to lead when everything's going well and you're successful, but this is a time that we should relish as leaders of the footy club, and I'm really looking forward to those 5 or 6 guys that are playing today to really relish that and inspire the lads. But we're still pretty strong on some of the stuff that we worked on throughout the summer. But understand that, 0 and 5, I think we'd be silly sitting here saying that we're happy with the position that we're in. So we're not going to get desperate, but we're really looking forward to, putting this on show today and against a really quality outfit.
Jake, I was going to ask that about the leadership. We discussed at length North Melbourne, their issues, I think, in that front at the moment. Have you stepped up? I think the coach has been pretty clear over the last couple of weeks around where he sees things at the moment. Take us inside the club during the week. Have you, to the extent that you're able to, and the rest of the... you're blessed with really great leaders at the footy club. Have you increased your involvement in terms of, team meetings, for instance, or training even?
I think that's one thing that, as a leadership group, we have discussed. And it started this week, Big Dorney and the likes have really taken on board what Goody has said, because in the end it's one thing for Goody and the coaches to say that we're what we need to be better at, and we can sort of look at it and watch as much vision as we need, but in the end we need to get out there and action it. And I've loved what the leaders have done this week in terms of driving the week and understanding what Freo needs to do to win the game and what we can do to stop that, and then put our strengths on show. So our strengths on show our strengths haven't been on show during the first five weeks. It's probably been maybe one quarter if we're lucky at any sort of stage throughout the game. So I'm really excited to see the lads today because they train really well. We drove it as a leadership group, and me as an individual, I'm just trying to help out the back line. Obviously I'm not going to be there for sort of 6-7 weeks. Maisie's obviously missing today, so there's going to be a little bit less experienced guys down there today. So I'm going to be sitting on the bench for the first time, which is exciting. I'm looking forward to getting around the boys and just seeing what I'm seeing from ground level and passing on the message and making sure that they can be as clear as possible.
You are struggling to score a bit. That's a clear RFI, and a couple of players have been casualties this week. I know you're a defender, but you've played on some great forwards and some great forward lines over the years. Have you wandered down the other end, Jake, this week and had a little bit of a say on what's going to happen today?
Oh, not yet. I reckon in 6 weeks' time I said to Goody that I might just roll down and try and kick a couple of snags, because I haven't kicked too many in my career. But no, as you said, I think that chatting to the forward line group, that we can just help them, as myself and Steve have played on some amazing forwards over our time, and we've sort of just been giving them sort of things that defenders want, and especially the Freo defenders. They love to get aggressive and really try and take some marks and really come off their opponents. So we were just speaking to the forwards during the week what sort of I don't like and what Steve doesn't like when we are trying to be aggressive and take intercept marks. So hopefully they bring out some of that out today, but I haven't told Goody yet that I'm going to be playing out of the goal square, no.
Godspeed, Jake. Hopefully we see you back out there soon.
Thank you very much, guys.
Jake Lever with us from the Demons. All right, 50 seconds before we're out of here. Of course, you can catch up through ABC AFL Daily. Crows, Giants. Who wins today, Mick?
Giants. I think it might be a bit damp, and those 3 big tools of their goal kicking in Adelaide may get squashed a little bit.
I'll go the Crows. I think a little bit more desperate. I think no Hogan as well.
And can the D's break through today here against the Dockers?
I am so sick of being told how great they are off the ground and their leadership and they're going to do this and going to do that. They are the best gunners in history of the world. Bawley, I couldn't have a chance to jump in, but I didn't want to cut him short. But absolutely action rather than words.
Nick, enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Bawley sticking around for the game. That's coming up next. On deck, Melbourne and Fremantle.
An emergency can happen anywhere. There are 3 warning levels across Australia: advice, watch and act, and emergency. To learn more, go to the ABC Emergency website and stay listening to your emergency broadcaster, ABC Radio.
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos. Alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny. ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a match-up this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get excited about.
The intensity and the pressure in the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He's pulled the through for a magnificent goal. Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick.
Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker. Leans back on the kick. Game on.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward on that. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Points to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers, snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
We'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the logo.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity. He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Road snaps, goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that mighty roar.
Walks one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish. 60 out. Oh, my goodness. That's a massive kick.
Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football. Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for 6. Scores level. Running past. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer?
Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
Both these teams had a winless opening fortnight to season 2025. Fast forward 3 weeks and the Dockers have got it together. They've won 3 on the bounce and all of a sudden find themselves in the positive at 3-2. While for Melbourne, they're still winless. 0-5, their worst start under coach Simon Goodwin and their worst as a team since way back in 2012. How much further can it fall for the Demons? They've made a couple of changes. They omitted their 2 forwards in Fritsch and Van Rooyen. Will they get a spike this afternoon here at the mighty MCG? 2 teams who have courted each other's players in recent times, so perhaps there'll be a little bit of spice. The Dockers winning big on the 2 occasions that they met last year by 50 points and 92 points respectively in the 2 games. What will we get this afternoon? The Demons and the Dockers here at the MCG. It is overcast, but it's warm. 27 degrees is the forecast. There is a late change. Heath Chapman out with illness. James Aish takes his place in the lineup, and the respective subs, Isaiah Dudley for the visitors, and for the home team, it's Harry Sharp who's going to start as the sub for Melbourne. My name's Corbin Middlemass. It's a joy to be here. Ben Cameron is here to call the footy with me. Big day for you, Ben.
Hello, Corb. Very excited to be here. Fremantle have won their last 3 against Melbourne across 3 different venues. So Perth Stadium, Traeger Park in Alice Springs, and the MCG by an average margin of 50 points. Also, the last time they did meet, the Brownlow medal votes. Caleb Sarong 3, 36 and 1 he had. Andy Brayshaw 2 votes from 41 disposals and 6 inside 50s. And Hayden Young, who had it 28 times. So that's a fair old midfield shellacking from Fremantle to Melbourne. Can the D's mids respond today? I'm intrigued to watch that battle.
Have you got a little team to unveil for us?
I do.
Today?
I thought that's what you might have been alluding to. I always reference the players with 2 first names.
Yep.
And today we named the team. Oh. And it is a team that at full strength I think could challenge for any State of Origin title.
Right.
So half-time will be the time.
I don't know about that, but I know Luke Ball's sort of been up late. You weren't able to get too much sleep last night, Bally, when you learned that this was happening.
Very exciting. Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait to pick it apart, Rammer, with you, the self-anointed chairman of selectors. I think we're going to go through it with a fine-tooth comb, so stay tuned.
I heard there's a reasonably big omission already that didn't quite make the initial squad, and there could even be a little late change to that
the
lineup.
first person that came to my head, probably captain as well, would be Jeremy Cameron.
Sure, he's got to be.
Well, in honour
we'll see.
Well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see.
Surely Jez will be there. There'll be no doubt about it. Luke Ball's here, Premiership partner, of course, youngest bomber on planet Earth. Did it easy last night with Dons, and here we are, Adam Ramanauskas. Hello, Ram.
Good morning, good afternoon, sorry, happy Easter to everybody. Definitely wasn't done easy last night, but Essendon always find a way to make the probably the easy look very hard. I think last night it was very hard, but they got the win, but unfortunately lose Sam Draper to that Achilles injury, which is a shame, but. Look, I think now Benny realises just how difficult a job being a chairman of selector and list manager is. Like, consider it. I've had a little look at this team.
Okay.
And it's a worry. It's a worry. Like, even the coach.
Jeez. Okay.
Even the coach. I'm sort of like, you look at the assistant coach and, Ben.
You would go for the premiership experience,
I would have thought the premiership
I've made my decision.
That's a given.
Okay.
Yep. Oh, well, we know that. We know you've made your decision because
I mentioned it in the opener. These two teams have sort of courted each other's players. Kazai Pickett's been linked to the Dockers, and text messages to the Freo boys, and all the reports that obviously happened in the pre-season. He's still contracted, by the way, for another 2 years with Melbourne after this. Luke Jackson's already crossed over. Ed Langdon went the other way and obviously was part of the premiership. So players have been switching between the two teams for a number of years. Does that lead to any kind of spice amongst the playing group beyond just, hey, there's a guy we used to share the dressing room with?
Well, no, I don't think so. Depending on if the negotiations were amicable or not, that's probably more to the point. Now, the Kasai Pickett one has been an ongoing conversation, I think, now for a couple of years. So, and how he's being courted, I got no idea. So that would be the only sort of case. But I don't think players are generally that aware of it. I think that's more between officials and the like. So, but it is odd that the amount of play. And you hear Luke Jackson may want to come back as well.
Oscar McDonald today. Oscar McDonald, he started at the D's.
Yes, he did. Plays against his brother for the very first time. What about the Luke Jackson story that when he was leaving, the D's players at their end-of-season drinks sort of had a meeting to plan out the next year, and Luke Jackson came along. They basically had to say, look, mate, we're planning next year at Melbourne. You're going to Fremantle.
So it was still pretty friendly on Luke's days. He's kept a lot of his friendships in place. The Melbourne Footy Club make their way out. They've got all their little mascots running alongside them and their guard of honour, all in the navy with the red V and hoping to get on the board for the first time in the young season. The Dockers were already out there. They've been here for a week. So after a win in the Barossa against the Tigers last Sunday, they flew straight to Melbourne. There's a lot of Victorian guys in this team, so I'm sure they would have appreciated the week back home and a chance to spend a week on the road. Obviously reduces the flight. The flight is by you take a flight out of it. Obviously a few more days in a hotel room. But
Collingwood did the same thing, Corb, when they went up to Brisbane early. I don't know. As a player, I'm a creature of habit. I like my own bed, my own pillow.
The theme of today's been about leadership. So I think with a team like Collingwood, with that list, you can do that. Yeah. Cast your mind back. West Coast went straight to Adelaide and spent the week in Adelaide with that young squad. Now they've got lots of issues, we know that, but I think they were just listless. They were horrible, weren't they, against Carlton? So I think you're right, Ram. I think you've got to really read your group when it comes to that. And have you got the leadership to be able to make up for the fact that your routine's a bit broken? We know that players are creatures of habit, so we're going to find out today, pretty early on too, I think, whether Freo have come to play or really on in terms of that intensity early.
I can't believe they don't do it more, to be honest. Like, if I would almost, they talk about travel and ways around it. I don't know how they don't work the fixture that you play 2 at home, 2 away, and then basically it's immediately halves the amount of flights you take in a year by 2. So if you play a Saturday game in Melbourne or Sunday game in Melbourne, play Saturday the following week.
That's a cost thing then with hotel rooms and the like.
So this is interesting. The Giants wanted to stay in Adelaide. They played Gather Round last week. They're playing again there today, and they were told $75,000 out of your soft cap.
Yeah,
which is...
So we need to find out.
Just to close off that.
Saints must have paid.
They must have stumped up.
Yeah.
Well, we need to find that out. We'll get clarification on that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well,
now, I love the dedication of Ed Langdon. He's really dedicated to this long sleeve jumper. It's a warm autumn day in Melbourne, and well, you can't mistake it because he runs further than anybody in the game, but the long sleeve is his dedication.
You're a long sleeve wearer, but there was a limit?
Yeah, definitely.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely. I used to wear a long sleeve because I was legitimately cold, and we played a lot of games at the Docklands, and the roof closed there. It was icy in there at times, so I was one of those guys that needed to get a sweat up, and then I was happy enough to change into the short sleeve.
Paulie, you wouldn't have even owned a long sleeve, I think. You would have pipes out every game.
Yeah, pipes out.
And the oil. Don't forget the oil on the arms too.
All of that. Silly question. There is a late change. Heath Chapman is out for the Dockers with illness, so his place in the team taken by James Aish, and Aish will start. Dudley the sub for the Dockers, and Sharp is the sub for Melbourne.
And interestingly, Stephen May, who tore his plantar fascia last week, they were still expecting him to play right up until yesterday, where he was withdrawn with a groin injury. So fractured larynx, groin and plantar fascia.
Now, I missed this man last week when we were over in Adelaide. I think next year we really need to start a campaign to make sure he travels with us. Of course, he is the most well-known umpire in the history of the game, over 300 games. Ray Chamberlain is with us on the boundary this afternoon. Afternoon, Ray.
Good morning, guys. Home and away, Ray. I love it.
Yes.
How many games? It was 400. Did you sell him short there? Chamber, how many games? Got the 400, didn't you?
Nah, I was a cripple at the end. 389. 4 or 5 good ones, and total of 389.
Generous.
Wipe the sweat off my brow. I was worried I'd made a little error there.
Shouldn't have questioned it.
Ray, what we love to do every week is the hurt chamber, where we talk about one particular issue that's happening in the game, and came to light again last night, the 15-metre minimum kick, and how the umpires go about trying to officiate that. First, we've got a little audio cue. This is Jeremy McGovern speaking last night in the West Coast Eagles rooms on ABC Sport about the incident.
No, I'm not going to tiptoe around it at all, because it actually is affecting the game, especially down back. That's the difference between a goal and not. When you're really trying to control the footy sometimes, and it's not the umpire's faults at all. Obviously they're trying to keep the game going for sure, but for us as players sometimes we're a little bit confused on what's 15 and what's not. And when it's not 15, unfortunately in the back half, it more than likely results in a goal against. So it's a pretty big penalty for something that we don't really know if it's 15 or not. I'm not whinging about it at all. It is what it is, but it definitely makes it hard for us down back.
I've got a few questions around this, Ray. Firstly, is it challenging as an umpire of all the rules and things you've got to judge out there with depth perception and everything else looking through players? What are some of the challenges in being able to get that right?
Probably the most difficult one is that hit-up ball that goes inside 50. So ball leaves boot and you think, oh, yeah, that's going to be sweet. And then a player steaming up closes the gap on that ball really quickly, and it could easily be 8-9 metres, and you've got to adjust your thinking. So I always found that one, that launch pad distance about 55, 65 metres out, hitting up a player to 40, 45. They were the ones that were really the most challenging. I understand the sentiment of Jeremy and his comment there. I mean, for me, I just feel like there's enough subjectivity in the game as there is. It's not like in AFL umpiring, there's not enough to do, not enough on the to-do list to work on. I'm interested in really the genesis of what this clear communication has been to the umpires to amend what is actually a measurement. It's not subjectivity. It's 15 metres.
So do you receive that kind of communication? Because my immediate reaction is this would be a directive from the AFL to keep the game moving, to keep the ball energised and in flow.
Yeah, and look, of course, there's always directive and coaching messaging and whatever. And with laws where there's interpretive elements to it, I can totally understand that. But if you're moving 15 metres to something that isn't 15 metres, then that's a change to the laws of the game. And from my understanding, and I was only involved for 20 years, that's got to go via the commission. So I'm really interested as to who's decided it's their job remit to make a mutinous action such as this.
How is it coached? How do you guys do certain training to try and help with some of those things?
Yeah, look, and the guys got to spend a lot of time on this. So, you'll go out onto the ground and all of a sudden there'll be different, orange to orange, red to red, blue to blue type cones around, and you immediately come out and I'll kick a ball, and then, you're asked, 15 knot, how far, da-da-da-da. So they drill that visual element a lot throughout the year to keep that sort of that visual understanding of what is 15 and what isn't.
Great work, Ray. We'll check in with you a little closer to the bounce and get a check of conditions with Ray in just a moment.
Day,
and the coin toss. Interestingly, Jared Healy, who I was lucky enough to work with, he is a big advocate of 20 metres. So he thinks it should actually go out by 5. Are we a fan of that?
Yep, I would be.
Because then at least if you fall short, you're back in the 15-metre range as opposed to 8 or 10.
Yeah. I just think, 20 metres makes the most sense to me. Like 15 metres, most people can handball that. So, but if it's 20 metres, I look at the speed of the game and what it does. So, like 15 metres short kick, as Jeremy McGovern's talking about there, how to control the ball. The AFL want the ball in constant motion. So I think taking it out to 20 metres would make the most sense.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yep, no further comment.
Would you have been able to kick it to a teammate if it was 20, Bawley?
Nice one.
Shots. Getting one back in. Getting one back in before we got the team apart. I liked it. I liked it. Very good.
Holy
wow.
smokes, what a start.
The game hasn't even started
The
yet.
level of disrespect.
I reckon he's had that one up his sleeve since I questioned the vertical leap a couple of weeks ago.
He's had the bullet in the chamber, hasn't he? And off it goes before the opening bounce.
Well done.
I'll be careful. You're sitting behind, Bawley. It's a long game. You wouldn't want to make a mistake today, Ben Cameron. He's got a team on the way too. His 2 first names team of the year. Simon Goodwin said during the week, you'll see fight and resilience. Yeah. You'll see a team that is hard to play against again. So he's laid it out there. We're about to see it. Are we going to get it today?
Oh, you'd hope so. And I think, it starts in the middle. And I'm just looking down. They do have great, not just talent, but leadership through the middle of the ground, premiership experience. So, Jack Viney, look for him. He's going to drive that, isn't he? He's a player that will stand up and be counted from that point of view. Pickett will spend some time in the middle, I think. And really, I think it's as much of a challenge for Fremantle today. If they're the side, I mean, from Melbourne's point of view, it's almost a bit of a last-ditch effort, isn't it? They lose today, and really it's too far back. Whereas Fremantle are to be the team that we all think they are tracking this year, and I think really ordinary start against Geelong, but since then the arrow's pointing up, isn't it? And they've certainly got their hearts very much set on finals footy this year. They need to be just finding a way to win today, from my point of view, Curtis Corb. So I think there's as much pressure and Fremantle today than it is in Melbourne, who really they've got a last swing at it. I like they've made some changes. Well, at the end of the day, regardless of your CV, if you just haven't been getting it done forward of the ball, then go back and get some form in the reserve. So we'll see that today. I think Petty probably goes forward, Rammer, and some of the younger players like Turner get a chance. But it's obviously it starts in the middle of the ground with their trump cards.
The Fremantle one's a good point. It's a different kind of expectation, isn't it, for the Dockers, where they only get 2 chances to come to the MCG this year. They played Collingwood in round 19. Now, they are 3 wins and 2 losses since that 2022 heavy defeat to Collingwood in the semi-final. So they have made the most of their opportunities, Rammer. They get another good opportunity here today against a team they should simply come and beat.
Well, they should, and that's exactly right. They should just come to the MCG, win the game, jump back on the plane. With Melbourne and what Simon Goodwin spoke about, well, he's given the player or players the blueprint of what the expectation is. Now, it's actions to back those words up from the playing group. Now, it's really simple then from then onwards for Melbourne players. Well, if you don't perform to what I'm asking you to do, you won't play. And I actually don't mind that as a statement from Simon Goodwin. Put it out in the public domain, so then we can all judge it and analyse it as the next couple of weeks progress. If they don't do that, well, we know why they're out of the team.
It felt like we talked all week about it, is it the way the ball's going inside 50 or is it what's happening when it gets there? I feel like with Simon Goodwin making these decisions, he's answered that a little bit. He feels like they're not getting the most out of what happens when it goes inside.
It is both, though. It's a fair call, I agree. Change it up, try a different combination to see if it works. I think it's both, though. I think there's no doubt that it's the way that it's coming down. And we've spoken about their lack of sort of elite kicking, I think, around the centre part of the ground, even, coming out of half-back. I think Jake Bowie's having a really good year. Maybe it's Rivers who needs to step up from that point of view. There's some young players there who will get better, we know, with Lindsay and young Langford on the wing. I think it's up to the senior players in the middle of the ground to fix that today.
How are things outside, Ray?
It is absolutely balmy down here, 18 degrees, and as per the last time we were sitting here, nary a zephyr of wind. It's I suspect the skills will be wonderful by foot today, guys, so let's hope it's a great day.
Let's see if the Demons are hard to play against as promised. It is Melbourne and Fremantle, Saturday afternoon footy on ABC Sport. Here's Ben Cameron.
Sean Darcy wins down the opening tap. Brayshaw, the opening clearance, a high ball just inside 50, and the mark taken down back by Disco Turner.
No, it's McDonald. Oh, no, it is Turner. I was going to say, he got one up on his brother there, but no.
Turner starting down back, marks and then kicks laterally away to Howes.
Yeah, Petty forward, Turner back.
Half-back flank, kick up towards the wing. Petty punches it away, loose ball on the wing, onto it quickly. Clark gets a handball away. Darcy fumbles it, going in Langford. He loses it. Petrarca tries, Johnson too. Nowhere to go, Johnson wrapped up. Umpire wants it on the wing. Umpires Jankovskis, Fisher, Heffernan and Rebashini in charge of this one. Opening 40 seconds. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Oscar McDonald hasn't played anywhere since round 1 2024, so he's had to wait over a year for his second game for the Dockers.
I think Viney's been given the job on Sarong too as a real shutdown defensive type role.
Gone to go at it in the ruck with Sean Darcy. Ball hits the deck. Switkowski just bangs into Spargo. Ball spits out. Jago O'Meara got it away to Johnson. Handball to Clark. Handball away to Cox inside the defensive 50. Pickett sweating on it. Grabs it. Hurried kick inside the forward pocket. One bounce out of play. And a throw in. Melbourne to the city end in this opening term. Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron, Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas, your call team. 27 degrees, overcast, Fremantle and Melbourne. Just repeating the late change, Chapman out with illness, and James Aish comes into the starting 22.
Forward 50 stoppage for the D's. Gawn taking it out of the ruck, coughs it up with the handball. Sarong loses it too. Loose footy still. Darcy flicks it down. Johnson there for the Dockers, back pocket. Handball to Aish, handball to the runner Brayshaw. He'll kick into the middle of the G. Here's Bolton, who's bolting after it. Right there with him, Bowie. Bolton worries him out of it. Tracy arrives, gathers. Half forward for Freo. Bumped off his kick. Gets it away. Fredericks down there. Unable to take the mark. Lindsay goes in for the Ds. Ball hits the deck. 40 out from the Dockers' goal. Switkowski gets it out. Brayshaw involved. Free kick. Yep. Free kick to the Dockers. Brayshaw will get it. Mark set. 40 out. His old mate Langdon might have been the offending party. And he'll have the opening shot on goal.
Just drove him into the ground there where he didn't really need to, though.
Just work rate, wasn't it? Andy Brayshaw, he was the one who kicked it out of defence for Fremantle. Just kept tracking the footy. And then it was just a series of one-on-one wins, wasn't it? It was here and Bolton, Tracy, Frederick bringing the ball to ground. Switkowski involved as well. Good start to Andy Brayshaw.
Speaking of kicking distances, this will be just within range for Andy Brayshaw. Dominated last time against the D's. His drop punt. He flushes it right through the middle. What a start for the Road Warrior Dockers. 1 straight 6. Melbourne yet to score 3 minutes in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Just watching now, so what Melbourne are doing in the middle of the ground. So Cozzy Pickett is starting in the centre bounce with Viney and Petrarca. Then he's pushing really hard forward after that. So that's then allowing one of the Melbourne half forwards in Langdon to come up around the football and try to expose from there. But I'd actually like to see Cozzy Pickett just stay around the footy. Like, okay, I get it, he's dangerous playing forward, but they need some real dynamic players around the football at the moment that can burst and get away from contest.
Good start for Andy Brayshaw back in his home state. And 3 disposals, kicks the opening goal. The Dockers on the road, 1 straight. Melbourne yet to score. Back in the middle, 1 down. Straight to Viney. He's locked up.
Going to be a good battle, that one. Viney, Sarong. Tough nuts.
Gawn and Darcy to go at it. Darcy wins the hit out. Knocked on a second time by Petrarca. Bowled over without the footy. Says keep rolling. Brayshaw picks Viney's pocket. Wins the footy for Freo to his mate Sarong. Hand pass back inboard. Rivers wins it back for Melbourne. Handball to Bowie. Kicks to centre half forward for the D's. Petty down there out of position. And Pearce takes the intercept mark. The Fremantle skipper at centre half back. The Dockers 1 straight. Melbourne yet to score. We're 4 minutes in.
That's one thing you can't allow today, Harrison Petty. Okay, you don't have to go down there and kick 6 goals, but you can't be outmarked. And we know that Pearce and Cox, Luke Ryan, big strength of them.
Thoughts of Luke Ball alongside Adam Ramanauskas. Kick from Aish up towards the wing. Late inclusion for the Dockers. Ball hits the deck. Petrarca there for the D's. Gives it off to McDonald, who moves it on to Spargo. Langdon running it half forward, looks into the pocket, pulls his kick back centrally, bouncing ball for Pickett, runs an arc, snaps from 40, finishes with class. Cozzy Pickett shows the Dockers what he might have to offer. He's not a Docker yet though. 1 straight 6 apiece. 5 minutes into the first. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Oh, terrific pick up there. It's a really nice squaring kick by Ed Langdon, albeit as along the ground. That's the chaos. I think that's sometimes needed in a forward 50. Cozzy Pickett there. I mentioned starting in the centre square for the bounce, but goes forward there, is able to kick the goal. So he looks alive today, Cozzy Pickett. I say that with respect because generally if he doesn't start games well, he can really fade and be a non-factor.
It was interesting, wasn't it? Both players involved in that. Langdon coming up the ground. He's the one that ran and kicked the ball inside 50. And Pickett, who'd pushed forward, getting on the end of it. So an early win for that little tactic for the Demons.
Back in the middle, Gawn wins the hit out. Petrarca, handball to Pickett, to Oliver, back to Petrarca, walks it out the front door of the centre square, kicks to full forward. Cox getting back, spills the mark. There's time to regather. Petty a little slow to close him down as Cox sends a long kick to space at half-back. Oliver needs a kind bounce, gets it, spins out of the would-be tackle from Oscar McDonald, goes back by hand to Turner, kicks inboard, finds Langdon. Melbourne going forward again. Another entry onto the chest of Petty, who hits up and marks. He's got it at full forward, 20 out.
It's better. And I was about to make the point, Christian Petrarca, that's one of the reasons, a great example of why it's been breaking down. That previous inside 50 out of the middle of the ground, he just blazed away. He had Pickett, he could have given an extra handball too. He would have run in and had a shot at goal. But they get a second opportunity to pump the ball inside 50, and that time was Langdon lowering his eyes beautifully, kicking to a nice space. Petty was getting it good enough to get a break on his opponent.
Harrison Petty, the forward. Here we go again. He pops it through. And Melbourne take the lead after 7 minutes. The Demons 2 straight, Fremantle 1 straight. A 6-point lead for the D's. It's looking a little better Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
I mean, there are players, Rama, who you want kicking the ball inside 50. And at the moment, as good as a player as Christian Petrarca is, in all-time great, we know that. At the moment, he's not one that the Demons want chest out, kicking the ball inside 50 with, over the last couple of weeks. Whereas Ed Langdon, who's been in really good form, I thought he was their best player last week. He's had a really good start to this game as well. And again, another win for that early tactic. Pickett starting in the middle, pushing forward. I think it's Jager O'Meara's got the match-up at the moment. Langdon starting at half forward, coming up the ground and getting involved early.
Thoughts of Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas. Back-to-back goals for the D's after Fremantle kicked the first through Brayshaw. Bounce in the middle. Gawn takes it out of the ruck. Gets it on the boot. Shallow inside 50 with the high ball. Clark puts his fist through it. Punches it to the wing. Pickett there. Fumbles it. Brayshaw picks it up. Spins a full 720 in the tackle. Holding the ball. Cozzy Pickett getting busy early. Free kick to Melbourne on the wing. Wants to switch it. Looking for Rivers. Murphy Reed's come onto the ground, outmarked by Rivers. Smooth running Rivers through 50 and goaling. 3 straight 18
to 1 straight 6. And the Demons are on early at the MCG. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
Trent Rivers is just a player I want to see around the football more. Like there, he pushes forward to be able to kick a goal. I just think he's got a lot more to offer than just a halfback flanker. He's served his premiership. He's a premiership player at the D's. He's played predominantly across halfback for his entire career. But I just love to see him up around the ball a bit more and getting those opportunities. As you see there, he clearly marked the ball overhead, able then to go and kick the goal. So it's another option for Melbourne that I don't think they've explored enough just yet.
Drafted same year as Jackson and Pickett. Trent Rivers. Out of the middle they go the Dockers. Brayshaw, handball to Young, gives it to O'Meara, chips inside 50. Frederick the target, competes, no mark, spills down to Murphy Reid. Hooks a kick goalward outside of the right boot. One bounce, out of play. And the boundary throw in forward pocket for Freo, kicking to the punt road end. D's by 12 points. Heath Chapman are laid out with illness. And James Aish in the team. Darcy and Max Gawn, as it will be for most of the day in the ruck. Darcy palms it down, but straight to Lindsay of the Demons. Picked up by Howes. Handball away to Bowie from the back pocket. Kicks to half-back. It's a good one. Finds Sparrow, who takes the mark.
We would normally be able to attribute this slow start for Fremantle to the fact that it's only 11:30 out west, but they've been here all week as the kick goes up to the wing. No mark taken by Melksham. Ball hits the deck. Petrarca crashes in. Nowhere to go there. And Melksham ensures it stays in, and we'll get a ball up on the Great Southern stand wing.
Well, they were slow to the blocks last week, Benny, weren't they, out at the Barossa against Richmond, and had to do, finally got going in that second half, but yeah, just need to be careful here.
Gawn taps it down, out after it. Ryan, though, for the Dockers, trying to break a tackle. Ball jars free. Oliver can't pick it up, neither can Young there. Eventually it's picked up by Sharp. Hooks a kick around the wing for Freo. Amos can't take the mark. Ball hits the deck. Clever soccer there from Brayshaw. It was like the toe poke from Scarlett. The kick goes into the pocket and the mark is taken by Bolton. Wide out in the right forward pocket.
He had time to fall over.
That's another one for me, Ben. You're really laying on me today,
Sorry,
mate.
Bally.
Yeah, that's right. But it was brilliant, wasn't it? I mean, Andy Brayshaw's almost playing him on his own at the moment, isn't he? Up to 6 possessions, been involved in everything.
Good kick from Amos too. Inside 50 to Shea Bolton. He knows these surrounds to the punt road end of the ground. The former Tiger slots it. That's why they got him. 3 straight 18 the D's. Fremantle 2 straight 12. And Silky Shea from the boundary, 11 and a half minutes into the first. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Bully mentioned it around Andy Brayshaw. As a midfielder, you base your game on work ethic. And his work ethic there to go from a half-back flank contest to then get to the half-forward flank to contest the football with a nice little toe poke. That's what's made him into such a top-line midfielder in the AFL. He's not blessed with the greatest skills or anything like that, Andy Brayshaw, but he's blessed with a work ethic.
What about that too? The dying art of the tick lead.
6 disposals for Andy Brayshaw already. 2 clearances, both of them out of the centre bounce. 4 contested.
Yeah, I've been big on that, haven't we? Yep. Forwards coming back at the kicker. Too many forwards today in this day and age. Leading back towards goal with their hand up, looking for the easy one. Bolton, he actually fell over too, but was good enough to get up and get back into space.
D's by a goal. Oscar McDonald rucking against Max Gawn. Gawn wins the hit out, follows up with a disposal. Ump lets them roll, and somehow the ball comes out Freo's way. Young got it to Sarong, then to Switkowski. Hand pass to Murphy Reid. Turns, shoots, goals.
This kid's a finisher.
And Murphy Reid ties the game. What a hot start. We're 13 minutes in. 6 straight goals. 3 straight apiece. 13 minutes played. 18 points each. Hot start, Saturday afternoon footy here on ABC Sport.
Yeah, look at the Demons midfielders here. They're all flat-footed after that contest. So Petrarca, Oliver, they're all sitting back there. Even the only one that's really chasing out of that contest is Viney. So it's where, again, I mentioned work ethic around Andy Brayshaw. Yeah. Melbourne's work ethic just wasn't there.
We're in for a shootout.
Hopefully.
Yeah, more of this place. Yeah, he is a lovely finisher, isn't he? Does he end up as a midfielder?
I think more of a half forward that goes into the midfield, not a midfielder that goes half forward.
What a start to his career he's had.
I know Freo fans calling for it. A rising star nom surely can't be too far away.
But he was a bit stiff when he kicked 4 in that third quarter against Geelong in round 1. He came up against, who was it?
Sammy Law.
Sammy Law, that's right, who had a fair day as well.
Second ruck's in, Oscar McDonald and also Fullerton. Ball spills out to Young for the Dockers. Heaves a kick up towards half-forward. Rivers and Switkowski. Switkowski impedes. Ray Chamberlain downstairs.
Yeah, Shea Bolton, after kicking that goal from the boundary line, made his way to the interchange bench, and he's got his left thigh heavily strapped, and he's just doing the Tour de France thing down here on the stationary bike.
Thanks, Ray, as Rivers kicks up towards the wing, looking for a contest there. Fullerton and also Petty trying to contest it. Comes down, Spargo gets a handball back towards Fullerton. All of this on the wing. Windsor goes in, he can't pick it up. Keeps it in though. D's in possession, handball errant, back into the mark. Young trying to spin out of trouble. Windsor goes in again, and still it doesn't come out. The umpire eventually says, give it to me. Ball up on the wing, members' side.
Fullerton, a great story too. First game for Melbourne today. His 20th game of his career. Last game he played was actually against Melbourne, was the 2022 semi-final.
Yeah.
Playing for Brisbane that night here at the G, so had to wait over a year for his club debut as Freo win it at the stoppage. Young's kick smothered. Chandler, great work on the 1%er. Burrows in for it against Murphy Reid, close to the boundary line, and now it's out of play. The umpire blew his whistle there just before it went out, so it might be a ball up. Scores level. Melbourne kicked 3 of the first 4. Freo kicking the last 2. Young passing through. No free kick after he was taken down. Viney, hand pass away to Langdon. High up and under for Melbourne down the wing. Members side. Good mark. Luke Ryan, the 2-time All-Australian, picks it off for Freo.
Gives it to Aish. Kicks up to Switkowski. Takes the mark. 10 metres in from the attacking edge of the square for the Dockers. Middle of the G. Elects to go laterally. Out to Warner.
3 1-on-1s ahead of the footy. Roll in, roll on and get it in, Sam.
Marks on the southern wing, goes further out wide to Sharp. Now the D's have had a chance to get back as...
This has been the knock on Freo, hasn't it? Not daring enough.
That's Freo.
Yeah, that's Freo. Go slow.
We're dangerous forwards ahead of the footy.
Look now, it's stationary targets inside forward 50 now.
Honestly, I hope he's shown that edit during the week.
Sharp goes to Warner. Warner looks into the pocket in the Tracy direction. Down there is Oscar McDonald as well. Doesn't take the mark. Spills down for Oliver. D's are able to get away with it. Rivers goes short to Tolstrup. And one of the inclusions for the D's. Maybe the Energizer Bunny can get them going. He kicks up to the wing. Off the hands of Melksham, and the Dockers have the numbers.
Competing with Pearce as Melksham drops to his knees. He's taken a high free kick.
Yeah, he did well. It was 1-on-3. Ends up winning the free kick. Good early signs, the Demons. What Simon Goodwin was talking about. They're up for the fight today.
Oldest player on the ground at 33, Melksham, as he sends the kick down towards half forward. Petty standing third in the queue. Marks almost uncontested. Landed on his chest.
Well, what are we? 16 minutes into the first quarter. His second mark inside 50. He's already taken more than Jacob Van Rooyen, who he replaced down there last week.
Do we like this move?
I think it's where something had to a shake-up had to happen. So, and he's a proven goal kicker too. So, yeah, I think it's certainly worth a try.
Here he comes, 55 metres out, drop punt, Sales goal. Well, that's a superb kick. And Harrison Petty learning to fly with the forwards. He's got his second, and Melbourne lead again by 6 points. 17 gone in the opening term. 4 straight to 3 straight. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, the reality of that is Melbourne thought Jacob Van Rooyen just simply wasn't competing. He couldn't take a mark, as Bawley mentioned. So, and with Bailey Fritsch, he was getting caught in between if he's playing a deep forward or higher up the field. So, okay, those 2 boys go back to the reserves to, I guess, recreate a bit of form for themselves. But now, if you look at this forward line, Chandler, Langdon comes up on the boards, Pickett comes back forward, Tholstrup's there. You've got Tom Sparrow, you've got Jake Melksham and Harrison Petty. So it's a real small forward line now. You know, you got Petty as the one key target. Then the other 5 are basically, they want chaos inside their forward 50.
D's by 1 straight kick. Beautiful tap from Fullerton. Away towards Oliver, who gives it to Viney. Kicks inside 50. Bouncing ball, whistle. Free kick, D's. Jake Melksham, 30 metres out, directly in front.
I was absolutely there too.
Yeah, Draper draped himself all over him.
Yeah, nice. Just didn't really need to either. But again, I love that, that penetrating kick out of the centre bounce. This day and age when there's 6-6-6, there's one-on-ones ahead of the footy. Oh, there wasn't much in it, Corby.
It was very
I actually was looking at the one behind it, the Ryan one.
There wasn't much in that at all.
As Corbin mentioned, the oldest man on the ground, Melksham misses. First blemish of the afternoon for either side.
I think it was Ryan and Rivers who were involved in a tangle. They were hugging each other as that ball came in.
If they were given in Tony Lockett's day, Plugger would have kicked 2,000 goals.
Melbourne lead by 7 points. Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas, your experts. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, he's going to come off, Jake. He's got a big gash on his knee, so maybe we'll give him an out. He looks quite sore. He actually self-reported. He ran past the umpire and said, hey, stop the game, I've got to go off.
That might need a couple of stitches.
It can be nasty if they're right on the knee bend too then, Rammer. It's hard to stop them bleeding.
Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Ray.
Yeah, no, that's a great pick up there. That's not your normal graze. He's going straight down, right on the quadricep there near the knee. So it looks like it'll need some work from the doctor.
Might have got a stud back heel.
Ryan in the kick out duties. Goes long up to the wing. Oh, good mark. Ripping that down from the sky. Oscar McDonald.
I know he didn't self-report before the set shot. He was good enough to take the kick.
He's back with the kick to Ryan, who marks at centre-half back.
You reckon it was the old, I missed the 30 out directly in front. This is why, everyone. Get me off.
The kick goes across the half-back line to Warner and chips it further afield to Jager, who marks at half-back. So the Dockers with the footy. They're down by 7 points. 4-1 to 3 straight. High-scoring opening. 20 minutes in. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. The Dockers all in white with the purple chevrons today. Long kick down the line. They come from all directions. Spills to Gawn. Handball to Oliver. Goes back by hand to his redhead mate and Bowie. Handball to Howes. He gives it to Salem, to Oliver, to Howes. All in the same spot. Still at half-back, all by hand. And Bowie says, let's move it on. Kicks it to centre half-back with a runner, Windsor, who's darting away. Drills his kick through the centre square. Finds Pickett. Up over halfway now. More direct. Kicks to centre half forward. Good spoil. Pearce. Free kick for a hold. And Pearce tugging onto the jumper of Tom Fullerton. And he's going to get the free true centre-half forward for Melbourne.
Well, he actually went the harder target there, Cozzy Pickett, because Viney was in space all alone at the top of 50, but went to the moving target. Obviously, his eyes picked that up first. But again, Pearce didn't need to do that. There was no need. Fulton was never going to mark that football.
Didn't play a game all of 2023, all of 2024. And here he is on club debut for the Demons, round 6 of 2025. That's not his best effort as the kick goes wildly out to the right. And he's put it out on the full, so no change to that score. Melbourne by 7. D's are on today, 21.5 gone opening quarter. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Man, the boundary umpire and Burrows all over it. Right there alongside the behind post. Clark with the free kick for the Dockers. Short away to Warner. Back pocket for Freo. Kicks up towards the wing in a contest. Over the back it goes. Turner nearly marks it, falling to ground, then wins it. D's in possession on the wing. Langdon to Bowie to Viney. Now a kick towards half forward. Up goes Ryan, doesn't mark, down at ground level. Sharps onto it. He's just shoved as he was running away. Has time to get back to his feet. Kicks out wide. Beautiful kick. Tracy marks in stride. Bullet-like pass. Low down. Murphy Reid, how about that? Picked it off his bootlaces.
Wow, that was just couple of brilliant bits of play there. I mean, it was Tracy really. They had no one. He put the head down. But Sharp's kick just fell on his lap. But Tracy had to put the head down and run past his Melbourne opponent out into the space. A magnificent kick from Sharp, and then Tracy under pressure too with an absolute worm burner.
What a mark.
And this guy, you just tell he's just a natural footballer, isn't he? Beautiful, clean hands, and usually a lovely finisher.
They call him Bruce after Bruce Reid claimed the low-down catch there, and he's set shot.
Too close.
Bruce Reid might have kicked it better than that. That was wide right and miss.
Swinger, wasn't it?
It's a very West Australian reference, isn't it? I'm sure he'd be learning fast. He would have been born after Bruce Reid's finish.
Yeah,
Bruce
Reid
well
I heard him. I heard him in an interview
Melbourne by
during
6
the week.
points.
He had no idea who Bruce Reid was.
Freo win it on the wing after the kick out, and here's Reid again, who's involved. Got it from O'Meara. Short kick from Murphy Reid to Switkowski. He can give it back to him. Murphy Reid keeps on running, checks his kick. Just dropped it cold. Tracy hitting up on the lead, spills it. Demons clean it up. Viney got it away to Bowie. Long kick to the wing. Numbers with the Dockers. Bouncing footy out in front of Petty. The numbers went out. Ace for Freo. Whacks it to Warner. Back to Aish. Short kick to Warner, not 15. Warner told to keep it moving.
D's by 6 points, kicks up to Sarong here for Freo. Bouncing ball, Oliver breaks it up on the half-back flank. Chandler away to Bowie. D's in possession, short kick. That's gone 7 metres. Viney called to play on. Goes back to Bowie, kicks around the boundary line. Langdon marks. Well worked by the D's.
He's playing good footy, Jake Bowie, at the moment. Up to 8 possessions, kicking at 100%.
Langdon goes back to Bowie. Chips the kick here for Chandler again, still at 100%. He marks just forward of the wing here, Chandler.
Grew up a Saints fan. Jake Bowie, of course. Dad Brett played for the club.
Not enough games. 80-odd, I think.
Yeah.
A bit short of the old father-son.
Chandler kicks up to half forward and Brennan Cox outpoints Petty to mark. Half-back flank for the Dockers. Missed his son's first steps during the week, Brennan Cox, away on the road.
That's not a happy story as Cox goes down the wing and an intercept mark for Bowie.
How'd you know that? He spoke about it.
Okay, there you go. Poor little baby Arlo is up and moving. There's Bowie, and there's a nice little moment for him right on cue. Bowie kicks inside the forward 50 for the Demons. They come from all directions. Chief, their piece of it. Petty, no mark. Spills down to Petrarca. Snaps a goal. Oh, the D's are feeling it today. And Christian Petrarca joins in the party. Melbourne 5-1. They lead Fremantle 3-1. A 12-point advantage for the home team. 25 gone in the opening term. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Great finish, wasn't it? Petrarca, that's what he can do in that front 50. And again, with him and Pickett down there, they've got some real options, doesn't it? That's right. And that's the role of those key forwards. Bring the ball to ground. Let the smaller players get to work. I like the fact that he's not coming off Petrarca. Starts in the centre bounce. He's going to rest forward. It's been a pretty even sort of little patch, hasn't it, there? Freo just missing a couple of opportunities. I mean, go right back to Josh Tracy. I mean, you're never going to get a better opportunity than that.
That was an uncontested mark.
Uncontested mark. So they let one slip there and then it goes down the other end. Great intent, though, from the Demons. They've responded to their coach's plea this week.
Kick the last 2 in the game after Fremantle kicked 2 in a row. Young in the middle gets a handball away towards Brayshaw, who gives it off to Darcy. Kick smothered. Sean goes in again, but it spits out to Cozzy Pickett. Some go forward for Melbourne. Kicks out wide. Petrarca takes it right on the arc of 50. Gawn's in plenty of space inside 50. The kick's a shocker.
Jeez.
It was 10 metres wide of Gawn and sharp marks defensively for the Dockers. And that is the D's issues summed up in one kick. Melbourne by 12, 26 into the first.
Well, it's just a lazy kick by Petrarca. Off one step. Momentum going backwards rather than forwards. And then the radar was way off. But that's got to hit. That's a simple 25-metre pass.
Jeremy Sharp's got it again. Still at right half-back for Fremantle. He spots Young and picked him out amongst 3 Demons. Great kick on that southern wing. Jeremy Sharp, his namesake Harry Sharp, playing for Melbourne today, starting as the sub. As Young sends his kick down to half forward. And the 2 McDonalds there playing on one another like the backyard days. Tom and Oscar out on the G, and Tom wins that battle. Big brother knocks it out of bounds, and we'll have a throw in half forward here for the Dockers. First time they've played against one another, despite Oscar being away for a number of years. So 6 games with Carlton, 1 with Freo. This is second game today.
So the interesting part here for Fremantle and their defenders. So Alex Pearce has to now play on Christian Petrarca. Draper has to play on Cozzy Pickett because of the small forward line that Melbourne's going with. So, if Melbourne can move the ball quickly and get it inside forward 50 with some level of chaos, you'd expect them to really win it at ground level.
Bit of work for the property steward and the dock downstairs as Brayshaw cut on his right eye. So a bit of blood flowing, and the blood jumper will need to come out as well down on the Freo bench.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Melbourne by 12, throwing half forward for the Dockers. Darcy taps it down. Johnson nowhere to go, just gets rid of it. Handball back to the wing. Clark bursts away with it. Handball to O'Meara, half forward. Chips inside 50. And Frederick, he accepts it. 40 out. A 45-degree angle to the right-hand side.
That's the work of Jordan Clark there, Bally.
Speed, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's prepared to take on his direct opponent. Beautiful handball to O'Meara. Then O'Meara just waited for the option. Frederick able to sneak inside forward 50 there, but I love the speed of Jordan Clark there.
Become a dynamic player for Freo. Frederick trots in. His drop punt is a little narrow. Another let off for the D's. Melbourne lead by 11, 5-1 plays 3-2, 28 minutes played in the first.
You speak of the Demons small forward line, Ramo. I mean, it's a bit of a new look with Bolton down there in particular. A bit of X factor too. I mean, Dudley's the sub today and was last week as well. But with Frederick, Bolton and Dudley across that half forward line, that's where you'd love to see them move the ball with a bit more speed. Get it down there quicker.
He's working up to the wing, but Freo win it back. So Sarong hand pass away to Sharp. A long kick to full forward. McDonald down there competing. That's Oscar. No mark. Spills to Windsor. Got a handball away to Salem. He kicks wide. Just got it to Lindsay. Inside the boundary line, back pocket. Short kick to Rivers. Rivers going to keep it moving. A long kick up towards that southern wing. They come from all directions. Aish knocks it away, but there's a free for a hold. It's going against Petrarca. He thought it was his ball, and Alex Pearce is going to take the free kick for Fremantle. So Melbourne by 11 points. Half-hour mark opening quarter. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
The man they call Moose kicks up in the Johnson direction. It bounces off his chest. Langdon gets it for the D's. Handball away towards Petrarca. They work it down the southern wing. Spargo into traffic. Handball back to Oliver. He'll kick long up to half forward, looking for Chandler. Tries to pick it on the half volley. Petrarca arrives, and the Dockers have numbers too. Pearce comes away with it off halfback. Handball to O'Meara. Handball to Draper. Loops it out in front of Frederick. Young pinches it, gives it to Frederick now. Attacking edge of the square. Tracy on the back lead. He's out the back. He marks. Waltzes in. And one for the Dockers to keep it in check. It's back to 5 points. 5-1, 31 plays 4-2, 26. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Terrific play across half-back there from Fremantle. Looked like Melbourne were going to go inside their forward 50, but it's just a chain of handballs here. Forward handballs. Now, forward handballs are really effective if they hit the target. And that just got Fremantle out. Now, so much space behind there. You know, Bally spoke about forwards hitting up at the ball more often now, but there's just so much time and space out the back. Tracy there, easy mark, easy goal.
Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
I've been taking a great interest today, seeing Caleb Sarong play live, and what I haven't been able to look past is Viney's work, particularly at stoppage. He's been very effective. I just think that's worth a look.
Okay, get our guys to keep an eye on all of that. Sarong just the 5 handballs so far, hasn't boot the ball just yet. The Rucks leap into one another. Gawn comes down with the footy. Hand pass to Petrarca. Is there time left for Melbourne? Handball to Viney. Sells the dummy. Viney kicks goalward. He's got a ripper. Jack Viney on the run. One of Melbourne's fans' favourites. The second-generation demon just balked Jordan Clark. And he bought everything that he was sold there, and Jack Viney finishes on the run. 32 minutes into the opening term. Melbourne have had a 6-goal quarter. 6-1 to 4-2. The Demons by 11 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Right on cue, Chambo. Yeah, no, it has. It's been a great battle at the moment. Viney has got the chocolates and Gawn involved there. That centre bounce clearances, just like gold, aren't they, really?
Well, last week it didn't work for them. They had a lot more centre clearances than Essendon, but they just couldn't score off them.
Yeah.
Come on, Ray. How happy are you with yourself after that?
I'm just basking in a little bit of MCG sunshine.
Melbourne lead by 11 points again. Back in the middle. Free kick here too, going the way of Viney. Against Caleb Sarong. So that battle that we're watching at the moment.
Well, Sarong's only had 5 handballs for the quarter. So 25 metres gain. Viney's had 7 possessions, a clearance, couple of tackles and a goal. So clearly got the upper hand in that battle in this first quarter.
I mean, you just knew he was going to be one that responded, wasn't he?
Yeah, roll the sleeves up.
Yeah, that's right.
He's a heart and soul footballer. Gives it off to Windsor running by. Searching kick inside 50. Up goes Gawn. Spoiled by Pearce. Spargo gathers. Siren beats them all. So Melbourne, they have come to play, and their members, they stand to applaud. Their gratitude for the effort on full display. It's a polite golf crowd-like applause, but it is well known to the players that they are happy with the endeavour. The goal kickers, 2 to Petty, 1 to Pickett, 1 to Rivers, 1 to Viney, 1 to Petrarca. While for the Dockers, all singles, Brayshaw, Bolton, Reid. and also Josh Tracy.
It's easily their best first quarter of the season. In fact, they'd only previously kicked 6 goals in a first half once, which was against North Melbourne way back in round 2. They only kicked 6 goals for the game against Geelong a couple of weeks ago, only 8 goals last week, and a 6-goal opening term for the Demons. A little bit of a shake-up at selection. Simon Goodwin promised that there would be more resilience, more fight, and that they would be hard to play against. Well, Fremantle have found that out in the opening term. So an 11-point buffer. T's on top. The thoughts of Adam Ramanaskas and Luke Ball coming up Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Head to ABC News Online for the latest election news with Anthony Green's guide to key seats, policy promises and what it all means for you.
Your vote, your say. Go to abc.net.au/Australia Vote.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Langdon running at half forward, looks into the pocket, pulls his kick back centrally, bouncing ball for Pickett, runs an arc, snaps from 40, finishes with class. Cozzy Pickett shows the Dockers what he might have to offer.
Bowie kicks inside the forward 50 for the Demons. They come from all directions. Chief, their piece of it. Petty, no mark. Spills down to Petrarca. Snaps a goal. Oh, the D's are feeling it today.
To O'Meara. Handball to Draper. Loops it out in front of Frederick. Young pinches it, gives it to Frederick now. Attacking edge of the square. Tracy on the back lead. He's out the back. He marks. Waltzes in. And one for the Dockers to keep it in check.
The Rucks leap into one another. Gawn comes down with the footy. Hand pass to Petrarca as their time left for Melbourne. Handball to Viney. Sells the dummy. Viney kicks goalward. He's got a ripper.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Oh, we love a running goal. At Melbourne have found an avenue to the Big Six. 5 goal kickers in that opening term. They lead it by 11 points over the Dockers. Off the SMS, Gazza says, another great call, guys. Sounds like a decent game so far. Enjoy your Easter. Thanks, Gazza. You too. Archie, who's 10. He's cutting laps in the pool at Mount Martha while Joey, Adam and Tim are supervising the pool and the barbecue. We love the D's. Great call. Nice to hear from you guys. Hope you continue to enjoy the footy. So more of your takes off the SMS. Afternoon ABC call team and Ben. If we have a chip in the footy, why can't it be used to measure distance via GPS measurement?
I saw that message. That's going to be tricky with
handball.
Yeah, I don't know how the GPS then can differentiate between a kick and a handball.
If it's 15 metres, a light comes on the sideline. If no light, if not, no light. Tim from Blackburn. So every time we kick the ball, we'll be looking to the bench. See if the light goes off.
I think it's one of those things. Just to close, I think in 10 weeks' time we won't be talking about it. It's one of those little. It's not it's not a rule change. Just a little tweak in the game that I think ultimately is good for the game. That we just won't. At the moment, there's been a few that have been in the spotlight. We won't be talking about it in 10 weeks.
What it would be easy to be judged from where we sit, wouldn't it? Than where the umpires sit. What if someone speaks in the ears and says, "Yep,
Question without notice to Ray.
I was about to say Ray just came in on that. You don't like the idea of that, Ray, being officiated from upstairs?
Mate, I know these blokes. They've got enough voices in their head. They don't need another one.
We were also told that was already happening, Ray.
Oh, here we go. The Loch Ness Monster's back.
Jeez, an agitator.
Ray, you referenced the Viney and Sarong matchup, and particularly around contests. So when you're the outer zone umpire, are you looking at that contest? Are you looking what Viney's doing? Are you looking at what Viney's doing to Sarong, whether he's holding or not? Or
well, that's exactly what's drawn my eyes there. So we know what the role Sarong plays for Fremantle, and we understand the importance of centre clearance. And it's no accident that Viney gets that job. So that's going to draw your attention there. The ball bouncing umpire is the one who officiates the ruck, and then the other umpire in the centre there is responsible for those key matchups in and around the ball. And I'd seen sort of Mr. Busy Hands going to work, and so that drew my attention a little bit, and obviously what come from that was a centre clearance goal.
Well, because I look at the tagger, and I'm all for the tagger. I think if you can put the clamps on a prime move for the opposition, you take that opportunity. But what I don't like seeing the tagger is when the ball is going up in the air in the ruck contest, you see the tagger's arm around the direct opponent. Put your arm on him, arm across and the like, but not wrap up, and I think that free kick does get missed. If I was an umpire and I saw a tagger have his arms around Caleb Sarong, for example, I'm calling that a free kick straight away.
Absolutely, and to be fair, that's what was drawing my attention. I wanted to see what's Viney doing. Is it within the remit of the laws of the game? That's why I was watching initially, and it certainly drew my attention. And I'm sure our fellows on field at the moment will be observing with the same intent.
Yeah, and I think the four umpires, you back them to get most of those. But I mean, it has been a critical battle. Clearly, clearances early here, Melbourne on top, and what are they out of the centre? 6-4. And they've been able to score from them. So that's been a big battle. We knew it was going to be coming into this game. I think the Demons have certainly responded around the ball. The Viney-Sarong matchup's working. The Pickett-Langdon tactics working as well. So, yeah, really good first quarter from the Demons.
Kicked 6 goals despite no Fritsch, no Van Rooyen left out at selection. Melbourne get the spike that they had promised and had hoped for as Young gets a handball going forward for the Dockers, but straight to Bowie. Handball to Viney, kicks inside 50, hitting up Pearce, spoils Draper, his own teammate. Freo work it out. Pearce by hand to Sarong. About to boot the ball for the first time today. Kicks out wide and finds Banfield. That's his first kick, Caleb Sarong, after 5 hand passes in the opening term. And Banfield with it up against the fence at half-back. Melbourne by 11 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sports, start of the second.
In the sunshine, kicks around the southern stand wing. Ball hits the deck. Frederick trying to pick it up, but the D's beat him to it. Tom McDonald with a clearing kick up towards the wing. And spots up Langford. Harvey Langford dropped off at the game by his parents today. We saw that on our way in, didn't we, Corbers? He goes short to Langdon, off to Salem, kick to half forward. Chandler marks. Veers out to his left, kicks the D's into the pocket looking for a target. It might bounce through. It does! Chandler chisels it through from 55. Accidental, but in the scorebook all the same. 7-1-43 plays 4-2-26, 1 minute into the second. Ray Chamberlain before Luke Ball and Adam Ramanaskas.
Yeah, Jake Melksham's come back up. Lots of tape around there, but he's just had a little bit of a run, a smile and thumbs up, so I think he'll be good to go.
Well, there's a bit of a luck rammer in the finishes, but what I like is the way they're moving the ball. It's
in motion.
It's in motion, isn't it? It's not necessarily kamikaze with hands or far, but it's by kicking, it's getting off the mark, and it's changing the angle, changing direction as well. So already, we spoke before the game about the mechanics and the players that are down there, the new players, but it's a little bit of a tweak in the way they're moving the ball, the teams as well, which I'm liking.
Fortune favours the brave, isn't it?
It is, that's right. Often the case in modern footy.
Sean Darcy, I wonder if he's in Ben's 2 first names team. It'll be announced at half-time. We're counting down to that. Up against Gawn at the restart as Gawn knocks it down. There's a free kick. It's going Freo's way. And Young's going to take it. He just dabs the kick short to Brayshaw, who again's got the tape around his bonce after that earlier cut. Kicks inside 50. Not his best effort. Ball spills down in front of Bolton. Slides through. Can't collect. And Lindsay there to clean it up in defence for Melbourne. Handball away to Salem. Kicks to half-back. Ryan has his mark spoiled by Tolstrup. Ball hits the deck. Melbourne away. Oliver. Hand pass to Spargo. Pokes the pass in front of Petty. Running down to half-forward. Needs a kind bounce. Got it. Tackled. Tackled high. Cox got him over the shoulder and a free kick for Petty at half-forward.
Wants to move it on quickly, gives it off to Spargo. Half-forward for the D's. Pulls a kick towards full forward, getting back Warner. Marks at full-back for the Dockers. Red at best. Last line. Melbourne by 17, a game-high lead. Kicks to the opposite pocket. Clark marks. He kicks up the middle. Mark taken by Pearce. Pearce will kick for the Dockers up to the wing. Spots up Oscar McDonald. Playing against his brother for the first time and against his old mob. On the wing. He'll look longer. Up towards half forward. Jai Amos bracketed by a couple of Ds. Brings it down though for Swikowski. Off to Banfield. Kick smothered. Stays in for Amos. In the pocket. Comes central. Sean Darcy marks. Directly in front, 30 out. And Big Sean will go back and look at the sticks.
Great squaring kick. I think it was Bailey Banfield that squared that ball to Darcy. Amos, sorry.
Yeah,
Amos.
left footer. I mean, Banfield got it to him, so a couple of left footers combining there, but just good vision and nice work from Darcy, just drifting forward. I mean, Gaunt was there. He just got caught napping a little bit, but lovely squaring kick.
Sean Darcy lopes in. Low kick. It's a goal. Fremantle again. Make sure this lead doesn't blow out too much. It's back to 11 points. 7-1-43 plays 5-2-32. 4 minutes into this second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
You look where, I think it was the kick of Spargo inside Melbourne's forward 50. It was sort of that nothing kick to the pocket where it's like, well, if we don't get it, the ball will go out of bounds. Now, Warner took the mark, and then Fremantle were really away down the Shane Warne side of the ground. I just want that kick from Spargo to go more central, go into a really dangerous spot, and then you make your luck from there. If Fremantle win it, okay, so big, you can live with it. But you just can't live with hoping the ball goes out of bounds, and then it doesn't and goes up the other end for a goal. So I want a more dangerous kick going inside forward 50 from Melbourne.
Goal for Darcy against Max Gawn. Tough ask for him today as Gawn goes back, collects it after the hit out in the back of the restart. Comes to Switkowski, handball to Brayshaw, attempted to fend off, caught, and young Lindsay wins that battle. Xavier Lindsay will take it by hand. Out to Salem, kicks down the wing. And a mark here for Tolstrup. Handball to the boundary line into the run of Rivers. Short kick to Fullerton. He marks 60 out, half forward, comes back inboard, told to move now, kicks long to full forward. Is there a marker there? Hands on it, Ryan, spills through to Chandler. Puts her his second of the term. Fortuitous out the back, off the fingertips of Ryan, and Chandler jams it into the fence at the punt road end and through for another 6-pointer. Melbourne by 17, 8-1. They lead Fremantle 5-2. Saturday footy on ABC Sports, 6 minutes into the second.
There's the result, Paulie. So, okay, half back, great tackle, Zave Lindsay there. And then Ballie's mentioned it, the constant motion of Melbourne at the moment. It's play on at all costs there. So, it gets to Rivers, then Fullerton takes the mark, and he's away. He rolls and turns and go, and it's to a dangerous spot. It's 10 metres out in the goal square. Luke Ryan, obviously a very good player, but Chandler just was able to outpoint him there in that marking contest.
It's that ball movement, though, isn't it? I like it. Yeah, even that time the play on was to boundary side, but it just kept the ball in motion. And what it does, it forces the forwards up the field to move. Doesn't it?
Yep.
So an experienced young player, Tom Fulton, he comes at the footy, rolls in, gets it deep, and they get the score.
Bounce favours Darcy, hooks it down towards Sarong, but it's stolen by the D's. Windsor away to Pickett, who takes a bounce, his kick a turnover. O'Meara marks for the Dockers, defensive edge of the square.
Cute, Cozzy, bit cute. One-on-one's ahead of the footy.
O'Meara goes out wide towards Bolton, coming across Pickett. Bolton juggles the mark. Shea Bolton for the Dockers. Runs himself into a cul-de-sac. Then shakes the two of them. Kicks into the attacking 50 for the Dockers. Young goes up. Through his hands, Salem back. At fullback, picks it up. Handball to Bowie. Bowie pokes a kick. Good one. Tolstrup marks. Half back there for the D's.
Just outs it off his non-preferred left peg. Tolstrup away to Langdon. Handball further on to Windsor. Got it away to Melksham. Handball chained down the wing. Ends up with Langford. Handball to Spargo. Gee, to 1-2 with Gawn. It was cute, but they worked it out. Through the phone booth. Handball out towards Petrarca. Gives it back. Kick to full forward. Petty takes the mark on the back of the Langford kick. Oh, and he just moves it on to Pickett, who bangs it into the second deck. He's got a couple. Melbourne back out by 17. In fact, add another 6 on that. It's 23 points and a new game high. And Melbourne, with the ball movement of old, 9-1-55. They lead Fremantle 5-2-32. A whole new Demons today at the G.
Yeah, it's just energy on the footy, isn't it? And there's a bit of risk involved at times, but how often, when it forces your teammates to run and work, and you have the outnumber, how often are you able to clean it up? They've been really clean and crisp with their hands, haven't they? In congestion at time is today. And Petty on the end of it again at time. And I think I've loved the work of some of these younger players too. You can just tell they've been given the licence just to play with a bit of freedom. Tholstrup involved a couple of times. Langford with the long kick inside 50.
Yeah,
really good signs from
Play the game. Play the game. Whatever it presents to you, that's what you take.
Restart in the middle, Darcy and Gawn. Darcy wins the tap down again. Sarong overruns it. Viney goes and gets it. Melbourne out of the middle again to Pickett. Do it again, Cozzy. He snaps on goal. Swings it through. Pickett's got 3. 10-1-61 plays 5-2-32. 29 points. Melbourne's lead. 9 minutes into the second. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, the numbers right at the moment for Melbourne look beautiful. So this quarter alone, 40 possessions for 4 goals straight. Fremantle have only touched the ball 16 times. Then you look at contested football, they're +6. Ground ball gets +5. Clearances +3. Centre clearances +3. So, it's all going perfectly at the moment for Melbourne. So Fremantle need to lock this game down for the next 10 minutes. Just slow the momentum, slow the tempo of this game, because right at the moment, the crowd's involved now. Melbourne look every bit a finals team with the way they're playing at the moment. And you sit there as a supporter, you go, well, where has this been for the last 5 weeks?
They look freed up as Darcy wins the hit out down to Gawn. Handball away to Pickett. Tackled by Brayshaw, dispossessed. Umpire says keep rolling. Sarong goes and wins it for Freo. High kick inside the forward 50. Ball hits the deck. Was Murphy Reid held? Yes.
Just didn't need to do that, Christian Salem.
Shout out, by the way, to Declan, who's 8, and Darcy, who's 6. Listening to the call in Adelaide while Dad is burning meat on the 70s Weber. What a way to spend your Saturday afternoon. Nice to hear from you, lads.
Well, all of a sudden they need a goal here, don't they? What I liked then was it was the senior play was Brayshaw, Sarong, both rolling their sleeves up, recognising the situation, getting involved at the clearance. And you're right, I mean, they've been red hot today, haven't they, on the infringing in the marking contest. So Christian Salem will want that one back.
Murphy Reid, their blue chipper. The pure footballer, his kick fades right. It's a behind. Fremantle needed that. Melbourne with all the momentum. The D's by 28 points at the 11-minute mark of the second term. They've kicked 10 goals in a quarter and 10 minutes of footy. 10-1 to 5-3. The D's having a day out at the G.
They quickly move it up towards the wing as well, the D's, but out of play it goes. Throw in on the wing. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
The previous best score at halftime, Ben, this year was 6 goals 9. They've kicked 10 already. That's something, by the way, they've only done once this season. That's kicked 10 goals in a game. They kicked 11-8 against the Giants here in round 1. Apart from that, 9 goals, 8 goals, 6 goals, 8 goals.
On back to 2021. Dockers with it on the wing. Through the midfield they go now. Banfield, handball away to O'Meara. To Sarong. He kicks inside 50. Was decked behind play. Downfield free kick. And it will end up for the Dockers 20 out directly in front.
The energy's flowing, isn't it? The blood's pumping in the Demons at the moment. It was young Caleb Windsor, I think. Just a step too late. Umpire was right there. Undisciplined. Should result in an easy shot at goal. Or it does result in an easy shot at goal. Should result in a much needed goal for the Dockers, just when the D's had all the momentum.
Happy with that, Ray?
Definite free kick. That's the ball gone, and I wonder if that's going to be the thing that wakes up the Fremantle Dockers.
Maybe a fire starter for Freo. Amos with his set shot straight through the middle. Fremantle begin working back into this match. 10-1, 61 plays 6-3, 39. 12 minutes into their second. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanaskas, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
We're just waiting for a replay to actually see how late it is, or did Caleb Sarong just put a little bit of mayo on that? So we're just seeing the replay here now.
It was late enough that he wasn't trying to smother the ball. He was trying to make contact.
No, he got in front. He got in front on as well. So it was high contact. So the free kick's definitely there. It's a pet peeve of mine. I think if you can bump, you can smother. I don't understand why choose to bump there.
They also speak about in the NFL when a quarterback throws, it's as exposed as they can be. Same with when you kick. You are so exposed and no way of protecting yourself.
Amos kicked 4 straight in the 2 meetings against Melbourne last year. He starts his day here with a goal midway through the second. Freo in catch-up mode. 22 down now. Free kick in the centre. It's going Petrarca's way. So this will be a deep entry for the Demons. Kicks to full forward. Ryan leaps up. Punches it away for the Dockers. Half back now for Freo. Unkind bounce for O'Meara. Melksham wins it. Coughs it up. Handball to Clark. Kicks Fremantle down the wing. Southern side. Picked up by Tom McDonald of the Demons. Handball to Salem. Fumbles straight through his hands. Frederick wins it back for the Dockers to Brayshaw. His handball to turnover to Oliver. He's tackled. Ball comes out. Jeremy Sharp for Fremantle. Handball away towards Tracy. Feeds it to half forward. Picked up by Bolton. Does a full 360. Feints to handball a couple of times. Back to Jeremy Sharp. Standing start. Bangs it through. Freo right back in this game. And the Demons lead cut to 16. The Dockers with a couple on the bounce, something they've only done once previously today. 10-1-61 Melbourne. Fremantle 7-3-45, starting the climb back. 14 gone second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Just pressure, wasn't it? Just turning up there in numbers for you. They have lifted a bit the last couple of minutes. Just were able to create the turnover there by coming forward to pressure, and then a bit of magic from Shea Bolton, really, wasn't it? It was one of those Matrix-like performances. He just had Melbourne players dancing all around him. That's what he brings to this team, we know, and that's a beautiful finish from Sharp. He's been a good pickup, hasn't he, Sharp? Yeah. He plays that wing role really well.
They're fittest on their list,
yeah,
so.
Off 2 steps there from 49 metres, just drilled it. Good response here from the Dockers.
I think he did the workout where he did 25 400-metre efforts.
Yeah.
Yuck.
Demons by 16.
It's one of those days, Bally. My ankle's a bit sore.
Neither ruck decisive. Petrarca gets the clearance up to half forward for the D's. The Dockers there through Clark. Hooks a kick in the Murphy-Reid direction. Bouncing ball, Rivers sees it out. Clatters into the fence too. Throwing just forward of the wing for Freo.
How much fun is Shea Bolton to watch too?
Oh, yeah.
Get a chance to watch him up. I always call him Showtime Shea Bolton. It was suggested to me by someone during the week he should be Sugar Shea Bolton. It rolls off the tongue a little bit better. Some Sugar Shea.
Sugar Shea. He's sweet like sugar when he's in motion from the throw-in. Tapping it down Fullerton. Here is Shea Bolton on cue. Gives it back to Aish. Hooks a kick to half forward for the Dockers. All alone there, Rivers. He marks defensively. 49 out from the D's goal. Quarter hour mark in this second term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
To Tom McDonald and the long kick out to Turner. He's in defence today. Petty's up front. Of course, kicked 6 in that one game late in the year against Richmond, and a long experiment to trial him as a forward. Went down back start of this year. Van Rooyen and Fritsch dropped. He's back up front. He's kicked 2. Could have very well had 3, but handed one to Pickett in the goal square. We've only travelled 16 minutes into the second term, and the game's had 17 goals. Melbourne by 16. Salem, long down the wing. Offhand spills to Banfield. Took too long. Caught with it. Just got a handball away to Johnson. Up gave him the benefit of the doubt. Handball out to Oscar McDonald. Short kick to Switkowski. And marks on the wing. I love this man in the leadership group. Switkowski kicks down the wing. Oh, Howes had a play on it one-handed. No mark. Falls down to Brayshaw. He shoots goalward. Kicks to full forward. And Turner outmarks Amos.
Had to see him. He just had to. I mean, on his left foot too. That's an easy 20-metre kick from Andy Brayshaw.
Long kick for the D's out towards the wing. Melksham arrives. Doesn't mark. Spargo goes in. Gets out a handball. Sparrow has to go back and pick it up. Allows the Dockers to defend. Gets it to Melksham though. Melksham with the kick up to half forward. Here comes Cozzy. He's been everywhere, Pickett. Now he wheels around. Likes the look of it from 60. Just missing. Just away to the right.
It's not the right matchup for Draper. It's Cozzy far too quick for him.
Who goes to him, though?
Maybe Jordan Clark.
Yeah.
Probably like that.
Yeah.
I know you probably sacrifice a little bit of Clark's run, but...
D's by 17. We are 17 and a half minutes into the second term. Long kick up to the wing from the Dockers. Spills down to Rivers, though. West Aussie pokes his kick out wide. It slides out of bounds. And a throw in 70 out from the D's goal. Mentioned earlier, Rivers, Jackson, Pickett all drafted at the same time. They lived at the Brayshaws with Deborah and Mark. You see the family home. All the boys had moved down, all the Brayshaw lads, and the host family for the Melbourne Footy Club when they arrived.
I think they said they'd take 1. And they said, look,
we're 3.
Can you take the next West Aussie lad? And then Mark said, look, in for a penny, in for a pound, we'll take all 3.
Boundary throw in, one of the great families of footy, as Oscar McDonald palms it down to Andy Brayshaw on cue. He's locked up and a ball up on the wing. Melbourne by 17 points, 18 gone in the second. 10-2 to 7-3. The Demons have looked much better today, as good as we've seen them all year with ball in hand.
Both rucks miss it. There's a shepherding free kick to the D's. Oliver wants to take the advantage and just turns it over. Said, look, I didn't know. Here go the Dockers. Here is Brayshaw kicking forward of the logo. Switkowski goes out wide to Shea Bolton. 55 out. He looks into the pocket. Nothing he likes initially. Melbourne by 17.
Watch for some candy here.
Oh. He sets it up towards the goal square. Amos is down there close to the goal line. Bounces for Frederick. He soccers it through. No. Hits the post, I think.
Yeah.
Sigh of relief for Clayton Oliver. You're right, Rammer. It was, I've got a possession here. And when he turned it over.
Oh, then he was last to push inside defensive 50.
Yeah, it could have been a big play if that had have conceded a goal.
Well, you make the mistake. Push yourself defensively.
Melbourne by 16, 19 gone in the quarter. Bowie long and back inboard on the outer corridor. Gawn clever, punches it inboard to Fullerton. Handball away to Spargo. Good transition again from the Demons. Kicks inside 50. There's a whistle on the play. No. Pickett hits up. No mark. Ball slides at the back. Aish for Freo. Handball away to Draper. It's closed down. He had space. It disappeared. He's caught. Tackled out of bounds, and the ump says spin it in. And Draper a little lucky. Forward 50 stoppage for the D's.
And more than enough time to dispose of that football.
Line, saved by the line, maybe. He's had that nervy moments, hasn't he, Josh Draper down there? One out with Cozzy Pickett, 60 metres of space.
Melbourne by 16 points. Gawn taps it down. Sharp overruns it. Viney goes in. Away to Langdon. Throws it on the boot and misses out of bounds on the full. Ray Chamberlain, I had that as insufficient intent for Josh Draper. What did you have?
Legally tackled, taken over the boundary line, so that's his saviour. Umpire can't pay holding the ball if he's out of bounds.
Aish in the back pocket for Freo. Kicks up to the wing. Gawn goes to ground. Doesn't matter. Turner marks. Free kick to Gawn.
That's a pet peeve of mine. Just pay the mark. If it's a free kick and a mark, Chamber, you're with me on that, I know. Pay the mark. Pay the free.
To be fair, in the D50 they will. They won't muck around. But forward of the centre, they're instructed to award the free kick, the ball to the player who's been infringed.
Gawn goes to House, who kicks towards full forward. Clark spoils, leaping up. Did you know that? No.
It's amazing how many rules I did not know.
Yeah, I've learnt a lot from Ray this year. Like, why are they worrying about things like that? Forward of centre.
I feel like I'm watching a whole different sport. It's changed my outlook. We're 6 rounds into the year.
Melbourne by 16.
16-point lead. The Demons. 21 minutes gone in this second term. Boundary throw-in. Picked up, though, by Brayshaw of the Dockers. Handball to Jeremy Sharp. He gives it by hand away to Warner. Kicks into space up on the wing for the Dockers. Oh, bouncing footy unkind for Amos. Clean bowls, 3 of them in the end.
Oh, well done.
Clever. Tom McDonald whacks it away to Bowie's advantage. Melbourne win it back. Hand pass away to Windsor in the centre square to Oliver. Handball to Viney. Kicks to Gawn. Hands on it. Draper breaks it up. Good spoil. And Draper hits it at pace and goes bounding away for the Dockers. Kicks up to the wing. Oscar McDonald in front of brother Tom and takes the mark in front of the benches.
Gee, that was good. Josh Draper. He's had a couple of nervy moments this quarter, but that was magnificent. Goal-saving spoil. And then a lovely kick.
How good are brothers playing on each other? Sorry, Borley, as well. We love that as
did
Oscar
it once.
Kicks up to half forward. Come back to that. I like that. Turnover from the D's. Oliver's handball goes to Bolton. Gets a lucky bounce and tumbles through. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Shea Bolton's both. He's got a couple. Melbourne's lead cut to 10 points. 10-2-62, plays 8-4-52. 22 into the second.
I'm giving him more credit than that.
No, he knew what he was doing.
I reckon he kicked it so he would get the hard bounce and it would hop, and I genuinely reckon
I agree.
He that.
That we saw Will Ashcroft do that.
Yes.
About, was it 2 weeks ago against Richmond? No, I agree. He's looked on song. He's looked sharp today, hasn't he, Bolton? Obviously missed the first couple of weeks, but he is starting to emerge and show this club, these supporters, why they went so hard for him. That was just brilliant.
Well, I'm a no. I think he was trying to snap it to his teammate who was right there.
I think he
2v2.
Did it with the hard hop. Are you with this, Ram?
I'm a yes.
You're a yes.
I think he meant that.
3-1.
Side with me, Ray.
He meant it, mate.
Gee, it's a big day for Ben. He's got his two first names team coming up at half-time. Sean Darcy, Xavier Lindsay all waiting nervously, playing this game of footy to see if they're in or not, as Sarong hand pass away to Young, kicks to centre-half forward. Salem backpedals and marks at centre-half back for Melbourne. The lead's just 10 points now for Melbourne. Dockers have kicked the last 3. Melbourne once led this game by 29 earlier in the quarter, as Windsor goes running away on the wing, as they hope it will do Melbourne fans for the next decade. Kicks it down to half forward. Spargo the target, punches it down, and then a pack forms at his feet, so we'll have a ball up. 60 out from the Demons' goal. I'm sure the D's will be feeling, gee, we'll just get another 1 or 2 here and going with a handy 15, 16-point buffer. Bit of reward for all their work in this game so far. Freo working their way back into it. There's a free kick here, out of zone umpire. Freo going to take the advantage. Everyone stopped. Jeremy Sharp took off and then handballed it in behind O'Meara. Langdon clever, sockers it forward, but
just watching Viney and Spargo here. They're going at each other quite hard. I think Spargo. Sarong, sorry.
Yeah, they're very similar players, aren't they?
I think Sarong's had enough, to be honest with you. So
Langdon put it out on the full, so it's a free kick for Warner at half-back for the Dockers.
Warner kicks around the wing. Here goes Sugar Shea trying to get upstairs. Doesn't mark. Falls down for Sarong. Handball forward. Bowie breaks it up. D's back in possession. Handball to Langford. Sweeps it to Langdon. Back to Bowie. Running down the wing. Kicks a low ball. Nice pick up Melksham. Back to Langford. Langford's long left leg to full forward. Cozzy gets it right on Petty. He uses his teammate as his step ladder. And he can do it always today. King Cozzy.
How good is that? The fly from Bolton didn't quite hit it, and then Cozzy goes, this is how you do it, mate.
Yeah, good. Bolton at one end. Pickett, who, to be fair, right from the first bounce where he started in the middle today, he has looked on, hasn't he? So let's see if he can go back and finish his work here. It was brilliant.
Slight angle to the right, 30 out. Get your ticket to the Pickett show. 4 for Cozzy before half-time. 11-2, 68 plays 8-4, 52. 25 minutes into the second. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
It just puts a smile on your face. The big mark. And we don't see, unfortunately, as often as we used to in our game, but like the athleticism there. So Petty's 6'4", and Cozzy's easily up on his shoulder there, easily. And Cozzy would be maybe 5'10" at best.
Yeah. Let's see. I think you're right, Ram. I'm not sure Josh Strabe. He's had a couple of good moments this quarter, but he's just losing him, isn't he? Like, you can't lose body contact and let a player like Pickett, who's up in the centre bounce now, so he gets a bit of a reprieve, Draper.
We talked about the Pickett link to Fremantle. I don't know if this is endearing himself to Fremantle fans, but it's a pretty good audition if you're trying to show the Fremantle top brass that, hey, I'm interested, and if we can make it work, I'll be of benefit to you. As Petrarca kicks out of the centre square, goes wide to Sparrow. He marks. Melbourne with a bit of go forward, gives it to Lindsay, kicks out wide, one bounce before reaching Melksham. It was out of play. And a throw in forward pocket for the D's.
You'd be pretty happy as a Dockers fan if you rolled up to Perth Stadium and got to watch Cozzy Pickett and Shea Bolton go about it every week.
On the forward flanks, yeah. Little Dudley waiting in the wings.
Yeah. And Josh Tracy as your key forward.
And Pickett's ability to go in the midfield is scary good, and that untapped potential we really haven't seen play out yet as Gawn wins the hit out, and Pickett can do that as well as he throws his body weight through it. Sharp just missed him.
He's lucky he didn't connect there, Pickett.
No doubt. Would have been more like Byron Pickett had he got him as he came charging through, almost hip and shouldered him straight to the jaw as Sharp went to pick up the footy. Stopped his centre half forward for the Demons. Gawn knocks it down. Spills out in front of Aish. Somehow hands it out. Pack forms behind him again, and we'll have another ball up. So Melbourne by 16. This has been a fun day at the footy so far. 27 minutes into the second term. We've had 19 goals. Melbourne by 16 points. And Freo with a bit of momentum. They've kicked 3 of the last 4. Still going nowhere fast. O'Meara to Young. Throw a blanket over 15 players at centre half forward for the Demons. Another stoppage. And now for the hard, tough stuff. For the footy connoisseur out there that will love this. 28 gone in the second term. Melbourne by 16.
Young trying to get a clearance. Dribbles a kick 3 metres. O'Meara soccers it on to the bullseye. They fight after it in there. Sarong trying to get it out. Nothing doing, and a ball up coming in the middle. Sunshine at the MCG. Gawn taps it down. Murphy Reid for the Dockers. Gets a kick to half forward. Oscar McDonald tackled by Rivers. Gets it out to Swikowski. Back to Murphy Reid. Kicks out wide. Out in front of Sharp. Bouncing ball. Gathers the footy. Twists and turns around his man. Drops the footy. Then fires on goal. And misses. Across the face. Minor score. Jeez. Already kicked one from that area on the ground today. Melbourne by 15. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Jeremy Sharp out of East Fremantle. Harry Sharp out of Ballarat is the sub for Melbourne today. No relation. Short kick to Salem and then short kick to Sparrow, who marks at half back. 15-point lead for the D's. Did lead by as many as 29 points earlier in the quarter as we edge towards half-time. Back to Windsor, long kick to the wing. Tolstrup arrives late, spoils, down to Langford. Oh, handball over his head, got it to Tom McDonald. He's set upon immediately. Tracy tackles him. Johnson collects, tackle slides down from Langford. Says he was legged. Free kick for Matt Johnson. The shadows of the grandstand northern side. We're situated in front of the Melbourne race at right half forward. Dockers to the city end in their white jumpers with the purple chevrons. Kicks to full forward. Tracy the target, no mark. Slides down towards Howes. He got it out to Lindsay. Handball to Sparrow. Has it in the back pocket for the Demons in live play.
Sparrow kicks short. A good kick as well. Able to find Melksham. Wide out. Melbourne by 15 points. 29 minutes into this second term. He goes back to fullback. Rivers accepts it, goes for a little gallop, chips it short to Bowie. Bowie looks up to the wing, Langford in space. He takes it and goes for a run. Couple of bounces, looks inside 50 for the D's. A bit of a helicopter, can they find a marker? Out the back it goes. Cox is there, Petty slaps it back. It was trying to be Wayne Harms. Trying to get there, Spargo. Pearce picks it up. Thought there might have been a whistle, Pearce. He stopped and looked around and then kicks out towards Sharp. Out of play it goes. D's fans don't like it. Throw in 47 around from the attacking goal.
Really well done by Harrison Petty. He's been criticised of that in the past where it's one effort and it's all over. That occasion he's in the marking contest, then he's tapping the ball back inside to create an opportunity. So I like the work ethic.
From the throw-in, Gawn wins it down. Viney knocks it forward. O'Meara left it behind. He'll get a second look at it. Wins it for Freo. Hand pass to Sarong. On the back flank, kicks Fremantle down the southern wing. No marks. Spills to Salem with the Demons. Handball away to Rivers. Back to Salem. Closed down by Tracy. Sweeping hand pass. Goes all the way back to Tom McDonald and he gives it to Caleb Windsor. Centre half back. Brings Melbourne to the members' side. Kicks out in front of his intended target. It's Langford. Gets there on the bounce. Short kick. Tolstrup. Colton Tolstrup out of Country WA takes the mark in front of the Freo bench. Melbourne by 15 approaching half-time.
The Esperance boy goes short to Bowie. Bowie sets off for a run. Kicks into the pocket. Cozzie's down there. So too Melksham. Goes upstairs. Can't mark. Throwing coming forward pocket for the D's. Just on Petty's second efforts. I'm sure Mark Williams will be working on him. Working with him on that. The reason being he had a drill at Port Adelaide. They called it the Corns drill for Chad Corns. Didn't like his second efforts, so would roll the ball to him and have people come in for their first effort against Chad to try and develop those second efforts.
Gee, that doesn't sound like a lot of fun either, Ran.
No. Cool. Gawn taking it out of the ruck. Can't get a handball away. Viney coming through. There's a free kick. It'll go to Freo.
Would you rather do the 400s over and over again or the second effort drill against fresh players?
Second effort drill. Anytime there's a football involved, I'm quite happy.
Yeah, Melbourne by 15 points. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Sarong long down the wing. They're competing for a Gawn. No mark. Spills to Tom McDonald. Melbourne win it back. Hand pass to Salem. That's a dart. Along the boundary line finds Tolstrup. Colton kicks inside the forward 50. Pearce tracking it for Freo. Oh, collides with Draper in the air. Ball spills down. Freo still win it. Sarong. Hand pass picked off. Petty soccers it through. They will not back down, the Demons. A 21-point lead for Melbourne. Petty's kicked 3.5. He's a forward again. And the Demons equal their highest score of the year before half-time. 12-2-74. They lead Fremantle 8-5-53. 21-point buffer approaching half-time. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas on ABC Sport.
That's quite amazing, Ramo, isn't it? That stat in itself. But it's been no surprise or no secret as to why. That they've just been so clear and crisp with their decision-making today. We know we've been speaking about it. They've been able to keep the ball in motion, kick the ball forward, and then hunt in numbers forward of the ball. Petty's been terrific. Contest in the air. I mean, that was Viney again. He's playing some sort of game. Not numbers-wise, but having a real impact on both sides of the ball and just leading the way in terms of how he's attacking the contest. And they make something out of nothing again. So, I mean, you're right. The fans are entitled to say, where's this been? But it's been young and old too. I've liked Tolstrup's game. He's been involved. Langford again.
Oscar McDonald against Gawn. Gawn decisive, but onto it Sarong. He'll snap a kick to half forward for Freo. Bowie's back there. Defensive mark for the Demons.
He's continuing on his great form too, Jake Bowie.
Boy, he kicks beautifully into the middle. Petrarca marks in stride, kicks inside 50. Draper in front of Pickett. Draper does well, gets a fist on it. He got a push as well.
Well done. Good front shoulder there.
Draper, what do we think about how he's approaching that?
Wow, he's got to try something different.
He's just able to maintain body contact then too. The last couple of times he's lost Pickett, lost body contact, and been a little bit too worried about where he is. That time he identified the drop of the ball, got his way, got himself in front and earned the free kick. It's Petrarca again there. He had the short, he had Chandler free in space. I know that's not his go, is it, the precise short kick, but he's having a good game, Christian.
Freo long down the line. The Clark kick marked by Tracy on the wing.
And quite Tracy.
Yeah.
Going to need a big second half. Freo to get themselves back into this.
Just the one goal. The Coleman medal leader goes short to Shea Bolton. Freo run out of time. And the Demons faithful again, all on their feet, applauding what they've seen. And Simon Goodwin promised during the week, he said, you'll see fight and resilience. You'll see a team that is hard to play against again. And they have delivered against it. After Fritsch and Van Rooyen, statements made at selection, dropped Melbourne by 21 points. They kicked their highest score of the year in a half a footy. 12-2-74 to Fremantle 8-5-53. It is a 21-point buffer for Melbourne at the long break. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Keziah Pickett has kicked 4 himself. Harrison Petty's kicked 3 and he fed one to Pickett in a goal square. So that goes to show what he's been able to do up front. Chandler's got 2 and then 1 each for Petrarca, Viney and Rivers. Meanwhile, for Fremantle, Shea Bolton's got a couple, and then singles for Darcy, Brayshaw, Sharp, Reid, Amos, and Tracy. A 20-goal half a footy, Melbourne by 21 at half-time. The thoughts of our premiership pair, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanaskas, to half-time.
Well, a good half a footy by Melbourne,
right.
no doubt. It's you know, we haven't seen Melbourne play like this really ever, because Simon Goodwin doesn't play this style of game where he wants to roll on and move the ball and keep it in motion. He's more about tempo and creating opportunity through just probably slower, precise ball movement. Whereas Melbourne today, the ball has been in constant motion. They've taken a handball when it's not there, which I love. It's okay. Geez, Fremantle are like, oh, I didn't expect him to handball that, but then the ball's gone. The ball's away from the contest. And inside forward 50, Cozzy has been terrific, no doubt, whether it's been in the middle of the ground or forward.
So just on that, is this a coming together of the way they've wanted to play, or have they changed again today?
I think they've changed.
Changed again.
Yeah.
Just basically said, look, green lights at all costs, play on.
No doubt.
Keep going forward. Keep going forward.
And it's amazing how much more you enjoy football playing that way.
Well, that's it's the way the game is now. It's the way the game's going. It's the way the best teams are playing. So, you know, the success has got to leave clues and open up. And it also actually fits in with their personnel in a sense too. Where are they strong? Through the middle of the ground. They've put some youth on the wings there, haven't they? With Langford, who's been good today. Like Tholstrup's game. Windsor's got dash, doesn't he? So give them the license to take the handball, get the ball off the line. Roll on. Face the game and get it forward to Petty, who's creating a contest, and then Pickett and those guys are getting to work on the ground.
Where the concern lies for Fremantle is only 20 tackles for the half. So, it's one thing for Melbourne to be playing that way with rolling the ball on. It's another thing for Fremantle to be allowing it. And I think what they're doing at the moment is allowing that. So they're not slowing the ball at source. So you look at the source at the moment where the contests are, and there's clearly more Melbourne jumpers around those contests. So I think Fremantle have got to slow the ball at the source. Viney's done a good job, I think, on Sarong. Viney's had the 13 and a goal. Sarong's had 15 possessions, but he's had to work his backside off for those 15 possessions. Jake Bowie's been really good off halfback, 21 possessions for the half, nearly 500 metres gained. So that's exactly what they want out of him. I've loved the game of Windsor. I've really liked Harvey Langford and Zave Lindsay on the wings and how they're sort of going. Those 3 young boys are the real future of Melbourne and what they can do. Harvey Langford looks like a bona fide midfielder every day of the week. He's got that time and space on the left foot, so he's absolutely a player for the future for the D's, and it's worked so far with Harrison Petty playing as a forward. I think it's worked because he's shown the work rate. Whereas you look down the other end, and Daniel Turner, who probably hasn't played much defence, it's a new role for him without Stephen May and Jake Lever playing there, but that's worked as well. We haven't mentioned Josh Tracy a lot. We haven't mentioned Jai Amos. Jai Amos had 3 possessions. So he's had 3 kicks for the game. Josh Tracy's had 5 possessions and a goal. So it's been tough going there for Fremantle's forwards. I just think for Fremantle to get themselves back into this game, albeit, 21 points, so it's not a huge margin. It's about slowing Melbourne down now, and it's very rare that we've said this about a Melbourne team before, where you need to slow down their run. So, and if it's Melbourne in the change rooms at the moment, I put a big green light up on the board and say keep going. Let's not try to confuse and complicate. Let's keep going.
They've been able to keep separation forward of the ball too, haven't they, the D's? Yeah. So it hasn't looked like a crowded forward line, and part of that is just by that movement, that quick movement. It doesn't allow Fremantle mids and half forwards to get back and clog it up, and they've been able to not allow the Freo defenders to mark the ball, which we know they love doing. I mean, Luke Ryan's only taken 2 marks. Alex Pearce 2. So, they haven't been able to, or by moving the ball with speed, they haven't played into the Dockers' key defenders' hands. We know how they love to get off and support each other in the air. So, a big tick, as you said, Ramo. Really like the tactically, I think Pickett starting in the middle and Langdon, we spoke about that. I think everything's worked to this point at half-time for the D's.
I love what they're doing with Keziah Pickett, and I don't know he's been unavailable due to suspension to start the year, but in the first game he played against Geelong, he set a new career high for disposals. He bettered it again last week, and in fact, in 3 of his last 5 games, he's reset the mark for his career high disposals. So he's getting more and more of it. He's kicked 4 goals and a half. He's got a career best of 6. And could be in danger today, the way that the D's are going about it. Freo have got a bit to do. Justin Longmuir to address them shortly. It is a 21-point buffer Melbourne's way. Coming up.
Yes, tease it.
After
tease
the latest from the ABC newsroom, it is going to be Ben Cameron's 2 first names team. So he is the chairman of selectors. There's a couple of nervous guys in the dressing room downstairs, Sean Darcy and Xavier Lindsay, not sure whether they've made the cut or not. We will tell you next. It is all coming up, plus the second half of this cracker here at the MCG. The first of 3 games today on your Saturday slate. Saturday footy on ABC Sport, the D's by 21. But first, the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. Employment Minister Murray Watt says legislation which would prevent penalty rates from being reduced will provide certainty for millions of workers. Labor's made the promise in response to the supermarket and retail chains requesting that the Fair Work Commission allow some workers to opt out of rates in exchange for a 25% pay increase. Mr Watt says a re-elected Albanese government will amend the Fair Work Act to prevent penalty rates from being removed from awards.
There are millions of Australians right across the country who rely on award rates of pay to pay their bills each and every week. And an important part of that pay packet for many Australians is the penalty rates they earn for working unsociable hours, for working on weekends, for working on public holidays.
Some Ukrainians say US promises to end the Russia-Ukraine war have proved hollow. American President Donald Trump is warning that unless Moscow and Kyiv agree quickly to end their conflict, the US will abandon its peace efforts, but he did not specify a deadline. Mr. Trump echoed earlier comments made by the American Secretary of State Marco Rubio. This resident of Kharkiv, where the latest Russian airstrike wounded dozens of people, says she fears nothing will change.
The fact that they want to get it done in a matter of days. Okay, he promised the war would be ended in a day, in 3 days, in a week, in 3 months, in 100 days. Well, are we there yet? No.
A US senator has given more details of his meeting with Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a legal immigrant who was wrongly deported last month to a jail in El Salvador. Democrat Chris Van Hollen says Mr. Abrego Garcia appeared to be okay. The Trump administration's repeatedly insisted, without providing evidence, that he is a gang member and will never return to the United States despite numerous court rulings. Senator Van Hollen says the case is about more than just the rights of one man.
This case is about protecting fundamental freedoms and the fundamental principle in the Constitution for due process that protects everybody who resides in America. This is an issue for every American who cares about our Constitution, who cares about personal liberty, who cares about due process.
The leader of Lebanon's Hezbollah militant group says they will not disarm as long as Israeli troops remain in the country. The Lebanese government says all weapons must come under state control by the end of the year. Washington's been pressuring Beirut to force the group to lay down their arms following November's ceasefire with Israel. Hezbollah leader Naim Qassam says that would leave the country vulnerable to an Israeli takeover.
We will not allow anyone to disarm Hezbollah or disarm the resistance. Hezbollah and the resistance are one and the same. You must remove the idea of disarming it from your dictionary.
The Bureau of Meteorology says the immediate threat of severe weather caused by ex-cyclone Errol is past, but the situation continues to be monitored. The weather system, which reached Category 4 strength on Wednesday, crossed the West Kimberley coast as a tropical low yesterday afternoon and is continuing to weaken as it moves inland. Bomb forecaster Joey Rawson says there may be some showers and thunderstorms developing in the Kimberley.
Through those kind of northeastern parts of the Kimberley, you could see maybe 100 to possibly 150 today. Columbaroo, Wyndham, Kununurra getting some heavy falls, but outside of that, it is going to weaken as we get to tomorrow.
A storm advice remains in place for parts of the Kimberley region, but no requests for help have been received so far. Byron Bay will be the first regional town in New South Wales to trial a special entertainment precinct as part of the state government's effort to build a nighttime economy. The precinct, known as SEPs, enable local councils to designate areas where trading hours and sound conditions can be relaxed to support nighttime events. The New South Wales Minister for Music and the Nighttime Economy, John Graham, says the trial will operate in parts of the Byron CBD.
It allows later trading more easily, in some cases without a DA. It allows greater noise protections for venues, incentives to keep music playing, so extra trading for those venues that do have music on their stages.
And Australian golfer Minjee Lee is in contention for the win at the midway point of the LPGA's LA Championship in California. Lee carded a second round of 7 under, putting her at 12 under for the tournament, one shot behind co-leader Ingrid Lindblad and Ashley Buhai. You're up to date with the very latest from ABC News.
The footy might stop with the final siren, but with ABC AFL, the conversation keeps rolling. Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny.
From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop.
It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Fullerton. He marks 60 out, half forward, comes back inboard, told to move now, kicks long to full forward. Is there a marker there? Hands on it, Ryan, spills through to Chandler. Puts her his second to the turn. Spargo, Gita 1-2 with Gorn. It was cute, but they worked it out. Through the phone booth, handball out towards Petrarca, gives it back, kicks a full forward, Petty. Takes the mark on the back of the Langford kick. Oh, he just moves it on to Pickett, who bangs it into the second deck. He's got a couple.
Darcy wins the tap down again. Sarong overruns it. Viney goes and gets it. Melbourne out of the middle again to Pickett. Do it again, Cozzy. He snaps on goal. Swings it through. Pickett's got 3. Turnover from the D's. Oliver's handball goes to Bolton. Gets a lucky bounce and tumbles through. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. Shea Bolton's both.
Colton kicks inside the forward 50. Pearce tracking it for Freo. Oh, collides with Draper in the air. Ball spills down. Freo still with it. Sarong. Hand pass picked off. Petty soccers it through. They will not back down, the Demons.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
As you heard there, pretty fun game of footy so far. 20 goals in a half. It is Melbourne by 21 points over Fremantle. So 3 standalone games today. Easter weekend, of course, matches spread out from Thursday right through to Monday. So as a result, this is the first game on the slate. Coming up next, it'll be Adelaide versus GWS. That is a juicy game from Adelaide Oval. No Jesse Hogan, of course. The Crows on a 2-game losing sequence. They were gallant, but ultimately lost against Gold Coast and Geelong. Can they get back in the winners list today against the might of the Giants? And then later tonight, Damien Hardwick back in town to lead his new team and his new toys against his old toys and the Richmond Football Club. Of course, the Tigers have changed shape a little bit since he departed as well. Noah Bolter is playing, so that is coming up tonight. Richmond and Gold Coast. You'll hear all those games right here on ABC Sport. All right, everyone's waited all day for it. Ben Cameron's been hard at it. As Adam Ramanaskas and Luke Ball are thinking, hang on, as they sit down and put the headset on, they're ready to go as Ben's about to give us his 2 first names team. So you've got to have 2 first names, as our man Ben does.
Well,
and as a result, he's taken on the ownership of chairman of selectors.
I'd like the record to show, my dad always tells me that Cameron is not in fact a first name. It has been turned into a first name with his Scottish heritage. So we'll start there. But the 2 first names team from the fullback line.
By the way, he's
Luke Ryan, Sam Taylor, Caleb Daniel.
He's Scottish, by the way, Ben Staddison.
On the halfback line, Tom Stewart, Jack Henry, Bailey Dale.
Mm-hmm.
In the centre, we've got Nick Martin on one wing, Tom Mitchell and Josh Kelly. The half-forward line, Zach Bailey, Shannon Neal was in there. But in honour of Geelong, we've got a late change. And Jeremy Cameron.
No.
Jeremy Cameron has come in.
Give us the team as it was named.
Yes, correct.
Liam Ryan. Then the full-forward line, Charlie Cameron, Sam Darcy, Jamie Elliott. The followers, so in the ruck, Darcy Cameron, Lockie Neal and Jack Ross. And then on the interchange bench, we've got Luke Jackson, James Jordan, Lockie Ash, Paul Curtis, the sub is Ollie Henry, the coach, Sam Mitchell, and the assistant coaches, Chris Scott and Brad Scott. And I'm the chairman of selectors.
Okay, there's lots of questions. First of all, I noticed multiple cameras.
Go to ABC socials if you wish to see it in full and get a full visual on it.
So on the socials, you'll get the team mapped out and you can go through it and pick holes in it yourself. So at ABC Sport on socials, I'm across all the platforms. So I noticed multiple Camerons. There was Darcy, there was Charlie, there's everything else. And yet you're telling me you picked Shannon Neal over Jeremy Cameron, who you interviewed a few weeks ago and referred to as cousin Jeremy before the chat. And you didn't even have him in your team.
We had a late change in honour of Geelong. We pulled a little Swifty and brought in Jezza late for Shannon, unfortunately. So Jezza's at centre half forward.
No, you overlooked him. Jeremy Cameron in your team.
It was a typo.
Coleman medalist.
Geez, what a fall. Move on from that. We'll give you, we're not giving you the benefit of the doubt, but what a fall from Grace for Clayton Oliver, All-Australian Clayton Oliver. But he can't make the team. And Jack Ross is lining up as the starting rover.
That's amazing.
I've made my decision.
Wow.
No Clary?
Left out. That's stunning. Jaws on the floor. The other one's the coaching department. I noticed Sam Mitchell, who has been dubbed a genius in footy circles and everything else, and we love Sam Mitchell. I was lucky enough to work some games with him and everything else here in the ABC box. But Chris Scott's won 2 premierships, and Chris Scott has been
10
overlooked.
prelim finals.
Yeah, we've actually got some radio interviews as promotion as part of the team, and Chris yet to appear on ABC Sports, so I've had to go with Sam Mitchell as the senior coach.
Right, that makes a little bit more sense. So no Chris Scott, Sam Mitchell's the coach of the team as a result.
Gordon Dawson?
I didn't go with Dawson as a first name.
Dawson Simpson?
So he might be a bit
Dawson's Creek.
Yeah.
He might be a bit
No, I'm
like
okay with that. Yeah, I'm okay.
It's not a common first name.
Kate Chandler?
Unlucky to miss out, but if he performs well, he might be in next year's team.
Chandler
Bing from Friends.
Yeah, let's keep it Aussie. Let's Marty Frederick.
Yes, Marty Frederick's
Would he be? He's a favourite of yours.
Yes, Fast Freddy.
Look, it was a good attempt.
It was a good team.
But to leave Jeremy Cameron out of the team is...
It sort of renders the exercise pretty sort of futile and ordinary.
I think what we're finding out, the VFL team's going to be real strong. Like the guys that missed out in the main team, we're going to have a really good state league team running around.
Just a depth team.
Let us know. So what do you think? 0437 774 774. Who else has Ben Cameron controversially overlooked? You can find it through ABC Sport on socials. It's doing big numbers there, I'm told as well.
It actually is, which is ridiculous. Like, we put so much time and effort into serious football analysis.
Yep.
And simple stuff just gets people going on social media.
And Ben just pretends that it's, this has hastily been thrown together. He's been carrying around a book for 3 weeks and written all the players' names down.
Last Sunday night, last game of Gather Round, we got together and had a couple of beverages after. Ben had the team there and he was going over and over it with me and analysing.
It's a week ago.
In the end,
why didn't you notice that Jeremy wasn't there?
I just said, Ben, I don't really care.
couple off the socials as well. Jack Graham. Tim Kelly, now, that's not a bad one. Tim Kelly, Oscar Allen.
I think Sam Darcy is in there. I'm not sure. Someone texted in saying Sam Darcy was a miss.
What about, there's a couple here suggesting Alir.
So that's an interesting one. I think we've sort of stuck with the Western European naming conventions because there are a couple where you could kind of swing one way or the other. Interestingly, off the SMS, Mark from Melbourne says most of the names are surnames, just considered first names because parents ran out of ideas. Which maybe is what you're speaking to, Ben, as your Scottish heritage and everything else, and Cameron is a surname, but there we go.
Anyway, good effort.
Coming.
Back to the drawing board.
0437 774 774. Had Jordan Dawson here mentioned multiple times, who we did discuss. There is Dawson Simpson, and yet we sort of felt like that was probably more in the surname category.
And two of the best athletes of all time have two first names.
Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan, and Tom Brady.
Tom Brady. Okay.
Yep. Pay it. That was good fun. So we've got Nick Bryan from the Bombers as a nomination put forward. Mitch Lewis and Jack Martin. All stiff to miss.
Few injury concerns for Jack. Mitch is out at the moment as well, so couldn't select him.
Nick Bryan's the same, unfortunately, from an Essendon point of view. 0437 774 774. While all that was going on, the players are back in position and we're ready to go for some footy, and this has been a cracking game so far. Melbourne 12-2-74, lead Fremantle 8-5-53. So the D's by 21 points. They look spectacular in the first half. Can they keep it up? The all-new Melbourne under Simon Goodwin, second half upon us on ABC Sport. Here's Ben Cameron.
Gawn taking it out of the ruck, gets the opening clearance of the second half, tumbles it inside 50 for the D's, bouncing ball, Draper through his legs it goes, picked up by Clark, tackled to ground. Ball up, 45 out from the attacking goal here for the D's. Ray Chamberlain.
Melbourne have activated their sub. Harry Sharp is in. Daniel Turner off. HIA analysis after the marking contest on the outer wing there.
Great work, Ray. All over it as per usual. Viney extracts it off to Cozzy, eyeing one for the thumb. He swings it just wide, just misses. Melbourne by 22 points, less than a minute into this third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
He's Luke Ryan. He was in the team, wasn't he?
Was.
Be happy with that. He's going to get 50 metres here as well as being marched up into the middle of the ground. Decides to take it short. It was a good 50 as well as he just chips it away to Clark. As Clark goes short. Trying to get it to Johnson. Had to try and pick up an awkward half volley. Melbourne win it back. Langford's hand pass picked off. Geordie Clark got a handball through. And in the end, it comes back in his direction. He goes to the ground and Langford got it out to Pickett. The fleet-footed Keziah Pickett steps his way through and chips it short. Finds Chandler, who marks, in fact, no, it's not, it's Spargo, who marks it centre half forward for the Demons.
I wonder if he's got the distance in it, though.
Spargo kicks inside 50, leaping up, Petty, no mark, falls down towards Frederick. He's tackled by Pickett, umpire circles, says ball up. I've seen him everywhere. Did Jordan Clark make the team?
No.
He's, well, there you go. No Superman in your team.
I did realise as well, as the umpire puts it aloft, winning it down, Max Gawn onto it quickly. There is Johnson for the Dockers. Nowhere to go. The umpire wants to pull it up. 15 out from the attacking goal for the D's.
Oh, he got lucky there. I think Johnson just looked at the replay. There was definite attempt to defend. Sharp could have got himself right into the game.
Umpire puts it aloft. Full forward here for the D's. No one with a clean possession as yet. Pearce does get one. Handball to Sarong. Handball to Draper. Draper with the exiting kick. Beyond defensive 50. Amos spoils. Ball comes down back to him. Half-back flank here for the Dockers. Getting involved, Switkowski. He's tackled to ground and a ball up. Half-forward flank here for the D's. They lead it by 22 points. Ray Chamberlain.
Yeah, that misholding the ball comes because the bloke, umpire who's in control, is unsighted, and we don't, when I say we, the umpires don't honour their system and get an umpire on the alternate side of the contest. Boys have come out a bit slow, I think.
Freo work it up the wing. Sarong to Bolton. Handball away towards Amos. He delivers it to Jager. Kicks inside 50. And here's Oscar McDonald, who takes the mark at centre half forward. Good movement by the Dockers.
Good movement, yeah. Good movement. Real classic training drill there. Stoppage at half back. Good chain of hands out. Nomira, who's having a pretty decent day. Jager, he's in good form. And that was a classic tick lead, Benny. One for the tick leaders, and took Oscar McDonald. A bit of experience there. Just an easy one. Make it easy for the kicker. Don't keep running back towards goal. You've got your defender out of position.
Oscar McDonald on his way in. He's only kicked 3 goals. As an AFL footballer, you can now make it 4. And every Docker on the ground rushes to him at his third club. And Oscar McDonald ticks another little milestone in his career. Melbourne's lead cut to 16, 4 minutes into the third term. Melbourne 12-3-75, Fremantle 9-5-59. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, that's the penalty, isn't it? Missed call up one end of the ground, ball goes down the other. Easy lead, easy mark, easy goal there for Fremantle. Jager O'Meara, we haven't discussed a lot today. I think he looks a lot more free in his movements, so he's had a really good start to the season, and he's going well again today, up to the 11 possessions.
Great call. You know what to tell? There's no strapping on him.
Yeah.
You're so often used to see him with the tape on the knees or the shoulders. He's free to that, so he must have had a good pre-season. We forget just how good a player he was in those early years.
Gawn slapping it down back in the middle. Pickett onto the footy. Handball over their shoulder to Petrarca, who goes back to Pickett, moves it onto Gawn, attacking edge of the square, back to Pickett. He chips it. Doesn't quite find a target. Ryan punches it away for the Dockers. Onto it quickly there is Viney, and he falls over the footy. Free kick. Legged, in fact. Andy Brayshaw is going to get the free kick.
I think because he went to ground, they called it a contact below the knees. Come on. Freo get possession back. The Melbourne fans ain't happy. 16-point lead for the D's. Here's Jager right on cue again as he kicks it out wide for the Dockers. 48th game for Fremantle today for Jager O'Meara. Played 44 at the Suns. He's now played more games as a Docker than he did for the Gold Coast. Played 99 for Hawthorn. To Aish, who kicks long down to half forward. Spills off the pack to Bowie. Handball away to Langdon. He gives it to Petrarca. Shoots a handball forward to Viney, and extra handball on to Langford. Up over halfway, the Demons. Kicks inside 50. Pickett thought about the climb. Cox punches it away for the Dockers, but straight to Sparrow. Fumbles once, twice. Pickett goes and collects it. Drilled in the Ryan tackle. And Luke Ryan makes it stick, and the ump says holding the ball.
Good decision.
Okay.
Had certainly an opportunity on his red-hot Cozzy Pickett. That's the first time that any Freo player has been able to lay a glove on him, let alone ping him holding the ball. But well done, Luke Ryan. Sense the moment.
Called for a better tackling display, Rammer, at half-time. Dockers are listening. Short kick away towards O'Meara, who then goes long down the wing. Spills down to Xavier Lindsay of the Demons. Handball picked off by Shea Bolton as he spins out of trouble. The 1-2 with Brayshaw. Fends off another in Sparrow. Still at half-back. Kicks the Dockers in the middle of the G. And Switkowski takes the mark. Loops a hand pass over the top to Jeremy Sharp. Runs onto it. Kicks from 48 metres out. He's offline.
He's lucky there, Kate Chandler. Sharp got goal side far too easy there.
Sharp with the behind. Melbourne with a 15-point buffer. 6.5 gone. Third term Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Lindsay goes short to Max Gawn. Nothing he likes immediately. Gives it back to Lindsay. He'll kick to the back pocket. Mark taken by Howes. Howes stabs it short. Salem.
Do you have Jake Lloyd in your team?
I didn't know.
All the Lloyd fraternity missed out. Dustin Martin was one put forward.
He's our patron saint, but unfortunately retired, so not in the team anymore. Short kick from Salem away to Chandler. Chandler comes infield, spots up Gawn.
Another one, Stu off the SMS, who points out, usually always mention the umpires. You haven't named Andrew Stephen or anyone like that, hasn't got a call up for the umpiring brigade?
I think that's Andrew Stevens.
I don't think it is.
Is it Stephen? Ray Chamberlain will tell us. Razor.
Simon Meredith.
Simon Meredith.
The D's chipping it around here. They might have coughed it up. Rivers drops the mark, getting involved. Switkowski. Loose footy inside 50 for the Dockers. Onto it quickly there, Sarong. Back feeds a handball beyond the attacking arc. Away to Bolton. Looks into the pocket. Amos. Lateral lead he marks.
Is that great dancing feet by Shea Bolton?
Isn't it? Aren't we, I mean, treated today, aren't we? Pickett at one end, Bolton at the other. You cannot lay a glove on Shea Bolton. He looks right at the peak of his powers again today.
And then what about the delivery as well?
That's twice. He's just dropped it on the teammate's chest from 45, 50 metres away. Just brilliant. And really, that's what's separating the game at the moment, isn't it? Really even contest. Tough, tight contest in tight. Just a bit of brilliance on the outside at the moment.
Jai Amos on the approach. Left foot drop punt. Misses. Tugs it right. Oh, what a let-off. Melbourne by 14 points, 8 minutes into the third term. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
9 gone in the third. Salem on the kick out, off and running. Puts Melbourne up to the wing. Gawn the target, no mark. Spills down towards Sparrow. Got a hand pass away to Gawn. His handball picked off. Darcy had it, lost it. Good tackle, Sparrow. Comes out to Johnson, spun around. Handball in the direction of Brayshaw, but the Demons win it back. Oh, the quick handball from Windsor's a turnover. Here's Frederick for the Dockers. Back on the wing, retreating. Handball to Clark, handball to Young, handball to Warner. Has it right on halfway. Measures his kick. Brayshaw up strong. Didn't mark, but got his arms chopped. Viney's forward on the marks, taking him a minute to get back. He's still being told to get back. Brayshaw in the end decides to kick it. The full forward, leaping over the top, Amos, but caught at the back, and Max Gawn.
He's got to spoil that there, Amos.
Yeah. Takes the intercept mark in the goal square.
Well, those couple of seconds that it took for Viney to get back off the mark, Brayshaw had to wait, and it gave Gawn a chance to get back and do what he does so well. Goal-saving mark.
Off he trots. Demons by 14 in the third. Long kick to the wing. No mark. Melksham spills down to Sparrow. Hand pass to the runner. Viney kicks it to Keziah Pickett. One out in the cage. Edges Draper underneath the footy. Cozzy burns him off.
Okay.
And then a little hand back to him as well as he pumps it up into the second tier. Pickett's got 5. And just a little look back over his shoulder as well to Josh Draper to say, what's it like in my slipstream? Melbourne by 20 points, 10 minutes gone in the third term, 13-3-81, Fremantle 9-7-61, and the Cozzy Pickett show today at the G.
Oh, just watching the replay here.
He ran to.
What's he done?
Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. But he's backing it up. When he's playing like he is today, he is just having a day out. Poor old Josh Draper. A little nudge under it, but there's not much you can do about that, is there? Every defender's worst nightmare, running back into a...
He's giving him the peace sign.
Oh, I love it. I thought it was one of those ones, the old no chance. But how exciting! Again, we keep saying it. Bolton at one end, Pickett at the other. He goes into the centre bounce now. We are being treated to an absolute show today.
He was running so fast and it all happened so quick. I missed the bounce. Here's a flash there. Cozzy Pickett out of the middle go the Dockers. Brayshaw kicking to half forward. Unable to gather Lindsay. Murphy Reid coughs it up. And then Viney back the other way. Puts it out in front of Oliver. Slips over on the wing. Handball to Langford. Langford kicks up to half forward. Trying to find Tolstrup. Drops the mark. Allows him Pearce for the Dockers. Gang tackled. The D's got him. Langdon with the free kick. He's got men on inside 50. Nothing he likes immediately.
He missed Jake Melksham in the pocket there.
Just get it near Cozzy. Oh, get it in there.
Langdon goes back to the logo on Lindsay. Melbourne by 20 points. Back to McDonald. Wrong side of the centre line now. The D's inside the centre square. Melbourne by 20 points. Pickett with 5. Bullet pass onto the chest of Gawn.
Has kicked 6 once previously, so that's his career best.
Off to Lindsay. Lindsay with a long kick inside 50, looking for a marker. Comes down. Young gathers for the Dockers. Off to Frederick. Clearing kick back up to the wing. Wants Tracy. Up he goes. Hands to it. Doesn't complete the mark. Windsor at the fall. And a ball up between wing and half forward for the D's. Melbourne lead it by 20. 12 into the third.
It was against Port Adelaide in Alice Springs going back a couple of years ago in 2022. Keziah Pickett. D's by 20. As Ben mentioned, Oliver got a handball away to Langford. Tried to fight through the tackle, holding the ball. Ultimately dispossessed. And Hayden Young's getting the free kick. And Clive Waterhouse is holding number 26. Back flank for Freo. Young kicks down to high half forward. They come from all directions. Ball spills off the pack. Bolton lurking. Tom McDonald traps it. Gave it to Howes. Handball away towards Rivers. And he runs a little arc. Gives it off to Lindsay. Back to Rivers. Handball away to Viney. Back to Rivers. Here's more handballing from the Demons. Closed down by Frederick. Kicks down the wing, turnover. And Young marks and doesn't break stride. Kicks to Oscar McDonald. Playing up front today for Freo. Turns, kicks inside 50. Amos leaps for it. No mark. Now it's got 2 to beat. Numbers win out. Chandler. Hand pass to Salem. He kicks to half back. And there's Harry Sharp. The boy from Ballarat. And he's on the ground and marking at half back for Melbourne.
Met his parents in the rooms down in Geelong. Lovely people as he gives it off to Salem, kicking around the wing. Overshoots the target of Chandler. Draper there for the Dockers, off to Ryan. He'll kick forward of the wing for Freo. Banfield, good mark. Pressure coming.
Was touched off the boot.
So a ball up.
What'd you chat about with Harry Sharp's folks?
I think he runs a cafe down in Ballarat too.
Yeah.
Sharp. Yeah. Right on the lake there.
As Fullerton wins it down for Melbourne. Sarong, handball out to Warner. He gives it to Bolton up against the boundary line. Kicks inside 50. Lindsay shoved into it, but just whacks the ball over the fence. Boundary throw in 40 metres out from the Freo goal.
Did you exchange numbers with Mr. and Mrs. Sharp, Benny?
I didn't, no.
Oh, right, okay.
Nope.
Sound like you were really close.
20-point lead for Melbourne. 14 gone in the third term.
Umpire flings it in. Both rucks get a hand to it, no one decisive, and Viney emerges with the footy. D's away down the southern wing. Handball to Sparrow. Sparrow kicks around the wing, looking for Petty. Overshoots him. Petty goes and gets it. Handball away to Melksham. His short kick looking for Petty again. Gathers on the bounce. Handball back to Melksham. Now Melksham looks inside the attacking 50. Pickett's down there. 2 Dockers. It takes 2 to beat him. And Brennan Cox takes the defensive mark. Back pocket for the Dockers. Melbourne by 20. Quarter hour mark in the third.
Second 50 of the quarter, so he's going to be marched from the back pocket. Brennan Cox out of the defensive 50 and out of the trouble zone. Nick from Edithvale. Ben, I don't think I heard a thank you from the rest of the team for your 2 first names team. Fair bit of work there, guys, so how about it? Thanks, Ben. Should we all say it at the same time?
Thanks, Nick.
Fair bit of work.
Cox goes wide towards Luke Ryan.
Busy week for Betty.
He chips it to Warner. Warner's mum is Swedish, by the way, so it might explain the blonde hair. His dad actually runs golf tours, which I imagine will be pretty popular this week. A long kick down to high half forward. Murphy Reid runs onto it against the boundary line, pulls a kick back inboard. Bolton leaping up and marking in front of Lindsay.
A great kick there by Murphy Reid. But Shea Bolton made it a great kick in the end, just with pure athleticism. How he's off the ground in a flash.
Just a bit of a breakdown, wasn't it? Melbourne's team defence there. Murphy Reid got out the back in plenty of space from the 50-metre penalty. And I just said get it in the area of these two at the moment. Bolton at one end, Pickett at the other.
The second generation Docker. Showtime Shea Bolton, he's got 3. Back at the MCG. And keeping Freo in this game. Melbourne's lead trimmed to 14. So Fremantle moved to 10-7-67. Melbourne are 13-3-81. That is 16 gone in the third term. And off the SMS, a little shout out to Nixon, Jetton and Daniel listening along, enjoying the call. Fremantle supporters, so a little shout out to them as well.
Very nice.
For listening along back in Perth. A 14-point lead for Melbourne. Adam Ramanaskas, Luke Ball on ABC Sport.
Bully, they're just hanging around, aren't they? Which I think is the concerning piece for the D's. It feels like the D's are the better team at the moment, but that margin, they just can't get it past that sort of 30-point mark. Melbourne, where you get a little bit more comfortable. So, critical 8 minutes of this third quarter remaining here. Can Melbourne extend it? Can Fremantle really tighten it up?
Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Looks like the change has been made to Luke Ryan to Cozzy Pickett, which I think Josh Draper will be stoked about.
Gawn takes it out of the ruck. Shovels a handball forward, looping it to Viney, to Oliver. Inside 50, Spargo turns, fires, misses.
Just the lunging tackle there by Hayden Young. Just took a Spargo off balance.
Melbourne by 15 points. As Ryan takes the kick in for the Dockers, quickly up the pipe.
Finds Alex Pearce. Big cricket fan, Alex Pearce. Last time he was at the G, came to the Boxing Day Test match. And his old man on a little holiday in the off-season. To Young, spears the kick down the pipe to Switkowski. Freo continue to shift inside 50. Not a great kick that, swatted away. Back to Young, handball to turnover. Melbourne win it back. Viney to Bowie, his handball picked off. Switkowski wins it back for Fremantle. Gave it to Aish, who's pushed in the back. It's against Sparrow. It feels like the wheel might be turning. And the purple building a bit of momentum. Handball off to Young. Kicks inside the forward 50. Tom McDonald kills it. Punches it out of bounds. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, just after the last stoppage there, Colton Dolstrap downstairs. Big gash to the back of his head. Blood rule.
Get through the curls as well.
Impressive work.
Colton Tolstrup. Hopefully he's all okay. Sandgroper playing against the Dockers today. It is Melbourne by 15 points. They did lead by as many as 29 in the second term. We're now halfway through the third.
Get the sense Fremantle are pressing. Inside their forward 50 here. Big tackle on Petrarca. D's fans thought it was in the back. Nothing doing. Umpire puts it aloft. Gawn slapping it down onto it. Oliver clearing kick up towards the wing. Bouncing ball. Trying to gather at Aish. Coming through Pearce. Now Oliver. Beelines the football. Pearce picks it up. Dockers half forward. Off to Sarong. Off to Sharp. He goes on goal again and misses.
A couple of opportunities, Jeremy Sharp. He's kicked one, but there's a couple he's left out there.
Not happy with himself either. Melbourne lead it by 13 points. Make that 14 in fact. 19 minutes into the third term.
Tom McDonald goes long up the wing. Fullerton tries to knock it on. Bouncing footy broadcast side. Picked up by Johnson of the Dockers. Handball goes back to Aish. Back flank. He looks into the centre corridor and O'Meara takes the mark. O'Meara moves it straight down the corridor. Hayden Young marks. Looks inside the forward 50. Young loads up. Kicks in a Tracy direction and Max Gawn's back. Just punches it through for a rush behind. And another behind. Fremantle wiping off the deficit by 1 at the moment. So Melbourne by 13 points. 10-9 Fremantle. Melbourne 13-4. As we tick into time on in the third term.
Big impact, Max Gawn this quarter. He's had 9 possessions, leading all comers on the ground, 4 marks, and that time getting back.
That's a push. Yeah.
Jagger O'Meara with a little shove in the back of Fullerton. The kick came long up towards the wing. Melbourne leading by 13 points. Fremantle just a little wasteful with their chances here. Fullerton retreats, goes back towards fullback. Mark taken by McDonald. He kicks laterally. Away to Howes, half-back flank, stabs it short to Chandler. Chandler wide out, kicks around the boundary and Sparrow leads up to Mark. D's ball working it down the southern wing. Where does Sparrow go? Sparrow with a long kick up towards half forward. Ryan sticks out a hand, doesn't take the mark. Melksham picks it up for the D's. Handball to Spargo. Attacking point of the square. Goes long inside 50. Deep down there is Sharp. Doesn't take the mark. Gathers ground level. Off to Langford. Snaps the goal. Freo wasteful. Melbourne aren't. And they're out by 19 again. 10-9, 69 plays 14-4, 88. 21 minutes into the third. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
Yeah, just good transition again, wasn't it, Rama?
Yeah, and I'm just looking at Harry Sharp. So he was the sub that came onto the ground. So he had the two handballs in this quarter, but I think he's had a really big influence on this quarter, and just with the way he's running there. Again, it was his hard work to push into Melbourne's forward 50 there and create a marking contest to give the handball over to Harvey Langford. So sometimes it's not all about how many possessions you have in a quarter, but still what impact you can have.
Inside 50 tally today, Melbourne 41 entries for their 14 goals. Remembering last week, of course, they kicked 2 goals in their first 28 in the opening half. A much freer day. They've already kicked their highest score of the year. They've done that by half-time. 14-4 to 10-9. 22 gone in the third. And the Demons protecting a handy 19-point lead. Gawn wins the hit out. Freo the break, though. O'Meara got it to Bolton, who's off and running. Despite the diving effort from Bowie, the kick still carries over the fence but misses.
Geez, we've seen some electric centre bounce play, haven't we?
18-point lead for Melbourne. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Fremantle have activated their sub. Isaiah Dudley is into the game and Bamfield is out.
Here go the D's through the middle. Salem kick a turnover straight to Clark. Gives it back to Freo.
Well, they should be able to get them here on the counter-attack. Jordan Clark, too slow.
I'm just watching O'Meara here in that centre bounce.
It might be a hammy.
I think it might be his ankle.
Okay.
I'm hopeful.
Yeah, I think ankle might be a better result. Who knows with the syndesmosis injuries. Sharp on the wing, kicks up to half forward. Oscar McDonald shoves his man out, gives away a free kick. Jake Bowie to get it. Threw the ball back to Jake Bowie, who let it bounce and tried to milk a 50. The umpire says no. Bowie short for Pickett. Cozzy Pickett, who's got 5 goals. Kicks it short to Salem. Defensive point of the square. Shorts it to Petrarca. Petrarca off a step. Goes to Spargo. D's in attack now.
Spargo looks inside the forward 50. A long kick deep. Petty's down there in the one-on-one with Pearce. Pearce got a hand on it close to the boundary line. Petty sees it out, hunting back out after it. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary.
Yeah, Amira straight to the physio and doing some activation here with the hamstring. Doesn't look like an ankle to me.
Geez, they've just subbed out Bailey Banfield too. Shocking timing. Dudley coming into the game.
Keep us updated. Thanks, Ray, for all of that. Forward 50 stoppage here for the D's. Fremantle win it, though. Jeremy Sharp, hand pass away to Bolton. High bomb up to the wing. Bouncing footy out in front of Bowie. Took a right turn late, and that wasn't good for him. Sparrow goes and wins it for Melbourne anyway. High half forward, kicks across the ground to Cozzy Pickett. Dabs it inside 50 to Petrarca. And everything he's involved in today, Keziah Pickett, comes up trumps, and it's happened again here as Petrarca will have a look from left half forward.
Just lower the eyes there. Hayden Young, as Petrarca's direct opponent, just got the drop on the ball, got a metre in front.
Just that one-on-one contest, remember, wasn't out and a half back there.
They just outnumbered in the end, 3-2 there, so Melbourne did really well.
Petrarca is going to hook it across the body. He decides to snap but misses near side. We don't ordinarily see him as a check side or banana operator. He's ordinarily the drop punt from those kind of angles. And behind Melbourne by 19 points, 25 gone in the third. Entertaining game of footy, more of a arm wrestle in this third quarter, 2 goals each.
Short kick in from Clark. Moves it to Cox, then gets it back and goes out wide for Warner. Melbourne by 19. Can Fremantle stay within striking distance? Warner on the back flank. Just goes short again to Dudley, who's into the game. They're very diminutive, Dudley. Has it just beyond halfback. Nothing he likes initially. He'll stab it short, trying to get it towards Sharp and getting in to break it up. Chandler.
Yeah, really well done.
Spoils it out of play, hurt himself in the process. Try coming, Great Southern stand wing, Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Small, isn't he, Dudley? What's he listed as? 168. What are you betting?
178.
178?
Tippy toes.
On a stool.
Yeah, a boundary throw in. Comes down towards Clark. So Southern wing. Freo went it back to Bolton, who's been heavily involved in his third quarter. Gives it, or kicks it further afield to Murphy Reid. His kick back inboard wanted Switkowski. Now Lindsay breaks it up. Only as far as Brayshaw, though. Hands it back to Switkowski. Freo inside 50. Here's Dudley. And Dudley marks centre half forward, 40 metres out. And this man has Colt status written all over him.
I like that from Dudley. So having to run back with the flight of the ball, not knowing what's coming the other way, but never took his eyes off the ball. Takes a nice mark. Now he needs to convert.
It all started with Bolton again. He's having some sort of a quarter, isn't he? 9 possessions, 5 score involvements and a goal. Murphy Reid involved again. Big kick this. They need this, the Dockers.
Drop punt towards the punt road end. Little stutter in the approach. The kick is good. He lands the Dudley bomb. And all of a sudden, Melbourne's lead is down to 13. 28 gone in the third term. Melbourne 14-5-89. Fremantle 11-10-76. A 13-point lead for the Demons.
I got that reference.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
I certainly got that reference. Is WrestleMania
it is
this weekend or next weekend?
Starts tomorrow.
Yeah, the Dudley boys are
We've
great,
actually
great
seen the Dudley
team.
boys live.
Yeah, okay.
Devon.
Yeah. Ball, it's straight over Bully's head. He doesn't know what we're talking about. No, I was very much a wrestling fan as a kid with my dad and my brother.
Yeah.
Corbin never grew out of it, unfortunately.
That's right. Well, it's a big minute here, isn't it? If Freo can pinch one more, and we know that centre bounce scoring's been red hot today, so from both teams.
Just haven't got quite past this touching distance, Fremantle. Melbourne by 13. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Great to have your company. Umpire puts it aloft for a second time in the middle. Gawn takes it out of the ruck, shovels a handball forward. Brayshaw tries to close on Petrarca, but he gets a kick away. Ryan goes back, brave effort. Free kick.
To Melbourne.
To Melbourne, they'll take the advantage. The umpire wants to bring it back.
Jeez.
So Petty was being held by Alex Pearce, according to the umpire.
Outrageous by Luke Ryan.
That's why he's in the team.
I'm not even going to ask which team. To have another look at this. Gee, there's been some marking contest infringement free kicks paid today, haven't they? Right from the start, so paid them all the way through.
Was it there, Ray? Getting a better look at it. Our man, Ray Chamberlain.
It's a big call, though, isn't it? Right on the eve of half-time.
So the mark set, 15 out, slight angle. Petty comes in, slots it. Melbourne again keep Fremantle at arm's length. Petty's fourth. Back to 19 points, 11-10-76. Other Dockers, Melbourne, they lead 15-5-95. Right on three-quarter time.
Yeah, there's not a heap in it. No, they have been red hot, though, all day. And a lot of these just grabbed an arm, maybe. Yeah. We're looking at Luke Ryan going back with the flight. So, little rub of the green there for Petty, who's had a good day, but it was a set of bounce work again, really. I mean, that's been a concern, more so for Freo. The amount of times, and that was Gawn who set that up to Petrarca, the amount of times that Melbourne have been able to waltz the ball out the front of the centre bounce.
It's 17-10.
Yeah, it's been really concerning today, and they've scored from a lot of them too. So that was a big blow, that one.
It's kick 4 Petty, 5 for Pickett. And just to emphasise how close it was to the three-quarter time siren, we got a bounce back in the middle, and that was it. And Melbourne by 19. So they did lead this game by as many as 29 points in the second quarter. And that term was pretty much goal for goal the whole way through. They both kicked 3 each. And so after Melbourne led by 11 at quarter time, 21 at the half, they now lead by 19 at three-quarter time. Melbourne have not won a final quarter all season. They're 0-5 in final terms as they are on the year, but they've got a 19-point lead heading into the final term here against the visiting Dockers. 15-5-95, Fremantle 11-10-76. The goal kickers through 3, so 5 for Pickett, 4 for Petty, and then 2 for Chandler, 1 for Petrarca, Viney, Langford and Rivers. Meanwhile, for Fremantle, Shea Bolton, who's been excellent, their new recruit, he's kicked 3. Singles for Darcy, Brayshaw, Sharp, Reid, McDonald, Amos, Tracy, and now Dudley. Three-quarter time at the MCG. The thoughts of our premiership pair, Luke Ball and Adam Ramanauskas, coming up next. This is Saturday Footy on ABC Sport.
Join us on Anzac Day across the ABC. From Gallipoli and Villers-Bretonneux to the dawn service and march in your capital city.
We will remember them.
On ABC, radio, TV and iView and the ABC Listen.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
No Mark Melksham, spills down to Sparrow. Hand pass to the runner, Viney. Kicks it to Keziah Pickett. One out the cage. Edges Draper underneath the footy. Cozzy burns him off.
Okay.
And then a little hand back to him as well as he pumps it up into the second tier. Pickett's got 5. A long kick down to high half forward. Murphy Reid runs onto it against the boundary line. Pulls a kick back inboard. Bolton leaping up and marking in front of Lindsay. The second generation Docker. Showtime, Shea Bolton, he's got 3.
Ryan sticks out a hand, doesn't take the mark. Melksham picks it up for the D's. Handball to Spargo. Attacking point of the square. Goes long inside 50. Deep down there is Sharp. Doesn't take the mark. Gathers ground level. Off to Langford. Snaps the goal.
Bolton has been heavily involved in his third quarter. Gives it or kicks it further afield to Murphy Reid. His kick back inboard wanted Switkowski. Now Lindsay breaks it up. Only as far as Brayshaw though. Hands it back to Switkowski. Freo inside 50. Here's Dudley. Little stutter in the approach. The kick is good. He lands the Dudley bomb.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Game on, three-quarter time at the MCG. Melbourne by 19 points. Saturday Footy on ABC Sport. Next stop, Adelaide Oval. It is the Crows and the Giants. Aaron Bryans heading up the call as
Corby, the Festival State slowly waking up after gather round, and it's ready for the encore this afternoon as part of the Easter weekend. Adelaide hosting GWS in a heavyweight bout, a lot on the line for two finals hopefuls. The Crows need a big scalp after a couple of close losses, and GWS kind of feel like the sleeping giant, 4-1, but they've had wins over the Saints, the Eagles and the D's over the past month. Hasn't exactly set the footy world alight, but a road win in Adelaide certainly would do that. They'll need to do it without the reigning Coleman medalist, though. Jesse Hogan out with calf tightness, as announced last night. Could actually be a blessing in disguise for them. It's a cold and wet day in Adelaide, so maybe one less key tool won't hurt the Giants. His replacement, Xavier O'Halloran, is the sub this afternoon. Sam Berry, the sub for the Crows. No late changes, but a pair of premiership stars alongside me for the call, and Rod Jamieson and Dean Brogan. The Crows and the Giants coming up next, Corby, on ABC Sport.
Thanks, Az. 19 points here. Melbourne over Freo at three-quarter time. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanasis.
Well, it's game on, Rammer, isn't it? And that really hurt, that last one. Just a bit of a Ticky Touchwood free kick to Harrison Petty that just gives Melbourne that little bit of breathing room. That's free goal breathing room that Freo haven't really been able to penetrate since quarter time. And they've been good. Really, it's been out of the centre bounce, hasn't it? I mean, that quarter was really even. 3 goals 5 to 3 goals 3. When you look at the numbers, they back it up, around the contest and clearance, but just a couple of moments out of the centre bounce that Fremantle really need to address if they are to get back into this game and have any chance to win it. It's just been too easy at times. We know Melbourne, their strength through there, in particular with Cozzy Pickett, the form that he's in, have just been able to waltz it out of the middle of the centre bounce far too easily and score. I thought Gawn really started to impose himself on the game that quarter. He had 10 possessions, led all comers, took 4 marks and got back and had an impact deep in defence. You can picture him spoiling the ball through, saving a goal, and then in the centre bounce work as well. And really Shea Bolton was the shining light that quarter. Hayden Young is starting to get going a little bit, but Bolton's quarter, 9 possessions and a goal and 3 other scoring involvements was magnificent. So, it's been a really exciting, entertaining game. Both teams have struggled to be able to stop or defend the corridor at times throughout this game, and that's been more of a testament to the ball use. So we know that these sort of games that have been pretty free-flowing, the fatigue will kick in at some stage. Who's able to keep their head and execute as the game goes on, especially with that kick inside 50, will go on to win this game. But you just feel like Melbourne have been able to answer, haven't they? When Fremantle have come at them, they've just been able to answer and keep that little bit of of arm's length distance in the scoreboard as well.
I think for both teams. So for Fremantle, really this quarter's all about pressure. Only 11 tackles in that third quarter. And Simon Goodwin would want the ball in motion again. I thought Melbourne just slowed down slightly that quarter. They went to a bit of that stop-start that we're used to seeing. So this first probably 5 to 7 minutes of this quarter, critical for Melbourne, get the score on the board so then they can roll home.
D's a quarter away from their first win of the year. They lead by 19 points. The Dockers out to change that as Gawn wins the hit out down to Sarong, who's tackled.
Freo needs something out of their big key forward too. Only had the 5 possessions, 1 goal. You look at the other end, Petty's impact on the game. They need a big quarter from Tracy here.
Oliver taken high at the centre bounce, so Young got him. Free kick going Melbourne's way. Ray Chamberlain on the boundary. Ray.
Yeah, it looks like positive news with Jager O'Meara. He's gone through a range of testing, and they're thinking more cork than a tear. He's on the bike at the moment and trying to keep that thing moving.
Okay, so what do we suspect it is? Is it the ankle or the hammy? What?
No, it was a cork up to the hamstring. It's not ankle, it's definitely a hamstring.
Thanks, Ray. Here's Oliver, kicks inside the forward 50. Cox punches it away. Pickett passing through, left it behind. Fortunately for Freo, as Cox handball away to Brayshaw. He's caught in a 2-man tackle and a ball up. Centre half forward for the Demons. D's coming home to the punt road end. Freo to the city end. 19-point lead for the D's.
Umpire puts it up, neither ruck. Decisive with their tap. Ball spits out beyond the attacking 50 there for the D's. Out after it, Clayton Oliver. Dumped in the tackle, free kick. Mark's had 55 out. Cozzy sneaking around the back. Clary ignores him.
Top.
What's that on the ground next to Hayden Young? I thought it was...
Yeah, no, it looks like a pie wrapper. As Oliver kicks towards full forward. Ball punched away by the Dockers. Goes straight up and down. Brayshaw. He can't gather it. Coming through Sharp. Leaves it behind. Goes again. There's Sharp. Also Tolstrup. Now Tolstrup turns tackler. And the umpire wants to come in and ball it up. 15 out from the attacking goal.
And before Ray Chamberlain asked, that's not my pie wrapper. I had party pies at half-time.
Free kick. It's going Melbourne's way. Ruck infringement. Arm over the shoulder of Max Gawn, and that is a huge gift for the Demons.
And it was there.
And Sean Darcy has handed the footy straight to Max Gawn, 15 out straight in front.
It's certainly there. Tried to wrap him up. Got that left arm over Max Gawn's shoulder. Big penalty.
Big kick to start the final term. Freo have threatened in the second half, but Melbourne have kept them at arm's length. For the first goal of the final term, Max Gawn moves in. He misses. And a let off the other way. As Melbourne trying to bury Freo here at the G. Just keep them in it. A behind to the left. Melbourne by 20 points. 3 minutes gone in the final term. The Dockers trying to make it 4 straight. Melbourne just trying to make it 1 win through 6 weeks.
Clark with the kick in for the Dockers. Up towards the logo. Unable to mark Amos. Ball hits the deck. Housy's there. So too Cozzy Pickett extracts it off to Rivers. Kick smothered. Brayshaw gathers in the middle for the Dockers. Handball gets to Bolton. Handball a turnover. Ball bounces back towards Draper. He coughs it up though. Oliver comes in. Collides with Viney. Both are okay. D's win it again. Rivers off to Viney. Kick inside attacking 50. Bouncing ball. Petty taps it down. Coming across Ryan for the Dockers. Has to handball to himself. Allows in Oliver. D's going again. Players looking fatigued.
Little fumbly there, Oliver. Somehow got the hand pass out close to the boundary line to Tolstrup. And was shoved out of play after that cut to the back of his head. And a boundary throw in half forward here for the D's. 20-point lead. 96 plays 76. 15-6 to 11-10. Overcast but warm afternoon. From the boundary throw-in, comes to Sarong. Hand pass over to Johnson. His handball picked off. Kazai Pickett through traffic. Was he clipped high? Said no. Now he says play on. Draper wins the footy. And after all that, we keep moving. Brayshaw to Ryan to Sharp and a handball back to Cox. Short kick to centre-half back for Freo to Geordie Clark, who turns and burns off Petrarca. Closed down on the wing by Windsor. Bangs bodies with him as he kicks it out of play. On the bounce, umpire says boundary throw-in.
I don't mind that from the umpire. It looked like 2 high tackles, but
Pickett went low?
Yeah, I think he went low. Not that he played for the free kick, but he was the instigator of the contact.
Lee Fisher, good feel for the game there.
Yeah.
Well played, good call.
Feel like the Dockers need the first of this final term. Throwing on the wing. Nobody can get a clean disposal yet. Brayshaw can. Dockers with some attack. Off to Johnson, to Dudley. Kicks to full forward. Up they go. In front. It's punched out of play by Tom McDonald. Ray Chamberlain.
The key thing that Lee Fisher would have been looking, birthday boy Lee Fisher would have been looking at in that particular contest is where was the first contact made, and it appeared to be on the deltoid, and then obviously Pickett raised his arm, so therefore play on's the right call from Lee.
Throwing in the forward pocket. Darcy tapping it down, and Bowie with the clearance for the D's.
High up and under. Hasn't quite got it out of the defensive 50. There's another whistle on the play here. A free for a hold. It's going Fremantle's way.
Well, he kicked this too, Clark.
Geordie Clark gets it.
We saw him roost one from a kick in about 60 metres before, so he should be fancying himself here.
I mean, 23 goals in 108 games. He's got 1 so far this year. Clark with the man of the mark standing right on the 50. He just trots in on the drop punt. It is online. It is right to the line. A hand on it from Gawn, and in the end helped through by Howes. A minor score. Gee, it looked like he sort of almost eased up on the kick.
He's got under it a bit, didn't he? Yeah, you like him there to sort of, I mean, he's a
got a kick through.
Beautiful kick on the run, isn't he?
Would have carried easy.
That's right.
Melbourne by 19, half a dozen minutes into the final term. Game on the line. Melbourne by 19. Final term here on Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
They need the next Freo, you think. Bowie, towering kick to the wing. Cox spoils it down, getting involved Ryan. Melksham gathers the footy, wrestles for it with Spargo. The teammates. Spargo won it, got it off to Oliver. Back to Windsor. He kicks forward of the wing. Clark spoiling Petrarca. Then he goes and wins it. Punches it out. Sarong gathers. Handballs it in towards Petrarca. It bounces to Murphy Reid. Tackled to ground. Ball upcoming Quarter of the logo for the D's. They lead it by 19. 7 into the fourth. This is Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
And it's been a great game. Freewheeling, high scoring in the first half. A bit more of a grind in the second half. More contested game. As Brayshaw works his way through traffic, kicks Fremantle down to half forward. Angled at the boundary line out in front of Tracy, and it runs out of play. And a throw in 70 metres out from the Fremantle goal at the City end. Melbourne got it out by 29 points halfway through the second quarter, and they've protected that lead from that point on. I think the closest the Dockers got was 10.
Yeah. Just got to find a way, just watching Tracy, find a way to have an impact here in this last quarter.
Oh, Darcy tried to grab it out of the ruck, just shelled it. Watermelon seeds all over his chest as Freo win it back. Murphy Reid, handball to Brayshaw, handball away to Johnson. Hand pass back inboard to Aish. Handball on the boundary line. Petrarca picks it off, wins it back for Melbourne at half back. Handball to Viney. Viney kicks down the wing, well weighted. And Windsor running back with the flight takes the mark for Melbourne. He's got a runner in Langdon. All thought about giving it, and in the end had to. Puts Langdon under pressure. Just ignored him the first time, and now they cough it up. Sarong for Freo. Hand pass to Brayshaw. Gives it to Murphy Reid. Reid decides to go long. Tracy the target. Leaps up. Tracy. Gee, had a fair play on it. The ump says no mark. And Tom McDonald gets it out of there for Melbourne.
Take your pick. Mark or free kick. Doesn't matter. The D's away with it. House kicks out wide and Sparrow's there. Ray Chamberlain.
You don't need to go to him every time, Benny.
Well, that was a big moment.
That was a big moment.
What do you reckon, Ray?
No, look, to be honest, Tom McDonald has no play on the ball. Exactly. He steps off his line and he blocks him. It's a free kick in my mind, to Fremantle.
Back yourself in, Benny, there. That's just a missed call.
Yeah. Poorly. Keen to get revenge from earlier today as Salem kicks up to the wing. Langford drops the mark and allows in Frederick. Then Langford, a little twirl, kicks up towards half forward. Up goes Melksham, no mark taken. Sharp runs onto it. Ryan's got him. Saving Luke Ryan with the defensive tackle.
Well done, Luke. Well done both there, Luke Ryan and Harry Sharp. I love that little crumb, but Luke Ryan just never gave up on that chase.
Kicks in one too, Benny.
Yeah,
I'll give you credit for that. Saving Luke Ryan.
Kicks inboard to Brayshaw. He comes out wide to Murphy Reid. The marks in front of the benches. Melbourne by 19, by the way. That's a good kick on the 45 inboard to Johnson. Freo going inside the forward 50. Where's Tracy? Here he is! Tracy Marks leaping over the back of the pack. And he'll have a look at the sticks from about 40 out, just left of centre.
That's better. Just work rate. Just got to sometimes a key forward. Okay, it hasn't been your day. You can get out of it just by working to as many contests as you can. Gets his opportunity here. Beautiful kick inside, wasn't it? By, I think it was Reid to Warner. Must go through this.
The Coleman medal leader. He's got 18 on the season. One ahead of Larkey and Ben King. He trots in, the big kahuna in a big-time spot. He misses. Out to the left or behind. Melbourne by 18 points. 10 gone in the final term. Melbourne still lead it by 3 goals. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
If you're looking for your moment, that was it. Kick up to the wing for the D's. Gorn brings it down in front. Young for the Dockers. Off to Sarong to Brayshaw. Handball away. Clark gathers in the middle of the ground. Runs around one. Handball back to Brayshaw. From the logo. Short kick for Young. Can Young find a target? Freo with all the momentum have not taken it. Young looks for Tracy again. Creates a contest. Brings it down. Dudley goes after it. D's arrive through Sharp. Frederick clatters into him. Pickett gets involved. Parries it out. Now it spits out to Oliver. D's in the back pocket. Lindsay onto his left. High kick. Close to the boundary line. Pitches just in. Tumbles out. Throw in. Half forward flank for Freo. Melbourne by 3 goals need. 11 minutes into the final term.
Bit of a history lesson for you, Ben. 1999, Fremantle's first win at the MCG came against Melbourne. It was a Friday night fixture, and Tony Modra kicked 10. It was their breakthrough victory at the home of footy.
Brayshaw's got going this quarter. He's had 9 possessions already.
10 goals still stands as the all-time game record by any Docker in any one match. Has Pickett involved a couple of times. Got it away towards Langdon. Kicks down to half forward. Petty's got it. He's up and marking, 55 out. The D's are going forward again. A 3-goal lead for Melbourne. Petty takes on Pearce on the mark. Kicks into the pocket. Spargo leaps up, no mark. Tolstrup got it back to Spargo on the boundary line. Good smother, Aish. Out of play and a boundary throw in left forward pocket for Melbourne. Dozen minutes gone, final term, D's by 18.
Just can't concede here. They've had all the momentum. You're right, Benny. The last 4 inside 50s, the Dockers, for no score or no major. Tracy missing the opportunity.
Goodwin coaching.
A big blow if the D's went bang here.
Goodwin coaching from the bench down the stretch too.
Thrown in the forward pocket here for the D's, and Gawn bounces off his chest and ball up, coming up.
I reckon he's been there all day, Corby.
Okay. 25,202 the crowd posted at.
Well done.
Gawn punches it down. Sarong, his kick smothered there by Viney.
It's been a good battle, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Two absolute warriors of the competition.
And it's been a fair battle.
Yeah, Viney 23 and a goal. Sarong has worked his way to 25 possessions.
Who's won it, Bally?
Oh, I think Viney's had a bigger impact on the game.
Forward 50 stoppage for the D's. Gawn wins the hit out, passing through Jeremy Sharp, gets it for Freo, chucks it on the boot, trickles away 5 metres. Sharp's back involved as he tackles Petty, who picks up the footy. Ball up.
Probably want to get Shea Bolton up around the ball for the next 5 minutes, I think. See if he can break this game open around contest, because at the moment, the ball's just going from really contest to contest, stoppage to stoppage.
Gawn whacks it out of the clearance area, and the outer stoppage picked up by Viney. Handball forward, but straight to Pearce of the Dockers. Handball to Sarong. Kicks from the back pocket out of defensive 50. Salem floats across, punches it to the boundary line. Out it goes between wing and half forward for Melbourne. Melbourne by 18 points. Halfway through this final term now. The Dockers need more than 3 straight kicks to win it. We haven't had a goal through the 13 and a half minutes of the final term. D's chasing their first win of the season. They are 0-5, and the Dockers trying to keep a 3-game winning sequence moving.
Gawn slaps it to the back. Pickett gathers. Handball to Oliver. To Viney. This would be fitting. His shot is away to the right. Through for a minor score. Ryan there on the line. Make sure of it for the Dockers.
Go quick here.
Melbourne by 19. Handy point.
As they say in the classics, as Luke Ryan goes long down the middle. Brayshaw slips straight through his hands, drops the mark, follows up, got it to Switkowski, Dockers out. Handball over the top to Murphy Reid, kicks into an open forward line. Amos needs a one-on-one win. Can't help the hands of Howes. Amos goes and gets it. Amos trying to trickle it through. He misses. And a great tackle from Rivers.
Yeah, terrific by Trent Rivers. Just never gave up. Just a sure goal.
Desperation, goal-saving tackle. 18-point lead for Melbourne halfway through the final term.
Well, that might be the difference today, I think, with Melbourne. And in fairness, they've done it really from the first bounce. Just that extra effort, that last, not giving up on a chase, getting a hand in for a smother or a spoil.
It's become a bit almost Amos at the moment. It's not quite happening as the D's work it to the wing. Bowie marks.
Can't call him Nev at the moment, Ben.
No.
Yeah.
Exactly right, Bally. Chips it short to Langdon. D's still by 3 goals.
I think you're right though, Ram. I think it's time to get Bolton.
Yeah.
Okay, if he's had a bit of a rest, get him up around the ball. You see the impact that Pickett's having around clearance as well, as everyone else is fatiguing.
Langdon kicks around the wing. Big leap coming from Melksham. Unrealistic attempt. Pearce with a free kick. Moves it on to Dudley. Dockers down the southern wing. To Young. To Brayshaw. Goes short to Bolton. He can look inside 50.
Bolton kicks it very deep in the Amos direction. He takes the mark, top of the goal square.
Melbourne just fell asleep there. So Alex Pearce gets the free kick on it, on true half-back flank. And Melbourne just stood still, so he gives one handball to Dudley. Dudley, another handball to Brayshaw, who then a nice little easy little chip kick to Shea Bolton. Then it's over the back to Jai Amiss.
He's right in front here, man on the mark. He's standing on the line for the goal square. Jai Amos trops in right in front. It's a must-have, and he's got it. Anchors up, and the Dockers in chase mode. All of a sudden, Melbourne's lead cut to 12 points. It is a second for Jai Amos. Melbourne 15-7-97. Melbourne leading Fremantle 12-13-85. 16 gone, final term. Feels like it's just getting good. Adam Ramanauskas and Luke Ball on ABC Sport.
Well, it took 16 minutes, Paulie, to find the first goal of this quarter for either team. So it looks... I just want Melbourne to continue to attack. I feel like they're just starting to sit back on their heels a little bit.
Yeah.
and sort of go into a little bit of protection mode. So
other than Pickett, you're right.
Yeah.
Everyone else is. It's interesting, isn't it? Still haven't got to 100 yet, Mel. Was it the first to 100, that rule?
Yeah.
Melbourne haven't kicked it this year, have they?
Dockers, by the way, since the start of last year, games decided by 2 goals or less. They're 1 win, 6 losses.
Yeah.
Okay. So they too tighten up a little bit in these moments.
Gawn wins the tap, gets it off to Petrarca, clear and kick inside 50. Warner can't mark for the Dockers, gets it to Clark though. Now Pearce goes for a gallop. Handball over the top to Young. Dockers down the southern wing. Dudley sweeps a handball. It's a good one. Murphy Reid in space. Chips it to the pocket. It'll get to Amos. He's clattered into. Surely a free kick.
I reckon he'll get 50 for that.
Front on contact. No 50. Tight angle in the pocket. 3 metres in from the boundary line. Left footer. Left side up against the boundary line.
Kick. Yeah, I reckon he's paid the free kick, not the mark. Yeah, if it was a split second later, it would have been a mark and 50 because it was pretty crude, wasn't it, from Rivers? So Jai Amos, tough kick for a left footer, but he's had his hands on the footy in this last quarter. Can he put 2 in a row on for the Dockers?
This is meant to be his calling card. His drop punt accuracy.
Oh, yeah.
And he threads it. Call him Nev again. Fremantle within a kick. 15-7-97. Plays 13-13-91. 18 into the fourth. Here come Freo.
Well, it was just a transition again, Rebel, wasn't
from
it?
half back.
Yeah, Melbourne win the centre clearance. Mungle kick from Petrarca, but just one-on-ones. It was Pearce who took the yards, and then
Young, Dudley.
Murphy Reid. I mean, you just love the ball in this youngster's hands.
Just a great decision maker.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, that open forward line as the game's opened up, fatigue set in. Opportunities are there for these Fremantle forwards. Again, centre bounce clearance has become so important. Gawn, who's really dominated since half-time. Can Sean Darcy screw his guts up here? We know Luke Jackson's not out there. Can he screw his guts up and compete here for the last 10 minutes?
He wins that hit out. Ball knocked away in the direction of Johnson. Collects. Oliver tackles him. Freo keep possession. Draper caught by Langdon. Just got a handball away to Young. Freo get it forward. Kicks to Bolton. And Shea Bolton marks a centre-half forward. Freo down 6.
Will he try to take him on here?
I reckon he marked that right on the paint.
Yeah.
And
snuck a metre.
Trent Rivers has cribbed a metre here. It might be just enough.
19 minutes gone, final term. Melbourne led by as many as 29. The D's haven't won all year.
And this is why they got him here, isn't it? He's the match winner.
And Freo haven't led since the first 5 minutes. Shea Bolton, 55 out, centre-half forward. Right on his limit. Arcs out to the right. He wants to try and balk them out on the mark. Gets around him. Slips as he goes to kick it 50 metres and puts it out on the full. And a great work on the mark there as well from Trent Rivers. For a moment he was about to be taken to the candy shop, but he thought, I better stay here. Made sure Bolton didn't get a clean look at it. And in the end, the score doesn't change. Melbourne by 6, 20 gone, final term.
Still plenty of time for the Dockers. Short kick for the D's. Up towards the half-back flank and Langdon. Looks further afield to McDonald. This is Tom. Kicking around that southern wing. Good kick. Sparrow, even better mark. Sparrow comes infield to Spargo. D's at half forward. What can Spargo do? Looks into the pocket. Trying to find a target down there in Petty. Over the back it goes. Bouncing ball. Cox wants the boundary. He'll get it. Tackled out there by Sharp. Melbourne by 6 points, 21 minutes into the fourth. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Need to be thinking score here, or goal here, the D's. Only 2 points for the quarter. You're right, they've just shut up shop a little bit. Moved the ball well from the kick out there, but let's see if they can get a forward stoppage goal.
Gawn grabs it out of the ruck. Handball away to Langford. Langford, the young man. He goes! And the D's hearts skip a beat. Melbourne by 12 points. 21 gone in the final term. And the 25,000 strong in the house are roaring now. Harvey Langford, the first-year demon with his second of the day. And it gives Melbourne a 2-goal buffer. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Luke Ball, Adam Ramanauskas.
Well, terrific by the skipper there. Max Gawn takes the ball out of the ruck contest. Jeremy Sharp got sucked to that contest, whereas Harvey Langford's kept his width at that contest there. So really, when that ball came back to him, he had time on his side to steady it, to snap it over his shoulder. But it's the work of Max Gawn in the ruck. Just far too physical there for Sean Darcy.
Well, Fremantle held their forwards up too. That's just poor forward or defensive 50 structure. If it wasn't Langford, it was Langdon there. Way too much space, 25 metres out directly in front of goal. So poor work there for the Fremantle forwards, especially when you've got a ruckman like Gawn who's dominating. Here he is again.
There's enough time for the Dockers if they're good enough, but Gawn out of the ruck, kicks out wide, looking for Sharp. Ryan there with him. Arriving is Langford. Can't pick it up. Ryan can for the Dockers. Handball towards really fast Rick. Frederick, he has to apply the tackle on Langford and takes him to ground. Ball up on the wing. Saturday footy on ABC Sport. Is there anything better than this?
Up it goes. Darcy down to Brayshaw. Gets his way around. Langford on the wing at the G. Handball away to Young. Hand pass to Switkowski. Gives it inside the centre square to Clark. Here's the forward 50 kick. There's Tracy in the bright red boots. No mark. Tom McDonald does extremely well. Wins the one-on-one. Grabs the Sharon and bangs it out of the defensive arc. Up to Gawn on the wing.
It's a big win, and he's done the job all day, Tom McDonald. Now, it was a poor kick from Jordan Clark, to be fair to Josh Tracy, but Tom McDonald just beat him one-on-one. All hands down.
And then Darcy slipping over, Gawn marking on the wing. He goes short and wide out to Windsor. And he comes wide to his fellow fresh-faced demon in Lindsay. 12-point lead for Melbourne. 23 gone final term. 4 and a bit minutes on the game clock. Freo have it all to do.
Lindsay kicks around the wing in the direction of Melksham and a high free kick. The D's, they're hanging on. They're white-knuckling.
Too many of those today from Freo. In the end, close game. These sloppy free kicks going to cost them.
And if you dink them, this is the kind of win you need to have as the Dockers. Melksham inside 50. Up goes Petty. No mark. Switkowski roves the pack. Half-back flank. Coughs it up. Petrarca there for the D's. Now on half forward. Handball away towards Langford. His handball knocked down. Spills to Melksham. To Pickett. Ducks low. Tackled by Ryan. Ryan goes lower. Ball upcoming. Just inside the 50 for the D's. They lead it by 12 points. 23 minutes into the fourth.
Crowd starting to find a bit of voice here too. They want to sing that song for the first time this year.
You'd think there's 50,000 in the house. 25,000 the crowd posted at. And the Melbourne True Believers all in the house as Gawn gives a handball on to Langford. High up and under inside 50. Petty down there. Cox spoils. There's the footy for Sparrow. He misses. But it's a big-time score, and all of a sudden it makes it a 3-score game. 13 points Melbourne's lead. 24 gone final term. 3 and a bit minutes on the game clock.
How did he miss that? Anyway, you know where this is going. Jordan Clark.
Yep.
Take his 15 metres here and just launch it up the middle.
Here he goes. Right up the middle. Gawn's in good position. And he juggles the mark.
Yeah, he's been the difference in the second half. Oh, Hayden Young's run straight across the mark. Oh, Hayden.
He knew.
Didn't he?
He knew.
As he was running across.
Oh, no, what have I done?
He had the hands up.
Yeah.
He's already got the blonde ponytail. Easy enough for the umpire to see. And I just said it before, they've just been sloppy, Fremantle.
Yeah.
Right from the start. These free kicks, 50-metre penalties. A close game against a desperate opposition. It's going to cost them the game.
It's a rookie mistake from a young man.
Oh, well done. 50-50 feedback on the team at half-time, Benny, but I think you finished strong this quarter.
Thanks, Paulie.
Opportunities.
When the game was there to be won.
But he deserves to kick this too. The skipper, he's been enormous. I think all the leaders today, we spoke about it before the game, off the back of their coaches' comments, recognise the moment, the time to stand up.
This would be fitting. He's carried this club for so long. And that is 4 left. That's on the opposite fairway, unfortunately for Max. He's tugged that hard. Melbourne by 14 points, 26 minutes into the fourth. It's go time for Freo.
Ryan goes long, straight down the pipe, punched away by Tom McDonald into the lap of Viney, locked up by Sarong. There they are again. Sharon at the centre of them, Sarong and Viney. And how critical that matchup's been in dictating the outcome. A 14-point lead for Melbourne. Gawn wins it down to Petrarca. Quick kick forward. Bouncing footy out towards the boundary line, southern side. Warner keeps it in front of him and then goes to ground. Spargo kept his feet. There's one for you kids. Hand pass away to Melksham. He snaps but misses. They are teasing the Melbourne faithful here. 3 straight misses for the D's, trying to ice the game. 15-point lead for Melbourne, 26 and a half gone, final term. Freo's still alive.
Luke Ryan knows the brief, kicks right up the pipe, gone again. He marks in the middle. And he kicks laterally to Rivers, who's been big too. He moves it out to Salem. Melbourne by 15 points as they drain a little bit of time out of the clock. Goes back to Petty, who's moved back. Petty kicks up to the wing, looking for Petrarca. Frederick there with him. Petrarca juggles, marks, no. Play on, says the umpire. Langford goes back to Petrarca, kicks to full forward. Bouncing ball, favours the D's. Chandler on the boot, misses. Nearly his moment. Melbourne by 16 points, 27 minutes into the fourth.
4 straight behinds for the Demons. 16-point lead. Brayshaw marks it for Fremantle from the kick-out. Goes short to Shea Bolton.
Don't wait, Shea. Get the ball rolling.
He's got to go. He runs around Salem on the mark. Defensive side of the wing. He says, look, get ready. It's coming long. Kicks down to half forward. Cox down there. Petty spoils. There's his defensive craft, but straight down to Frederick. Handball to Sarong. 60 metres out. Kicks to full forward. Darcy clunks one for Fremantle. Just left of centre. 15 metres out. Time is of the essence here.
Well, he just charged forward, Sean Darcy.
Yeah.
Obviously knowing what they need to do here. I don't know why he's going back and taking his 30 seconds. Come on, big fella.
He's got one already. Tick, 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 tick. As the seconds peel off the clock, the big left footer, Sean Darcy, moves in. Goals. Fremantle get one back, and Melbourne's lead trimmed to 10 points. 29 minutes gone in the final term. Melbourne 16-11-107. Fremantle moved to 14-13-97. Saturday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, he did. Max Gawn, as we've mentioned, has been enormous in this last quarter. So first time Darcy's really tested him out by pushing deep forward. But he took that mark with 59 seconds remaining on the clock. There's now only 27 seconds remaining on the clock. So certainly took his time to kick that goal, Sean Darcy.
He's had 18 possessions in the second half, Max Gawn.
Yeah.
So, Darcy's on the way back, isn't he? Short of a gallop, but it's been the difference in the second half.
Tapping it down, Darcy in the middle. There's a whistle, free kick to the D's. So Max Gawn with the free kick in the middle. And he'll kick laterally and backwards. Now to Chandler. Chandler goes back even further and Rivers marks. Rivers shorts it over the top to Oliver. And the D's just taking time out of this game. He goes back to Rivers. Simon and his D's give new meaning to a good win. By 10 points, they take down the Dockers. 16-11-107. Plays 14-13-97.
It's a high-flying flag. It's the emblem for me and for you. It's the emblem of the team we love, the team of the red and the blue. Every heart beats true for the red and the blue, and we sing this song to you. Should all acquaintance be forgot, keep your eye on the red and the blue.
So Zip 5, they finally get a win on the board in 2025. The goal kickers, Keziah Pickett with 5. He was the star of the day. Petty with 4, swung forward. Chandler 2, Langford 2. Singles to Viney, Petrarca and to Rivers. While for the Dockers, Amos with 3, Bolton with 3. 2 to Sean Darcy. Singles to Sharp, to Reid, to Tracy, Brayshaw and McDonald as well as Dudley.
It's a grand old flag. It's a high-flying flag. It's the emblem for me and for you. It's the emblem of the team we love, the team of the red and the blue. Every heart beats true for the red and the blue, and we sing this song to you. Should all acquaintance be forgot, keep your eye on the red and the blue.
You'll see fight and resilience. You'll see a team that's hard to play against again, was the quote from Simon Goodwin. It was the promise leading into today. And there certainly still is a heartbeat amongst these Demons. A 10-point victory, 16-11-107 over Fremantle, 14-13-97. If you're looking for a bit of silver lining, Fremantle fans, West Coast are the only winless team left in the 2025 AFL season. Luke Ball and Adam Rabanauskas, what a day for the Ds.
Great game, wasn't it? Yeah, terrific game. Saturday afternoon at the G, and right from the start, right from the first bounce, those words, those adjectives that you mentioned there, Corby, I think they can absolutely go inside and tick them off the whiteboard. I thought they were terrific. Led by their leaders, I thought Viney, who had the big job today on Caleb Sarong, who had a fair bit of the footy, but I certainly thought Viney won that battle. I mean, we've spoken about Gawn, his second half in particular, just completely wore Big Sean Darcy down and just wasn't going to let them lose in the end, Max Gawn. It was that sort of day. And then I mixed with a bit of youth. I really like what I saw from some of their younger players. We know about Langford, we know Lindsay, Windsor. These guys are the future. Tholstrup didn't have a heap of the footy, but just gave them some energy and some excitement. And I just think that their approach to the day, Rammer, the way they played again, which was evident early in that first quarter, it was like the pressure valve was released. I just want you to play on, keep the ball in motion, keep the ball going forward. What's been happening hasn't been working forward of centre to now. So okay, we'll change a little bit of personnel, but regardless of who's down there, let's keep the ball going forward and be, every now and then, if it's a chaos ball inside 50, it's going to give us a bit of a better chance to score. So Petty was a beneficiary of that, and then Cozzy Pickett, who I just thought was absolutely magnificent. Again, started in the centre bounce, but his presence, his impact on the game from start to finish was just outstanding. So, well done, the Ds, and I think now there's no looking back. This is how they have to play from here on in, and okay, they've given the competition a bit of a head start, but we know that, you look at Brisbane last year, you look at other teams last year that have had to come from a fair way back. They've got a really good draw. You look at really Richmond and West Coast, the next two, so they can get on a bit of a run. They should take plenty of confidence out of today. They'll get Stephen May and one or two others back, and so all in all, a terrific day for the Melbourne Footy Club.
Yeah, I think importantly for Simon Goodwin, he still knows he's got the players, and you're looking for, as a coach, you're looking for a response, and they certainly responded in that first half. 12 goals in that first half was terrific. Their football, I haven't seen Melbourne play like that in a very long time. The way they were prepared to roll the ball on with handball, the way they were prepared to get the ball inside forward 50. They've almost been surgical over previous years with the way they move the ball, the way they set up the ground. But there was a lot of chaos about their game today, which I really liked.
It wouldn't be overstating it to say, like, the second half of the 2021 Grand Final.
Yeah,
when they lit up the Bulldog. We haven't seen that since then.
Well, the other part to that was the centre bounce. So that is their absolute strength. Now, I haven't got scores in front of me from centre bounce, Rammer, if we can find that in the next couple of minutes. But, gee, they looked dangerous out of there, didn't they? And it was off the back of Gawn's dominance, but Pickett being able to go in and out of there. Petrarca looked dangerous at times. Oliver getting his hands on the footy, and even Viney kicking the goal out of the centre bounce.
So kicked 5 goals, 2 from centre bounce.
I mean, that's enormous. Yeah. That's huge. So
centre bounce was +9 to Melbourne, so 20-11.
And I think that's the ball game, isn't it? Really, Freo had their moments, but I think really that's sort of the difference in the game. Plus, just a bit of sloppiness with some free kicks and ill discipline from Freo really cost them the game.
Freo kicked the first goal. Melbourne replied at the 5-minute mark, and Freo didn't lead from that point on. So the Demons led by 29 in the second term and ultimately protected that lead throughout. Freo got back within 10 points. That's as close as, in fact, 6 points. That's as close as they got in the final quarter. Melbourne winning by 10. We've got 3.5 minutes before we're out of here. The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year in just a moment. But quick word on Freo, Rammer. It feels like a kind of win that reminds you that they're not ready yet.
No, they did have some moments today, but I didn't think their pressure was anywhere near where it needed to be. So only the 46 tackles today. They couldn't get anything really out of Josh Tracy today. He's only had the 6 possessions.
That's a disappointment. Without no Stephen May as well.
Yeah.
That's where if you're a big key forward, Coleman medal chance, you've got to find a way to have no lever. So a miss, and Tracy just didn't give them enough today.
Should have been the mismatch. We're going no May, no lever. And
I just wanted to see him on his bike a bit more.
Yep.
Like, he stayed at home too much for my liking, Josh Tracy. So, look, he'll learn. He's a young key forward. He's going to learn.
And just the importance of Luke Jackson not being there as well. You know, in fairness, as that game went on, probably a bit too much to ask of Sean Darcy 1 out. 2 games back, I think, you know, short of a Gallup. We know he needs to play lots of footy to find his best. So that's the other thing. So plenty of positives to take out of it. And maybe just in the end, I mean, Melbourne, we know aren't that bad of a team in terms of personnel. So they just were a little bit more desperate today.
Saturday footy on ABC Sport continues next. GWS and Adelaide. No late change. Sam Berry, the sub for the home team, and Xavier O'Halloran for the Giants. Are the 3-2-1 in the ABC Footballer of the Year?
Yeah, I mean, Melbourne had plenty of contributions, and I think Freo had some good players as well, but we're going to leave them out of it. Brayshaw's last quarter was huge, had 13 possessions, and Bolton really starting to emerge, isn't he? He was probably their best player across the day. Shea Bolton certainly was, really. 20 possessions, 3 goals, and 7 inside 50s. But we're going to give one vote to Jack Viney. I just thought, you know, he's the guy who embodies Melbourne's spirit. We know that. And I thought his contest with Sarong was superb. He had 25 himself, 8 tackles and a goal. 2 votes to Max Gawn. I mean, probably a bit stiff to not be best on ground, but 28 possessions. In the second half, he was just certainly the most dominant player. 10 clearances, 12 score involvements for Max Gawn. Unfortunately, missed the 2 chances himself, and it might have been a bit tougher to give Cozzy Pickett the 3 votes. Just thought he was magnificent today, and really he is the class. He is in a lot of ways, he's the barometer, isn't he, for this Melbourne team now as they go forward into this season.
3 for Pickett, 2 for Gawn, 1 for Viney. So the primetime players involved for the Demons as they win their first game in 2025. The Dockers' 3-match winning sequence is over. They get themselves to 3-3. They've got the Lena Hall game, of course, their traditional Anzac Day fixture to come on the night of April 25th. So that follows Essendon and Carlton at the G next week. That'll be at Perth Stadium, Fremantle and Adelaide. I think we might even be able to sneak the song in before we're off to different directions. Adelaide and the Giants coming up. When time's our friend. If you're in the ACT, NRL Saturday coming up. For everybody else, the Crows and the Giants, as Saturday footy continues on ABC Sport.